के बाहर था जाते आगे मिला बहुत वो मुश्किल क्या जगह ढूंढ पाएगा जरूर है बट बहुत ज्यादा मुश्किल उनके लिए गाड़ी पे
बाकी के साइड से फाइट है वो भी देखनी पड़ेगी, जो बाकी के एंगल से वो भी कवर करने पड़ेंगे। बट टीम लाइन वर्सेस टीम जीओजी, विलियम्स वहां पर एक नॉक निकालेंगे, निक ओपी इज डाउन, एक ओपी को स्पॉट करके डाउन किया, वो हेड कनेक्शन, वो रेड मार्कर जो आया है वो वहां पर संकेत देता हुआ कि जो प्लेसमेंट था वो काफी ज्यादा बढ़िया।
ये जो स्मोक्स करके मूवमेंट करी गई थी, देखिए काबिल तारीफ होती है। बहुत बार हमने देखा है, बहुत सारे प्लेयर्स, इनफैक्ट बाहर की तरफ को भी हमने देखा कि प्लेयर्स करते जरूर है, बट यहां पर करने का भी वो फायदा नहीं मिल पाया और उसी के चलते दिक्कतों में आई जीओजी। एंड जैसे कि आप बोलते, खैर उनका यहां पर जीजी जरूर हुआ है। सबसे पहली टीम गई है इस पूरी लॉबी से बाहर।
68 मीटर का फासला वो भी तय करना है, बट टीम ऑटोबॉट्स की तारीफ करनी पड़ेगी। सर्कल के अंदर मौजूद है वो Esports है, जिससे प्रेशर क्रिएट करने की कोशिश रहने वाली है। एक बढ़िया ग्रेनेड जाएगा मिस्टर राइजेल के द्वारा। आदित्य वहां पर डाउन होते, आतंकी की बात करें वो जरूर से रहने वाले। आरू को डाउन की जगह हेल के उस मोलोटॉव के द्वारा ऑटोबॉट्स अभी के लिए काफी ज्यादा बढ़िया प्रदर्शन करते हैं और अब जेली द आईजीएल व्हीकल लेकर के आगे जाएंगे। जरूर से आतंकी यहां पर मौजूद रहने वाले हैं। सर्कल के अंदर अभी भी पहुंचने में वो जो जद्दोजहद है वो जारी देखने को मिलेगी। और ऐसे में टीम ऑटोबॉट्स
शायद थोड़ी देर के लिए उनको जीवन दान जो है वो मिला हुआ है। हालांकि हेल को अपना एक और फिनिश मिल चुका है। ओआर के प्लेयर्स बहुत ज्यादा दिक्कतों में है। आतंकी बेयरली सरवाइव कर रहे हैं, कुछ ना कुछ उनको करना पड़ेगा। और इस समय अगर जल्दी से जल्दी नहीं किया गया तो ऑटोबॉट्स अकेली ऐसी टीम बचेगी जिसके पास प्लेयर्स की भरमार रहने वाली है। शायद बची भी है, बाकी सबके पास एक एक प्लेयर है, 2 प्लेयर्स हैं। ऑटोबॉट्स के एक प्लेयर को डेफिनेटली लेकिन यहां पर डाउन किया गया है। अब समझना पड़ेगा कि उनका प्लान भी आता है तो कैसे आता है। देखिए एक खेल लेकर के बैठे हैं। मैं बोलूंगा अगर चमकना है आदित्य को तो इस समय चमकना चाहिए। प्लेयर दिख चुके हैं, आतंकी बिल्कुल सामने दिखे जरूर थे। थोड़े बहुत शॉट दूसरी तरफ से लिए गए लेकिन इनके ऊपर कोई शॉट नहीं आया था। हालांकि अब दिक्कतें हो जाएगी, दोनों साइड से इनके ऊपर शॉट्स आ रहे हैं एंड आतंकी को डाउन किया जाएगा। फर्स्ट नॉक देखने को मिलता हुआ आदित्य एके लेकर के आएंगे जरूर और उसी के साथ साथ फाइट्स लेंगे। लेकिन साथ साथ जेल ने भी रिटेलिएशन फाइल लिया था लेकिन यहीं पर एक प्लेयर को फिनिश किया जाएगा और अब दूसरे प्लेयर की बारी हो सकती है। लेकिन नहीं, बीस्ट आदित्य को उनका ही उपहार देते हुए नजर आएंगे। सेम चीज और साथ के साथ फिनिश। नीचे की तरफ को एक प्लेयर है, हालांकि ये 2 प्लेयर्स ये अभी घर में है, एक प्लेयर बाहर भी है बिग ब्रदर्स की टीम का। एंड शायद जिल ने स्पॉट किया है ऊपर वाले प्लेयर को या नहीं, एक अलग सवाल बन चुका है। और इसी के बीच में स्क्रीम उनको टेक डाउन करते हैं। आरू आप देखिए उनके लिए बहुत ज्यादा दिक्कतें हैं। उनको एक भी गोली लगी तो वो आखिरी ही चीज होगी जो आज उसको मिरामार में लगेगी एंड वो हो चुका है और इस गेम से बाहर। कोशिश जरूर रहेगी कि अच्छा गेम अपना बना सके, कुछ भी करके सिचुएशंस डेफिनेटली अपने अच्छे हिस्से में रखना चाहेंगे। एसीबीसी के प्लेयर्स की बात करें तो डेफिनेटली उनकी तरफ से भी कोशिश हो सकती है कुछ ना कुछ करने की इस पूरे सिचुएशन में। एंड आप देखिए ब्लेजी की एचपी काफी ज्यादा लो बची है। डॉन वहां पर थे लेकिन एक अच्छा थ्रोएबल का इस्तेमाल किया गया रेन के द्वारा एंड टेक डाउन डेफिनेटली ब्लेजी को किया गया। एचपी उनकी काफी लो थी और उसी के अंदर दिक्कतें आ चुकी है। रेन धीरे धीरे आगे मूव कर रहे हैं बट क्या ये रेन फायर कर पाएंगे, इंपॉर्टेंट सवाल यहां पर बन जाता है। कोशिश अच्छी खासी करें, काफी अच्छे तरीके से टेक डाउन किया जरूर है। कैप्रॉन भी आगे मूव करना चाहते हैं। मैंने एसीबीसी ने पहले एक अच्छा एलिमिनेशन यहां पर Esports का किया था, बाकी प्लेयर्स भी बिल्कुल सामने थे। कैप्रॉन की थोड़ी सी हो चुकी है, हालांकि वो एक और प्लेयर को लेकर के जाएंगे जरूर। वेपन को स्विच किया। प्लेयर जब सबसे ज्यादा खराब सिचुएशन में थे उसी समय उनको टेक डाउन किया। एसीबीसी नंबर्स बढ़ा रही है, हाहाकार मचा रही है एंड दैट्स लिटरली कैरी योर टीममेट।
हाइड्रा की बात हम कर जरूर रहे थे और हाइड्रा प्रभावित करके गया था जब राउंड 4 में आया था, लेकिन आज नया दिन है, नई चुनौतियों का सामना करना पड़ेगा टीम हाइड्रा को। जैक्सन एक नेट जरूर करते हैं, कहीं ना कहीं 7C की जो पोजीशन है वो रिवील्ड है और इस एरिया पे अगर हाइड्रा ने कब्जा कर लिया तो बहुत फायदा मिलेगा उनका जोन का।
बिल्कुल एक अच्छा हाइट का एडवांटेज भी साथ ही साथ उनके पास रहने वाले। 7C देखते हैं कि क्या वो फुटहिल से ऊपर की तरफ आने की कोशिश करते हैं या अभी के लिए नीचे रहेंगे। बट अलादीन की बात करें, बहुत ज्यादा ओपन में जा रहे, एक्सपोज किया उन्होंने अपने आप को। एक बढ़िया जो सेटअप है वो हमें देखने को मिलता है टीम हाइड्रा के द्वारा। अलादीन को डाउन किया जाएगा और फिनिश सिक्योर करने की पूरी कोशिश। एसएमएस स्प्रे गॉड की जो पोजीशनिंग है वो बहुत ज्यादा क्रूशियल, बट हाइड्रा का एक बहुत ही बढ़िया स्प्लिट हमें देखने को मिल रहा है। जो प्लेयर थोड़ा पीछे की तरफ है उनको थोड़ा क्लोजिंग करना पड़ेगा। वहां पर जो रिवाइवल है वो एग्जीक्यूट होता हुआ। जैक्सन वो जो स्प्रेज है वो कनेक्शन नहीं बनाएंगे और वापस से एक 4v4 की फाइट।
जी मेरे ख्याल से नेड्स का इस्तेमाल यहाँ पे अगर करते तो ज्यादा बेहतर रहता, लेकिन शुरुआत की फाइट है, शायद इतने अच्छी लूट यहाँ पे हाइड्रा के पास भी ना हो। अभी 5 ही मिनट का सफर खत्म हुआ है और एक अच्छा यहाँ पे यूटिलिटी का इस्तेमाल वो कर सकते हैं। लादिन पीपल अगर यहाँ पे बात की जाए तो रिवाइवल उनको अब नहीं मिलेगा, नॉक वहाँ पे वो फिर से हो चुके हैं और अभी के लिए 7C के जो बाकी प्लेयर्स हैं वो रोटेट करते आपको नजर आ जाएंगे। यहाँ से सर्वाइव करना एक बड़ी चुनौती जरूर है, बट अभी के लिए सवितार को स्पॉट करा जाता है। आवाज तो सुनी होगी, जैक्सन ने आगे जाने की कोशिश वो जरूर कर सकते हैं, सारा कुछ स्पॉट किया, शॉट देने की कोशिश, काफी अच्छा डैमेज जरूर दिया, बट अभी के लिए हाइड्रा जैक्सन बहुत ही शानदार फरारी पिक्स देखने को मिल रहे हैं और हाइड्रा दे आर लुकिंग रियली गुड। सवितार को स्पॉट करा गया, सवितार को नॉक करा जाता है। टीम 7C अभी के लिए पूरी तरह बैकफुट पे।
बिल्कुल मात्र 2 ही प्लेयर्स उनके बचने वाले और साथ ही साथ एक अच्छा हाइट का एडवांटेज। जैक्सन आगे की तरफ जाएंगे, जरूर से फियरलेस गेम प्ले वो दिखाएंगे और उनको एग्जैक्ट लोकेशन जो है वो पता है कि उनके ओपोनेंट्स कहां पर मौजूद है। सारंग मीनवाइल एक बढ़िया ग्रेनेड करेंगे, जोरो को डाउन किया गया, सवितार उनका फिनिश भी सिक्योर हो जाएगा। मात्र 2 प्लेयर्स बचे हैं एंड इट्स अ 3v2। कुछ यहां पर ओवर एक्सपोज नहीं कर रहे, ओवर कमिट नहीं कर रहे अपने आप को, अभी भी जो थ्रोएबल्स का उनका इस्तेमाल करने की कोशिश, लेकिन परवेज डाउन। 7C they are back, Dynamite is only there but he is down and out. What was that? 7C 2 प्लेयर्स के साथ यहां पर जो पूरी फाइट है वो जीत के जाएंगे, एलिमिनेट कराए टीम हाइड्रा को।
देखिए ज्यादा मुश्किल नहीं होना चाहिए, काफी आसान एक चिकन डिनर आपको देखने को मिल सकता है, स्पेशली अगर ये जोन पूरा माउंटेन पे चला जाता है। टीम सोल के पास कोई रास्ता नहीं होगा जोन के अंदर जाने के लिए, लेकिन जद्दोजहद तो जारी है, वो अभी भी कोशिश कर रहे हैं यहाँ पे किसी तरह जोन के अंदर चले जाए। हेक्टर यहाँ पे हील बैटल शुरू कर चुके हैं, 28 फर्स्ट एड। आई थिंक शुरुआत इन्होंने करी होगी कम से कम 35 फर्स्ट एड के साथ, दैट इज आई थिंक द नंबर जो उनके पास हो, बट टीम सोल जोन के अंदर आते आपको नजर आ जाएंगे और काइनेटिक के प्लेयर्स अब बिल्कुल उनके सामने क्या टीम सोल से निकाल सकते हैं। अमेरिका के शानदार नेट नॉक करेगा यहाँ पे काइनेटिक के एक प्लेयर को, बट वहीं अगर बात की जाए नाउ इट्स 3v3 सिचुएशन, हेक्टर बाहर है जोन के, तो 3 प्लेयर्स के साथ टीम सोल आगे बढ़ते हुए
बिल्कुल वहां पर एक प्लेयर को स्पॉट करके फिनिश ऑफ कर चुके और टीम काइनेटिक क्या इस चिकन डिनर को वो इतनी आसानी से जाने देंगे। ग्रेनेड करने के लिए अपने आप को थोड़ा ओवर एक्सपोज किया जरूर से था, लेकिन वहां पर जो हेड है वो चेस करने की कोशिश रहने वाली है। ग्रेनेड कनेक्शन बना सकते हैं, टीम काइनेटिक बैकफुट पर जाएंगे, स्प्लैश डैमेज वहां पर आएगा गॉड के ऊपर एंड टीम सोल वो अभी के लिए मार्च इन करते हुए नजर आएंगे। टीम काइनेटिक पूरी तरीके से बैकफुट पर, एक और प्लेयर को डाउन करेंगे, गॉड वेल ही इज द लास्ट मैन स्टैंडिंग, स्पॉट किए जाएंगे, डाउन करेंगे। टीम सोल will be taking that winner chicken dinner.
हाइड्रा के प्लेयर्स डेफिनेटली एक प्लेयर को तो टेक डाउन करना चाहेंगे और लीडर अभी टीपीपी एंगल्स ले रहे, थोड़ा बहुत अपना साउंड सेंस रखना चाहेंगे कि क्या हो रहा है। हेक्टर ने एक प्लेयर को फिनिश कर जरूर दिया। हैदराबाद हाइड्रास इनफैक्ट काइनेटिक के प्लेयर्स के ऊपर आ चुके। सोल पीछे वाले एरिया में, ये एरिया वो रहता है जहां पर क्लासिक में आप रिकॉल करने जाते हैं, बट यहां पर अगर प्लेयर गया तो खत्म।
पूरी तरीके से हैदराबाद हाइड्रा से एक बार फिर से एक बेहतरीन परफॉर्मेंस दिखाते हुए काइनेटिक का 2-2 का वो स्प्लिट था, 2 प्लेयर्स दूसरी पोजीशन पे वहां पर भी स्पॉट करके डाउन करेंगे। एस ब्लैक मेरे ख्याल से शायद वो जो प्लेयर थे वो मूवमेंट उतना उनका स्मूथ गया नहीं और वहां पर डाउन होते नजर आएंगे ओनिक्स। अब वो एक आखिरी खिलाड़ी बचे हैं टीम काइनेटिक। पिछला मैच तब भी काफी बढ़िया गया था, 12 जो पोजीशन पॉइंट है वो उनके पास गए थे, बट शायद इस मैच में पहली टीम जो इस मैच को, इस लॉबी को छोड़ के जाएगी वो जरूर से बच सकते। कैरी आगे की तरफ जाएंगे और देख रहे हैं कि कुछ मुक्केबाजी पैन वगैरह ये सारी चीजें करते हुए नजर नहीं आ रहे हैं प्लेयर्स, बट अभी भी ओनिक्स देखते हैं वो कितनी ज्यादा देर तक सर्वाइव कर पाएंगे। साथ ही साथ जोन का अगला शिफ्ट बहुत क्रूशियल रहेगा। चलिए एक सेंट्रल शिफ्ट देखने को मिल जाएगा, वहां पर जियो टीम हाइड्रा वहां पर फाइट इनिशिएट हो चुकी है, जहां पर लीडर ने एक ग्रेनेड कराए और एक खिलाड़ी को किया है डाउन। ऑटोबॉट के ऊपर वो स्लैम इन करने की कोशिश, एक एक करके 3 प्लेयर्स डाउन, मात्र 1 प्लेयर बचेंगे। इतना ओपन में स्लैम इन, ऑटोबॉट्स जो ऑलरेडी काफी ज्यादा बड़ी और कॉन्फिडेंट गेम प्ले दिखा रहे हैं, उनके लिए आसान 3 फिनिशेस।
What is this behavior? That's my question. सोचिए आप ओपन एरिया में थे, आपको लगा कोई है वहां पर, नहीं लगा बात की बात, बट एक एक करके प्लेयर्स को यहां पर बाहर का रास्ता दिखाया गया। बिलियन इस समय आखिरी प्लेयर बचे हुए, needs to go for $1 billion play if he can, क्योंकि पोजीशंस बनानी है। 12वां पायदान है अभी भी, यहां पर एलिमिनेट हुए।
देखिए ओआर फंस चुका है, उनके पास कोई मौका नहीं है यहाँ से बाहर निकलने का। एक तरफ ऑटोबॉट से दूसरी तरफ आयरन ऐसे और ओआर की जली ने यहाँ पे आयरन के जोकर को नॉक जरूर करा, बट ओआर भी फंस चुका है, आयरन भी फंस चुका है। इट्स क्लियर एज डे लाइट के यहाँ पे जो चिकन है वो ऑटोबॉट्स के खाते में ही जाएगा until unless कुछ मैजिक यहाँ पे देखने को मिल जाए। बट ओवर हार मानने के लिए तैयार नहीं है, प्लेयर नॉक होते हैं, रिवाइव करा जाता है। टीम माइनस वो हार मानने के लिए तैयार नहीं है, प्लेयर नॉक हुए जरूर है लेकिन आगे गाड़ी का इस्तेमाल शुरू करते हैं। ओवर के प्लेस यहाँ पे बाहर फंसते हुए शेन यहाँ पे गिर के खत्म हो जाएंगे। आउटसाइड प्ले जोन जेली यहाँ पे नॉक हो जाते हैं, आरू को खत्म करा जाएगा। ऑटोबॉट्स दे आर लुकिंग गुड फॉर अ विनर सेकंड डिनर।
आतंकी अकेले बचे हुए इस पूरी सिचुएशन में, उनकी एचपी भी देखिए काफी ज्यादा लो हो रही है, उनको थोड़े बहुत शॉट्स पड़ रहे हैं, बट देन साथ के साथ उनको यहां पर बाहर का रास्ता दिखाया जाएगा। ओआर हैड अ गुड गेम।
प्लेयर अगर आवाज सुन के अपना कवर छोड़ेगा बट यहाँ पे शानदार ब्रेक गॉब्लिन की तरफ से, दैट वाज incredible, बट आदित्य को खत्म करा जाएगा बीबी के स्क्रीम के द्वारा। इसी के साथ टीम सोल दे वांट टू एंटर द जोन बट इट इज नेवर गोइंग टू बी इजी।
बिल्कुल बिल्कुल ओपन में वो ज्यादा दूसरे और स्क्रीम को उन्होंने डाउन किया। ओमेगा क्या ही खतरनाक वो स्प्रे हमें देखने को मिल रहा है। बिल्कुल ओपन में प्लेयर्स आए थे लेकिन कुछ बढ़िया जो कवर फाइट्स है वो भी देखने को मिल जाएगी। निग्मा गैलेक्सी एंड टीम बिग ब्रदर्स के बीच में हो रही है ये फाइट, जहां पर फायदा हो रहा है टीम सोल को। धीरे धीरे सर्कल के अंदर जाने की कोशिश जरूर से रहने वाली है। अभी भी 3 प्लेयर्स उनके सर्वाइव करेंगे। ये ग्रेनेड कनेक्शन बनाएगा, स्क्रीम इज डाउन। टीम बिग ब्रदर्स पूरी तरीके से बैकफुट पर देखने को मिल जाएंगे और अब जो सर्कल के अंदर एक इजी एंट्री है वो हमें देखने को मिलती हुई। हाइट का एडवांटेज टीम सोल के पास, स्पॉट करेंगे प्लेयर्स को, एक और प्लेयर को डाउन करेंगे। बिग ब्रदर देखते ही देखते विद इन अ फ्रैक्शन ऑफ सेकंड्स एलिमिनेटेड एंड नाउ इट्स अ 3v2 जहां पर टीम सोल का पलड़ा काफी भारी।
आज के दिन में टीम सोल ने लाजवाब प्रदर्शन किया। टीम से तलाश में स्टैंडिंग अक्षत को नॉक करेगा मौका, टीम आगे बढ़ती है, अक्षत खत्म करा जाएगा। टीम सोल लेके जाती हुई एक विनर सेकंड।
Hello and welcome once again to the iQOO Battlegrounds Mobile India Pro Series powered by Loco. My name of course is Angad Singh Chahal. I go by the Experiment and well I have a ray of sunshine with me right next to me. It's Arka the sun himself. Arka, how are you doing today buddy?
I'm doing too good. Like I'm just waiting. I'm excited at this point of time. I really want to know who's going to be challenging the top dogs because ultimately it's going to be the day of bombastic.
It is going to be a bombastic and fantastic day indeed because, well, yesterday we did have a lot of ups and a few downs, but again, it is just the beginning, of course. This is day 2 of the first week in the league stage, and, well, you know, none of this would have been possible without these bad boys in our hands. I, of course, am talking about the iQOO Neo 6. Now, you know, we can go on and on about this device, but we're just going to tell you one thing. The thing is, when you have this in your phone, right, it's like you become a pro gamer automatically.
Exactly.
But don't take our word because, well, we have some stats on our screens and Arka is going to tell you what stands out for him.
Yep, Snapdragon 875G. That's the, you know, processor you need to have when you're gaming. It's going to keep your gaming devices like a gaming beast itself. Then you have 80 watts fast charging. We have been speaking about this. 12 minutes is going to be 50% and 30 minutes is all it takes for you to get 100% charge up on the batteries itself. So 1200 hertz of instant touch sampling shows that, you know, if you want some quick reflexes like how we saw yesterday from few of those players, that's going to be happening in. And also the cascade cooling system, which is going to keep your phone so cool, especially when you're gaming. You don't need a fan anymore behind to make sure that your phone is cool anymore.
And of course, you know, your fingers are going to be nice and cool as well, making sure that, well, you get the job done out there. Now, of course, you know, if you want to stand a chance to win one of these bad boys, all you have to do is, well, head over to Amazon. But we're going to talk about that in a second because right now, let me tell you one thing.
Yep.
You know, it's been a long road for a lot of these teams making it to the Pro Series. I mean, we had the BMOC, and now, of course, it's day 2 in the BMPS. And,
Exactly.
you know, if I just ask you a general question, how do you think the teams are feeling right now? Now, let me just break it down. Of course, the teams at the top are going to be happy with their position right now. What about the teams at the bottom?
I feel that, you know, they would have slept it off and, you know, they would have gone back in bed thinking too much about it. Finally, they would have woken up thinking that, you know, there's something bigger for us to aim at and that's something to motivate us, and that's going to be the prize pool itself with 2 crore rupees coming in, and that's a huge prize. This was all just a dream for us, you know, when we back then, 5 years back the lane.
Well, I'm a bit older to you. Thank you for bringing my age up right now, because if I go 10 years back, you know, I remember getting bashed by my mom that, you know, you're playing games. But look at esports now. It is booming. Of course, the first place is going to walk away with 75 lakh rupees. Second gets 35. Third gets 20. And, well, as you keep going down the table, the prize pool is going to keep decreasing. Now, the best thing is we have some special prizes for individual performances as well.
Exactly.
We have the MVP with 2,50,000 rupees. Again, that is going to be pocketed by just one man or woman. And, well, I'm pretty sure the iQOO MVP is something everyone is vying for.
And the MVP will also be aiming for the bigger picture, right? That's going to be most finishes. And that's who you want to be, the, you know, MVP. And you have the most finishes and still you're the MVP. You're going to take home 4,50,000 rupees together. And that is what, you know, they'll be looking out for. But there are a few players who tend to survive alone. Like yesterday we did see coming in from the side of GG, lone survivor. And such people will also get 1 lakh for themselves.
Well, of course, we did talk about the money. But now the question is, how do we decide who wins what? Well, that's where the point distribution comes in. And I'm sure all of you watching are pretty, well, you know this little CG over here quite well. Of course, the first place gets 15 points. And if you find yourselves in the 8th to 12th or the 13th to the 16th position, well, you better rack up quite a few finishes. Otherwise, you are going to be left behind.
Absolutely. Like, in case you have 5 to 6 finishes, you're equivalent to the 5th position itself. So I believe that, you know, a few of those teams who did prove to us that if you have some finish points in your favor, it helps you out. But it's better we look at the calendar and try to understand more about how things are going to go forward, as it's just been the first week. The second week is going to start off anytime soon. So guys, open your mobile, go to the calendar, mark these dates, and make sure that it's replicated like how it's on the screen.
And the best thing is, you know, we are a punctual bunch over here. We're going to go live at the same time every single time we basically take the screens. And, well, if you have a look at what's happening in June, we are going to kick things off with the 3rd week of the league stage on the 2nd of June, which is going to go until the 5th. And, of course, then you have your grand finals starting from the 9th all the way through the 12th. Now, the best thing is, Arka, that, you know, all these teams, all 24 teams still have 3 weeks to basically make it or break it. So, you know, the pressure is definitely not mounting right now. But, again, you know, it's always good to have a little kickstart to the action.
Yeah, that's what we've been speaking about from the get-go, right? Do the heavy lifting in the first few weeks and, you know, have a peaceful journey up ahead. And I just hope that, you know, few teams in the bottom do realize this, that today let's do a little bit of the heavy lifting from the get-go itself so that it becomes much more easier for them. Yeah, to understand better, this is how it's going to be. Today it's going to be something different. Group B and Group C are going to take off in the map of Erangel, and then comes A slowly into the fray. B is going to be breathing in between, coming back in the 3rd map, and so on. It's going to be the case as we're going to replicate yesterday's first 3 matches with AB, BC and CA.
Well, of course, the groups are going to change, but one thing that is going to be the same is the map rotation. Of course, it's going to be Erangel, Miramar, Sanhok, Erangel, Miramar. It's not going to be Sanhok, it's going to be Erangel once again, the crowd favorite map. Of course, all of you love watching your favorite teams battle it out in and around, you know, Pochinki. And, well, Yasnaya was somewhere we did see some action yesterday, and the mountains to the north. I wonder if we are going to see some similar circles today because, again, now, let's just paint the picture a little bit. Let's be honest. Yesterday, a couple of teams stood out head and shoulders above everyone else. One of them, of course, is Team Seoul, who are at the tippity top of the iceberg right now with a total of 96 points. Whew. 2 chicken dinners as well. And I do believe Autobotz Esports, well, they definitely assembled right from the beginning, and they are giving them a run for their money. Question is, can they keep up with the little pressure today?
I mean,
however, if I may just say one thing, because, you know, I want to ask this question, but before that, let's do one thing. Let's have a look at something new. Let's have a look at the pre-match segment powered by Loco, because, well, let's see if you can spot your favorite teams, while Arka and I are going to discuss about Seoul and Autobotz.
Yep, they're going to be playing in the first game itself, right? So that is something which I'm looking out for. Autobotz on the other side, they're not going to be present in the first game, but it's fine. But I really love the way Seoul has taken that, you know, notch higher. They've already put 30 points difference between the first and the second position. So they'll have, if you're taking an average of 10 points in each game to make sure that you cross the line, they're 3 matches already ahead. So 3 matches they can experiment, see what they can do about
I
things.
just heard my name right now.
Huh?
I'm just kidding with that. I just heard my name. Now, the thing is, yes, Seoul, they've etched a nice margin for themselves,
Yeah.
right? Now, if you notice one thing, we did kind of bring something up yesterday. I mean, I used the phrase opportunistic parasites because, they were really smart the
Yeah.
way they snuck their way into certain positions and then they just let all hell loose. And, well, this did rack up quite a few finishes. Are the teams going to be ready for this today? Are they going to try and stop them in their tracks?
I don't think so. It's going to be easy for them. Like how, the other devices, it's going to be hard for them to stop this beast hitting up the market anytime soon. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, it's going to be iQOO smartphones. Smartphones, they have a word for you. So you guys go enjoy that and we're going to be back.
To make every day the best of my life. To strive for more. To beat my own score. To get that encore. I've got this. I've got the power. To do more. See more. Be more. I've got the power. To win.
Arka, the best thing is I'm kind of just imagining myself playing on this device right now, and I like another thing which hasn't been mentioned as much. It's a really light device. It's a really light phone. It's not heavy on your hands, and well, I think a lot of people aren't going to be happy about this, but you could be playing games for up to hours at end, but make sure you take a few breaks because, well, health definitely comes first. But again, that is all about the iQOO Neo 6. Thank you for making all of this possible. But oh boy, the action is going to be underway sooner or later, but coming back to the question that I asked you earlier, is Seoul going to have a little bit of a target painted on their backs today?
I don't think so, because they have nothing to lose. They know that they've got the right kind of get start, right? But at the same time, the way they're controlling the center of the circle and still not getting tagged off by anybody, that shows that, they exactly know the topography so well. They know exactly where to place themselves in the center of the circle so that, one side of their complete, circle is completely covered by, it's either a hard cover, it's a building, it's a ridge or something. So if they continue to think the same and nobody's going to be coming and challenging them right to the center, I think Seoul is going to be unstoppable even in the first day. In the second day.
We keep saying this thing time in and time out that, you got to do your homework.
Yeah.
Right? And it looks like all these boys definitely have done their homework. But before all the carnage is going to be breaking out on the map of Erangel, let's take a moment. Let's take a nice little breather and appreciate, well, I'm pretty sure a lot of you can think of a movie right about now, but let's just have a look and see what it's like, what nature is going to be like when it's nice, peaceful, and serene before all the bullets are flying everywhere.
Every time I see this part of the ferry, I sometimes feel that we need to take a stroll on that bridge right into the waters. And then I realize that if you're in the game and you're trying to do that,
well, it is going to be problematic. However, I like that it's crystal clear water right now, but sooner or later, oh boy, let's see if we have some water circles coming up in Erangel because, well, that water is definitely going to turn red. But for now, all your favorite teams, all your favorite players are on the spawn island trying to psych each other out and, well, psych each other up as well because, well, the action is going to be underway shortly, and boy, oh boy, I'm waiting. I wonder, however, if just like the last game on day one, we did see action break out right at the beginning.
Yep.
And we did almost see a team wipe. Of course, one man was left standing. Sarang was the only one who made it out alive. And I wonder if that's going to be the case today, or do you think teams are going to take a bit slower because, they have an idea as to where the other teams are dropping?
I have to say that the teams on the top will obviously want to, increase their firepower and try to get those finish points earlier itself, because that was the key for success for most of these teams. But ultimately, that's not going to be the case for the teams on the bottom. They know that, they need some placement points. Teams like Walkouts, UP50, Global Esports, Enigma, they just have around 5, 8, 3, 2 respectively position points as the first map of the day is going to take place.
Well, 5, 8, 2, 3 is the numbers, but 3, 2, 1, and we are off as we are going to be flying over the Sosnovka military base, and it looks like we are going to be heading in a northwestern trajectory. Now, the plane path is kind of similar to what we saw on the first game yesterday. It was a bit, shifted to the south. However, I wonder where that first circle is going to form, because if history teaches us anything, it is going to be a bit of a curveball, and I want something, maybe around Zarki, maybe around Georgia Paul, and just make all these teams run for those positions. But for now, you can have a look at the overall standings as far as the map of Erangel is concerned, and once again, Seoul and Autobotz Esports are pretty much dominating the fray.
Absolutely. And one thing which I love the most is that from the 3rd position to the 7th position, the fight is a little tight. You know, the difference is just 10 points. That comes up to show that, in the mid part of the game itself, we are able to see more skirmishes. We'll be able to see more fights and more finish points to be raked up. But on the right side, we can see Soul Goblin dominating the finish feed. And I do believe that, 8 finishes from one man in the map of Erangel shows that's an average, I believe. And he's going to be very happy to get more in his name.
Well, speaking of averages, looks like the circle is going to be a bit average this time as well. In fact, it is quite similar to something we saw yesterday. Now, just to add another point to Soul Goblin's feed over here, 8 finishes, and well, looks like he's done most of his finishing of the opponents on the map of Erangel because he is leading the charge with a total of 19 finishes so far after 4 matches played. And again, speaking of averages, that is brilliant. But for now, all your favorite teams are going to be dropping down from the heavens above. And, well, let's see if we have a few clashes here and there, because I do see a couple of teams heading towards Pachinki. However, we all know that Blind, oh boy, these guys, they do love that city, don't they?
Absolutely. Now, there's one more place where I think there's a chance of a skirmish that's going to be towards the side of School. But ultimately, this formation coming in from the side of Soul, every time they get down, stay away from one another, and nobody even dares to go and challenge them in their drop location or probably anywhere they choose to go to, because the distance between all 4 players is so much that it's going to be easy for anybody to tag them out and take those players one at a time. And that's going to be the key to success for a team like this, right? Obviously, go against one player at a time, take that player out. Probably it's Goblin or Akshat you want first, and then concentrate on the rest of the teams. But sometimes when you have players like Omega, a lone ranger who did so much of wonders when it comes to the map of Miramar, you do think twice before taking on this team.
Fun fact, so if we talk about Team Soul, all 4 members are in the top 10 as far as finishes are concerned. We've got Goblin and Omega on the 1st and 2nd position. Akshat is going to join them on the 4th. So let me tell you one thing. All these boys are hitting hard, and, well, if anyone is going to be coming knocking at their doors, they better be prepared for quite a fight. But for now, we are going to have a look at FS Esports, as they are going to be trying to get as much loot as they can. Again, a decent start for this team. A 4th position finish after 4 games yesterday. They have a total of 46 points. Again, the thing is, Team Soul, all right, we get it. They kind of just went a bit berserk yesterday, right? It's like they channeled the old Viking gods, and they've edged quite a lead for themselves. However, now this is what happens, right? When you do good, now the pressure is on you to keep that momentum rolling.
Yeah.
And if you have a little bit of a faulty start, could that have a detrimental effect on their psyche?
I don't think so, because over here we can see that one player of Soul is actually leading it, and the other 3s are giving him a cover, and in case something goes wrong, they can switch that person, right? They can use him to calm down a little, where the rest of the other players can actually take his position of being assaulters. If it was a different story where you had more than one person assaulting teams and things are going wrong, obviously that is when it's going to be the point of concern. But somewhere I feel that Team Soul are looking so strong and confident at this point of time, it's going to be hard to break their confidence. Probably 3 to 4 matches, if they lose, that is when the confidence will start to break.
Absolutely, couldn't have said that better. And, well, on our screens right now, we have the boys from Hyderabad Hydras. Now, again, we did kind of call them out yesterday because it's a similar situation, right? They dropped off over Pramosk, they went over Initiative Academy, and they made it all the way to Western Georgia, which they have done this time around as well. And, well, they almost got that chicken dinner yesterday. However, it was Retribution RTR who kind of just thwarted their advance. I wonder if they can pull off some miracle this time around, because, well, looks like, again, I like the fact that the circle is similar to what we saw yesterday, which means for all these teams outside and, well, at the periphery of the circle, they might have to switch things up. Otherwise, the other teams might just read them like a book.
No, that's one thing which I've been observing yesterday. Those are on the peripheries who have a very good chance of gatekeeping are actually not doing it. They're rather prioritizing the zone, try to get to the center or probably a hard compound close by and avoid those skirmishes which is leading their way, because they're playing for placement points, and which is giving an opportunity for the people outside the circle to somehow make it to the corners and then wait it out. And this is the best part about Team Soul, right? So they go to the dead center of the circle. Somehow, the IGL is able to place them right to the dead center of the 5th or the 6th circle. And from then on, when they start to dominate, there's no stopping them. And I really want to see who's that one team who's going to be doing the same. There's a lot of opportunities, right? Looking at this guy on the screen right now, Sensei, he's one of those persons who can also do it, right? He can go dead center of the circle of the 5th or the 6th one and then assault everybody. I love his assaulters, unleash the beast of the assaulters itself.
Man, speaking of Team EXO, Sensei, of course, you did mention him right now. Snacks as well. You know, I've seen them hold their own against hordes of enemies coming their way.
Yep.
And the thing is, if we quickly talk about BMOC, now group stage, if you talk about the 4th stage, right? I mean, boy, these guys were on a high. This time around, not the start that they were looking for. Team EXO are sitting on the 15th position, I beg your pardon. But again, like I said, it's just the beginning and things will only look brighter. Now, as far as OR Esports is concerned, well, they had a little bit of a shaky start in the first couple of games. However, they did manage to bring things around, especially as far as position points go. And now they are looking good in the 6th position. So again, you know, the thing about big names is, I believe they're like me. They're late bloomers. They start slow and they end with a big bang.
Absolutely agreed on this point that, you know, you're comparing yourself to them. But one more thing which I want to say is that as long as they're there in the top 16, because that is where you want to be,
Of
right?
course.
So they wouldn't, you know, want to engage in anything. But as of now, we can see Initiative Academy is not stopping themselves. With iron sight of a UMP, they're trying to take shots, and this is going to be a little bit of a, you know, problem for the person who's going to peep out from the window, right? So 2 or 3 shots toward that person with no helmet, or probably 11-1 helmet, can actually put him down. So Big Brothers on the other side are doing a very good job. 10th position, 20 finish points is something which they're looking at for, and also 12 position points which they have right now.
Absolutely, and have a look at the right side of your screen. If you see a little bit of a blue tint, well, that's going to indicate that if those teams are currently out in the blue zone, taking a little bit of damage, which, well, isn't too much of an issue right now. However, at the later stages, oh boy, that blue zone loves taking chunks of your HP out. Now, I like what Initiative did right now. So they did land at Primosk. They looted as quickly as they could. And, you know, I was wondering, hey man, you've got 2 guys in your vehicle. One of them is shooting with the UMP, like you said. The other's driving. Why not chase Big Brothers down? But I like the presence of mind. They realized that that one lad actually headed towards the compound.
Yep.
And had they chased him down, Big Brothers, they were waiting for someone to come their way. And again, I like the fact that, you know, people are actually thinking before they do anything, because, well, I'm pretty sure if it was you and I in this game, we would have been like, oh, I see a free finish, why not go for it? And then, you know, our teammates would have been, you know, saying a few unchoice words for us. But for now, you did mention Walkouts. They are in the blue. And as far as their position goes after day 1, 19th is not what we expected from them.
Yep. And now one important thing which we have to look out before any fight starts off is this: what kind of mindset are these teams coming into the game? For example, we can see that Team Soul is still outside in the blue circle, right? So they know that yesterday gameplay was so good. They're going to be holding right to the center of the circle. They know most of the teams will be trying to take the same equation, try to go to the center of the circle, and most of them won't be on the peripheries. And that's why they're going for a late rotation, probably try to hold the peripheries at this point of time, allowing the rest to fight out in the center and take advantage of it. This could be one mindset.
You know, I was thinking about the statement you made earlier. Now, of course, all of you can have a look at the map. Hyderabad Hydras are presumably going to be the last ones to make it into the circle. As usual, for now, action is going to break out. It is going to be IE who are going to be, well, on their knees first, as 7C Esports are playing a little bit of a different game this time, a little more confident. And, well, looks like SprayGuard knows where the enemy is. He is going to try and lob a grenade. However, that is not going to be the right tree. I love the fact that we have a fight breaking out a bit early this time around. Grenades are going to be chucked. Mollies as well.
Oh,
That could be devastating.
nice.
There you have it. Lazy is going to be brought down in a blaze of shrapnel as 7C Esports are looking good so far. But now SprayGuard, he's spotting the enemy in the distance. He aims, he shoots, he connects. Down goes Ayush, and well, IE, oh boy, their days looked numbered.
I mean, one man has taken 3 people down at this point of time, and it's good to say that, you know, 7Cs have taken this very, very seriously on the day 2 itself. And one more thing which we have to look out for is 7Cs are not separate at this point of time. They're sticking together as a pack of wolves. And we all know it's better you stick together rather than staying from one another. And you'll get a chance to revive one another in case you get taken down, right?
Well, of course, teamwork makes the dream work, and that is what 7C Esports are kind of just, well, we are witnessing on our screens right now. Elsewhere, Seoul and Hyderabad Hydras are still out in the blue. They're going to be making it sooner or later into the circle. But for now, again, it is something similar to what we saw yesterday as far as the circle goes. And looks like we might just have some more promotion drive-bys, in fact, as Blind Esports are taking pop shots at OR and, well, Walkouts. They're not walking by, they're driving by as if nothing's happening around them.
This is a good thing, right? Finally, we're able to see that nobody wants to take that rotation clashes because they want the people standing, old foremen standing. We have been explaining this one thing that, you know, you have old foremen standing and you divide that 100% chances of taking that winner when a chicken dinner. 25% is on each player's shoulder, and 1% gets taken down. It comes down to 75% for the rest of it. So they have to be pretty careful about it as they move forward. But at the same time, we can see two teams which are coming in late into the circle. Yet again, the second circle it is at this time. Hydra and Soul somehow made it inside as well. As IA, we can see 3% down, 1% is playing for the placement points.
Well, they are going to be playing for placement points, but right now, Walkout, they definitely have a little bit of, well, a shelter for themselves just north of the city, and the prison, I beg your pardon, and alright, I guess we're going to pop the way. Oh, I see what they did there. I see what they did there. Of course, you want to have the fancy cars and not the normal ones. I mean, those Performantes, they look good, but it looks like the last man standing from IE, he has found a little bit of safe haven for himself, but looks like FS Esports, they have an inkling. I think they smelled something down below.
I hope not for the side of Initiative Academy that the opponents are thinking the same. But I do believe that, you know, it's going to be much more easier in case we are able to see, you know, some rotation clashes happening in the southern side of the map, because ultimately in case the zone shifts there, which I knew that it might, towards the side of Milta, it's going to be a lot of ruckus, as we all know that all the teams will right now prioritize. Look at that. Everybody are in the vehicle and nobody is right now thinking of coming in late into the circle, and that's the best part about it.
And again, you know, the thing is, everyone is going to have their own vehicles. So unfortunately, if you are fans of drive-bys, well, you're not really going to see a lot of them today unless you are going to be shot at from a static position. And it looks like ACBC might just do that right now, as they do see a couple of vehicles whizzing past them real quick. Now, the thing is, let me pose a question to you.
Yep.
Now, you know that, wait, I think action is breaking out. I'm going to have to hold on because Hyderabad Hydras are giving another team a run for their money, and it looks like Team MG is coming under fire. There you have an ace flag. It's going to be taken down by the Greek god himself, Dionysus, making sure he hits hard, just like his father's. But now Carry is going to come to the rescue. However, Team MG, they have a nice little position. They are nestled in. They are barricaded, and well, they can see the enemy, but it looks like Hyderabad Hydras have no idea where the shots are coming from.
I mean, split gameplay coming in from the side of MG from the get-go itself shows that, you know, they're ready to go a little more aggressive comparatively, because it's defensive. You have to stay together, make sure that you have each other's back. But when you're aggressive, you go looking around for more finishes for yourselves. Yeah, Hyderabad Hydras at this point of time, they got a small opportunity to revive one of their teammates. But on the other side, I just hope that MGs would have had the same kind of a, you know, scenario. I think that they did revive their teammate, right?
I do believe you are correct, because if you have a look at your remaining members, we still have 60 and only... Oh, no, I think they did lose one. There you have it. I love the fact that we have these stats to help us out so that we do not sound like, well, a couple of fools over here. But for now, again, as expected, Hyderabad Hydras, despite taking a little bit of a fight, are still going to take their sweet time making it to the circle. Elsewhere, Deadpool, well... looks like he's lost his regeneration abilities because he's taking it easy, making sure no one sees him in this house. But it looks like he has an idea that someone could be lurking just north of his position. Elsewhere, Team Soul in a compound all to themselves, but looks like Team Kinetic could be a little bit of a thorn on their side. Again, you know, you did kind of mention that Team Soul, each and every member has his own job. And looks like Omega is trying to get all the information, but elsewhere, the big brothers are going to open up, and, well, Shadow is going to bite the dust.
Big Brothers, with the position they're holding on the 10, doesn't want to hold back at this point of time, because 20 finishes, they're relying more on the finish points rather than the placement points, where they just have 12 placement points, right? So before they go down, they have to make sure they've got enough number of finishes for themselves, and that is what they're looking out for. And it's good to see that, you know, few teams are actually thinking this way, because ultimately after a few days, or probably the second or the third week, they can then rely on getting those placement points and being a little less aggressive. There's a chance for that.
There's a chance, but let's see where the circle is going to take us next, because if it's north, well, it isn't north. It is still going to be in and around Milta. Of course, we have a couple of compounds to the north that can be up for grabs, but teams like Big Brothers, they are going to be happy with the position so far. Of course, they are going to hope that the next circle comes their way, but again, we're going to have to wait for the BGMI gods to decide their fate. Elsewhere, Soul is going to take on a fight with Kinetic sooner or later, but if in case you missed the action just moments ago, we have the instant replay. There you have it, Shadow. Man, he did have a little shadow of doubt over there, and looks like he is going to pay the heavy price, because it was just a bit too late when he realized, uh-oh, someone is waiting for me right ahead of me, and well, he was taken down, and now looks like a fight is breaking out between Team EXO and UP50.
Now, these two teams, now these are the teams on the bottom of the table. I wouldn't say EXO is over there, but still, you know, they're almost to the bottom of the table, and these two fights are these two teams, this fight is pretty much important for them. UP50 on the other side, they come out in the open at this point of time, but somehow get into fire. No, the vehicle gets stuck, due to which they had to pay the price. One person also gets taken on. Aditya is immediately going to throw some smokes over there to avoid it, but Team EXO has got a hard cover for themselves. They're going to take advantage of this hard cover and try to get as many finish points as possible from far away. It's ACBC versus OR. OR all stuck inside one compound, had to pay a heavy price as ACBC. It's the last nail in the coffin, I believe. That could be the end of OR in case there's no man alive.
Well, I think OR is going to be out, but right now another team is going to follow suit. Wait a second, ladies and gentlemen, this is breaking news. Hyderabad Hydras have been wiped out in the blink of an eye, and well, we did bring up FS Esports moments ago that they had a nice little niche for themselves, and looks like they defended it to the last man. Now, we do have Team MG's Pav Kilo, I do believe. He's trying to make sure that, you know, he gets the better of Soul Goblin, who seems to be in a precarious situation. He is going to deploy smokes. Ooh. I think his position might be given away, because he is lobbing a grenade. If it comes in, that is going to be brilliant. Unfortunately for Goblin, that blew up on the other side of the wall. And, well, looks like this is the best wood you can get for your walls, because Pav Kilo is still alive and kicking.
Yep, he's depending on his weight, is depending to make sure that, you know, he instills himself properly and has the right kind of cover. And it was good to see that, you know, he did go in for the throw. The projectile was visible to Goblin, and slowly that doubt in Goblin's mind made him move away. But at this point of time, he's cooking up a right kind of grenade. This time it's going to be connecting for sure. Let's see whether that's going to be the case. Yes, that is the case. Pavkula gets taken down. Now, what kind of a backup is he going to receive to get revived is going to be the next big question, as at this point of time, Goblin exactly knows the positions of the other two players, and he's going to take advantage of the smoke and, you know, get all those throwables for himself.
Well, the thing is, as far as Team MG is concerned, buddy, they only have one man standing. Ghosty is the last man alive, and looks like his position is given away again. Goblin is up in previous ways. He hears the vehicle in the distance. He doesn't need sight. He just needs his sound. He lets loose a few shots, and I have a little bit of a question. Now, I want to talk about Pav Kilo right now.
Yep.
He knew that the grenade that was chucked at him previously just missed him by a matter of inches, yet he still stayed in that shack. I mean, maybe he should have, you know, gone around it, but again, you know, buts and ifs, we're not going to do that right now. We're going to leave that for the analysis later. I do believe they could have avoided that situation, but now Ghosty is in a ghastly situation, as he's the last man standing for his team, and well, let's see where the circle is going to take us, and the boys from Big Brothers are still going to be a happy bunch.
Not only Big Brothers, it's going to be Blind, Kinetic, Team EXO. What did we speak about Team EXO, right? It's Sensei always allowing his teammates to come in the 5th circle or the 6th circle right to the dead center, or probably have more terrain for themselves to fight around with. But yeah, we did think about this, right? We did know that Soul today is going to be playing on the peripheries, and we were able to see that they are actually playing in the corners, except due to which they're playing a heavy price. One player already down for them. There is Team Connected right in front of them, who kind of have a vague idea of, you know, there's a team pushing in towards them.
keep an eye on one thing. Now, of course, we do see a couple of members of Soul, but one of them is missing. Now, Goblin is going to be making sure he takes the charge. Hector is going on a little bit of a flank. Now, this is where Team Kinetic, if they are focused, if they have those blinders on, they're only going to be looking in this one direction because grenades are going to go boom. That almost got the better of him, but unfortunately, God, well, looks like the Almighty is shining down upon him because he is still alive and kicking, and Goblin, against all odds, had a few shots fired at him, but gets out of harm's way in the nick of time. Now, Hector is going to come back. We did mention he is on the flank, and this is where he can be most dangerous. Elsewhere, 7C Esports once again opening things up as Clutch is brought down to his knees and put 6 feet under.
BB on the other side are being a blessing in disguise for the side of Team Soul, as Creep has taken it up against the side of Team Kinetic. He has done the damage. I did see that, there was one person getting taken out, but somewhere far away we can see another fight breaking out. It's Blind versus UP50. UP50 at this point of time in a very vulnerable position, as Deadpool knows his exact location. He's waiting for those pixels to come out. He sees the projectile, eventually falls back. He's got some hard cover for himself, right? So now he's going to heal up to his fullest potential, re-strategize himself and try to come in, but BBs have a little bit of a view to this fight. They can do the third party.
Well, they are done. Speaking of third party, another one is going to bite the dust, and Blind Esports are going to be the ones who get the last laugh over here, as they do get that to themselves. But now the thing is, Hellguard is going to be opening up on their position. That is a grenade. Oh my goodness, 2 members of Walkout could have been down on their knees. The Canary is going to be singing about Rockstar and Jadu does have magic in his fingers because he blew one up while Canary burned Ubra to a crisp, and looks like another one is going to go out this time. It is going to be Team MG, I do believe, if I'm not wrong, who were taken out. But again, all carnage is going to be let loose. Jadu with another grenade. He knows someone is going to be hiding in that broken down cafe. The enemies are going to go around. There you have the push.
Oh, nice.
Jadu gets one. Now there's only one man standing inside. Can he do something? Unfortunately, they aren't walking out this time. They're going to go out and coffins elsewhere. 7C Esports once again, buddy, holding down the fort, making sure whatever comes their way is going to be decimated.
7 finishes is what they've got so far. Savitar and Sarang still on their feet. Is going to revive their teammates, and this is what happens when you stick together in the map of Erangel, right? So I was wanting this 7Cs to be visible yesterday, but I know it's not late for them, as they've started off in a very good way. They're prioritizing the zone again, respecting it. We can see them already. Spokes are going to be coming in. The vehicles are intact. They're going to eventually take those vehicles and make it inside the circle. But Kinetic at this point of time holding that corners. They know that there's a team right in front of them. They're still not let go of their backs, and that's the best part. Team Soul also knows that they can strike them when the time is right. They still have Goblin alive. The throwables which he can use off and give that initial knock if required. That's going to be the case. But God on the other side is going to be lofting a grenade at this point of time, in which Goblin gets taken down. This is an opportunity for Kinetic to also obviously revive one of their teammates, but also go in for a fight, as Soul is going to get third party from far away.
Well, they better be careful because now Soul is going to come in, and looks like Akshay is going to take the fight. Unfortunately, he jumped into the vehicle, and well, Hector goes down because Bayo is going to be charged with some kinetic energy as he makes sure he keeps the momentum going elsewhere. We're going to come back to that because 7C are now taking the fight to Blind. One of the members is going to be taken down, and as well as Savitar, he is still on his knees, but now Zaddy knows exactly where he is. He throws that low toss grenade, and well, Savitar, you better move away quick, otherwise you are going to be blown to smithereens. Still surviving, and now Sarang is going to be putting on the pressure. There you have it. Zaddy is going to be taken out of the equation. That means only one man stands. That man is Deadpool. Well, that's Deadpool's down too.
Oh no!
There you have it. A pop shot connects, and well, you said it, buddy. 7C Esports are here with a vengeance.
10 finishes is what they have so far, but still they're not stopping right now. The best part about them, one man keeps standing, is going to be reviving the others, but EXO is trying to come in. Sensa is kind of toppled at this point of time. Can Spray got take advantage of it? Probably he did, but he's going to be welcoming the rest of the teams of Team EXO at the vulnerable point. I know Team EXO is going to strike when the iron is hot, and they do, as they get 7 finishes for themselves, 7 Cs. Kind of, they did not expect a third party to be coming so early.
That was a bit too quick. They did try the best. Oh, that's a beautiful grenade. Rockstar is going to be rocking in his seat right about now as well. That little shrapnel is going to shred him to pieces now. Zen Opie with the follow-up grenades. Canary could be in trouble. Canary's HP is a bit too low, and if he is caught in the crossfire, well, looks like it's not going to be a grenade, but Fierce from Team EXO, who's going to be shooting him in the back, and that means only Jadu is the last man standing for our esports. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, 4 teams alive, 12 people still vying to run away with that chicken dinner.
And Team EXO on the other corner, we can see in the minimap, they have the more of the real estate. They're trying to spread around. be taking the advantage of the man advantage as well as the, the whole of terrain itself. And Fierce knows exactly the location. They know nobody's going to backstab them. So obviously it's the frontal battle they'll be looking out for. They have Kinetic from one corner. They have another team on to the left. But look at this. Jadoo could be that unwanted taunt. He's got 11 medkits for himself. He's going on healing himself until the final one will be coming into the question. That is when he'll be trying to take that fight towards the side of Team EXO. And at that time, if Team EXO is taking another fight, it's going to be turned wrong for them. But they have a vague idea.
They have a vague idea. Also, have a look at the terrain, right? They have the nice little ridge to play around with. Big brothers aren't really going to be an issue right now because they're going to have to take the fight to Team Kinetic before they challenge Team EXO. 8 finishes. These boys are definitely looking good. And now smokes are going to be deployed because I do believe Fierce wants to make sure the flank A is secure and B, he can get as much information as he can. Now, it is going to be a bit of a 3-way because I am going to assume that, Jadoo at some point he's going to run out of meds and, well, either the blue zone will snuff his life out or one of the members from EXO who is keeping a keen eye on him is going to do the damage before now. Zenobi. Oh, he's lost the enemy and he almost gets the knock, but looks like Onyx hit the deck in the nick of time.
Absolutely. Now, big brothers have become a patty in the sandwich. Obviously, both the sides they keep pushing in. One is going to be connected. The other one is going to be Team EXO at this point of time. The location of both the players have been compromised, right? So Fear kind of knows there's a player right in front of him. There it is. That's a backup. You need to stick together, and this is what is going to be advantages for you. And from behind, as you said, it's going to be Jadoo. When there is a third party, that is when it's going to be the ugly Thorn. Does the damage against them. 2 player gets taken on from Team EXO, but that's not going to bother them as they know it's just 2 men standing from the other side as well. They're going to go in for a revival probably. In case they do, they'll have a man advantage. No! There's already be a person on a street. I'm so sorry.
He's on his feet indeed, and now another one is going to follow suit. And, well, we only have 1 man standing as far as Team Kinetic is concerned. And, well, let's see if KU can do something over here because, well, ladies and gentlemen, we're talking about Team EXO being the on the table right now. They've made a statement. Winner, winner, chicken dinner is going to go their way. And let me tell you one thing. 12 finishes is amazing start to the day for them.
Absolutely. I mean, they were looking for something like this, right? Yesterday, nothing went their favor. They were so unhappy with the kind of rotations they were getting. But today, everything is falling in place. 27 points from the first match itself. And that's a very, very good thing. And this is...
Well, I guess, maybe I'll complete it. This is, of course, the post-match segment powered by Loco. Of course, we are going to have the point standings coming up first. Team EXO at the tippity top, 27 points, 12 of which came via finishes.
Now, 7Cs on the other hand, they relied on finish points, and that's why they placed themselves on the 4th position. With just 6 position points, they're able to put up 16 points, and this is what finish points can do for you.
Speaking of 7Cs, let me tell you one thing. They were looking good. Now, of course, they had 3 men down on the knees, and, one can only do so much when a team like EXO comes your way. But again, that's what the game is about. You've got to be vigilant 24/7. But if you have a look, our Esports, boy, oh boy, Jadoo does have some magic in his fingers because, A, he did get a finish at the end, and also, you got to keep in mind, he propelled his team to the 3rd position, which means they walked away with 10 position points.
Now, that's the best part about another lone wolf, which we keep speaking about, like a lone ranger who wants to make sure that, he's got the right kind of medkits if he's outside the circle. Somewhere I felt that, he had got down 2 players, and I was pretty confident about it. But ultimately, the retaliation coming back from Team EXO, they exactly know because of the man advantage.
All right, I want you to guess right now, who is going to be crowned the iQOO MVP from this game? Oh, well.
Before I could spill the beans.
I heard I did hear maybe you were going to say
Sensei, yeah, probably.
From Team EXO, 6 finishes for himself, 704 damage, and boy, oh boy, I mean, again, efficiency is what we are seeing from these lads.
I just love the way this man was able to take this team inside the circles, right? Exactly when it was a most vulnerable point for the side of Team 7Cs. They made a big mistake. They had to put up a smoke or 2 before they went in for the revival. They did not choose to do so, and due to which they had to pay a heavy price.
If you notice one thing, they didn't have the time because remember that Buggy kind of backed in down, so he thought, wait a second, they're coming to finish me. Again, you couldn't really do anything, but now what we can do is show you the top 5 leaders from this game, and I like one thing. Of course, at either end, you have boys from Team EXO. You have Sensei leading the charge with 6 finishes, Punk at the end with 3, and, well, we have newcomers on our screens this time. Scream from BB is going to be finishing with 4 finishes for himself. 7C Spray God has 4, and, well, K47 has 4 for himself as well. I like the fact that it's evenly spread out.
Yep, but the damage is also almost pretty close to one another for the first three. But in the final two players, on the other hand, they were more clinical comparatively to the first three players. We do understand, but we can see that the survival time is something which is different over here. FS on the other side have just got 17 minutes for themselves. With Spray God has got 22. Yeah, we'll be looking at the match summary to understand much more better. As 61 finishes is what in total came out over here. 12 grenade finishes. Finally, we're able to hit the double digits when it comes to grenade finishes.
In due time, I'm pretty sure I want to see another kind of stat coming up on our screens. I want to see grenade knocks, because that is where numbers are going to be just skyrocketing. But again, you have a look at everything. A lot of healing done in the map, of course. No vehicle finishes, which is all right. It's just the beginning. But now let's have a look at the finish and damage graph over here, because, well, we do have a couple of tall buildings over here. A lot of damage is going to be dished out pretty evenly. However, a couple of teams not really making that much of an impact. OR Esports and Initiative, to name just a couple.
I would like to say that, let's talk about the brighter picture over here. Like Steam, EXO and BB, right?
Oh, yeah.
So both of these squads have done a lot of hard work, right? But 7Cs on the other side was more clinical compared to these teams. 1,540 damage for 10 finishes comparatively to the side of BB, who had a high ground advantage because of the 3-story for themselves, and also they were dead center of the map itself.
And, speaking about 7C, they did hold down that one compound in which they did take out 2 teams. IE was the first one, and I do believe, well, I don't want to be wrong, but there was another team that went and, well, met the same fate. Now, we are going to have the overall standing coming up on our screens, and let's see if somebody's cracked that big century, because, well, we can't expect it. There you have it. Oh, baby. Team Seoul right at the tippity top with 101 points. Finally, we have hit that 100 mark, and, well, that is what we expected from them. Now, the question is, can they hold on to that lead?
I think they can, right? Again, there's a very good balance of finish points and placement points. 50-51 is what we saw. So they are balancing it out unknowingly or knowingly, and they're going to be very happy about it. The second thing is that, as we already read about the strategy, right? Team Seoul thought that, somebody is going to be walking in our footsteps. So let's not go to the dead circle, but rather let's play in the corners or the peripheries of the circle, due to which they had to pay a heavy price. I just hope that they stuck on to the previous strategy, which was working out for them.
Again, we did kind of mention this early on, that usually when you are at the periphery of the circle, right, you can gatekeep a lot easier. But the thing is, the moment you let loose a few shots, everyone inside the circle is going to be, I hear something in that distance. So, your back is going to be exposed, and chances are you might just get shot, well, in your back. So, again, you have to take that little gamble, right? You've got to be ever present in this game. But again, boy, I love the fact it was a good start to the action. The action indeed did start a bit earlier as compared to Erangel yesterday. And, well, they've set the bar high once again for day 2 on League. Well, the stage, the first week of the league. I am fumbling right now. Looks like I just forgot how to English.
I think it's the same with me at this point of time. There's so much of action. There's so much of thoughts running in our head.
So much you want to bring out.
Especially with the statistics, with the kind of strategies these games are bringing out, especially when we were speaking about Team Seoul itself. I know that I'm being like a broken record, always taking their name, but still it was necessary for us to understand what went wrong for them, right? So they're relying too much on Goblin yet again. They want his grenades to actually do that initial knock. They were not, supporting him enough, I believe.
I'm going to disagree with you on that, because again, yes, Goblin is the one who is going to be stealing the show, right? If you get the most finishes, you are going to get all the glory. But again, it's a team game, right? The fact that, Hector did try and go on that flank, which we did kind of bring up at that point. Now, nothing fructified from it. We do get that. However, it could have been a little bit of more pressure. Maybe he could have gone over the ridge just a little bit. Again, they just started out today. They still have 3 more games to play after this. And, well, let's see if they come back stronger. However, a couple of teams, I love the fact that, well, 7C Esports, they finally stepped up to the plate. Right, Hyderabad Hydras were the second team that hit their compound, and, well, they were wiped out in the blink of an eye. I'm sure we are going to see that in the highlights in due time. But again, what stood out for you, except Seoul, because, we have talked about them, what stood out for you? Let me pick a team right now. Team EXO, how did they get this chicken dinner?
the rotations were perfect. You know, that is what was lacking for them yesterday. The rotations were not like, you know, they were actually hitting the right places. They were either getting taken on due to rotation classes. Today, that was not the case. They knew exactly where to be. It was always the hard compounds which they were looking out for. And finally, when they knew there is no more hard compounds, they depended on the dunes or some hard covers, especially when they pushed in towards the side of 7Cs. They knew that that is where they want to be, because both the sides there's cover. One side there's a ridge, and one side there is some stones in which they can take cover with. So I believe that, you know, they were in the right position at the right time.
So I just had a weird thought in my mind right now. Now, of course, we did see on our screen. I'm just going to bring my mic a bit closer. Ah, there you go. I can hear myself again. Now, you know, when I do believe it was Sensei who backed his buggy down, do you think he did it on purpose? Because, of course, you know, you have that metal plate at the back to protect you from whoever was shooting from atop the other side of the ridge. Team Kinetic had that position. I don't know. That thought just popped in. Could that have been the reason?
I would have agreed to this in case I had not seen that buggy topple around as it made its way towards the side of 7Cs. But rather, as soon as he knew that, you know, I've come over a ridge and now the shots cannot be connected from the side of Kinetic, but still, he did not have control over his buggy, which became a blessing in disguise for him. And suddenly when Spray God was trying to spray him down, it's just that it was going all berserk that he went and landed in a very good position. And that gave an opportunity for his teammates to come in and strike. But at the same time, yes, just in case there were one or two smokes lying around for 7Cs, the story could have been a little more different. Probably he wouldn't have dared to go spray around, but rather, you know, revived his teammate and allowed for them to go in for more revivals as he would have used the throwables or so.
I'm just trying to figure out how much time elapsed between the squad wipe as far as you know, 7Cs is concerned, and when that first buggy came crashing in. Because of course, the sound, he had a visual as well, right?
Yep.
He saw the buggy come down, and he was trying to revive his teammate, but again, he's like, uh-oh, here he comes. So he gets up, aims, lets loose a few shots, almost gets the knock, but then the remaining members from Team XO came atop and, well, finished 7C over there. But again, you know, buts and ifs, and yeah, maybe a couple of smokes could have helped, but I believe there wasn't really enough time.
Probably it was no time or no resources. No proper farming also. They did not have any kind of throwables. Or his teammates would have had those throwables and he was asking them to drop one or two before going for it. And later he realized that, no, I'm wasting time. Let me go in for a revival rather. But you know what, I feel they could have actually gone behind the stone rather than staying over there.
I know where the smokes went because they did make a dash for it on foot. From that compound to that road, to that little roadblock. So, you know, they did deploy about at least like 8 to 10 smokes over there. So, you know, maybe the utilities could have been depleted. And maybe, of course, you know, they were relying on the fact that, hey, we're going to wipe out an entire squad. We are going to loot their corpses. But again, like you said, you know, Team XO, they didn't give them a little bit of a chance. Nothing. Nada.
Yeah, and one thing which I loved about Team XO was, you know, even though they knew that there was one person over there, Jadu was behind the compound, they didn't let go of his side. They were just holding it out. And somewhere when they felt that, no, we're wasting too much time, we're just going to spread around the terrain and we're going to be looking forward. If in case he comes out, dares to, you know, take a player down, that is when we're going to turn around and all four of us shoot in one direction to take him down. And they did it successfully. Even though they lost a player, they knew they had nothing else to lose. So,
well, they of course had nothing else to lose, and you can stand a chance for nothing else to lose if you ever had your hands on this bad boy. Let me tell you one thing, this packs quite a punch. Don't take my word for it. Let's listen to our sponsors, iQOO Neo 6.
To make every day the best of my life. To strive for more, to beat my own score. To get that encore. I've got this. I've got the power to do more, see more, be more. I've got the power to win. I've got the power.
Watch it, earn it.
I love that. We had a little bit of a twist. What are you waiting for? Because, well, if you want to start your esports journey, all you have to do is hit up Loco. And, well, maybe you are going to make a lot of fans go Loco as well over you. But again, I love the fact that, you know, we had an amazing action-packed start to the day. And the next map is going to be in the deserts of Miramar. And, of course, you know, one of us is going to be stepping away. And there's a guy who we all know, again, you know, he likes calling himself daddy. But again, he needs to get over that, right?
Obviously, like,
Why
but
do you think he does that so much?
I keep wondering why. I've still not got the answer for
I can
myself.
see him from the corner of my eye right now, just giving me the stares. But, you know, in case you missed any of the action, keep in mind, we are punctual. We are always going to go live at the same time. But there you have it. We have the highlights coming up. And it looks like IE had that one man down over there. And 7C, they came in hot.
Oh, this was the moment where I really loved the way Spray God came out of his comfort zone. He knew that today his crosshairs and his recoil was working perfectly, and that's why he dared to come out. One grenade, one side, and then it was a knock with the bullets as well. But ultimately, it was Hyderabad Hydras over here, you know, almost losing a player. But ultimately, they had a very good backup from the other teammates. It was MG on the other side. One off-angle player did all the difference.
All the difference over here, and of course we did see a couple of times Shadow as he finally was taken down. Now this was when ACBC took on OR Esports, and well, when 4 guns are trained at you, or 3 in this case, chances are you are going to meet your maker as well. K47 did have a good time with the grenades. Look at that, he tried to keep them at bay, and well, the last duck, the last bullet before it hit the concrete did the job. And from the distance again, you gotta be careful, because anything can happen. Now this is what I was talking about.
Yep.
Now Palfkulo, he did have a couple of grenades thrown at him from Goblin. Maybe, what do you think? He should have moved a bit further back.
Now, somewhere I feel that, you know, he was pretty confident about, you know, what he's going to do. But ultimately, yes, the projectile, he could have heard the sound also coming in towards him. Or he did have a vision about the opponents going in for the throwable as well. But before we step into that fight, let's look at what happened over here, where Blind was having a very, very good time. Where Big Brothers, this was the moment where I really felt that Big Brothers could dominate from here on. But then they changed the position of FS coming in a bit more closer, and they had a divided attention. Let's not forget our esports, Jadu on the other hand, those grenades.
We did see grenades and Canary with the follow-up Molotov, making sure that Walkouts, well, like we said, they are going to be living in coffins in this game. Now, there you have it. This UMP shot is going to be perfect again. Teamwork makes the dream work. He almost got knocked out, but this is what we were talking about. Now, in comes another team, and
Nigma
7C Esports, Nigma Galaxy, I beg your pardon, were the ones that they wiped out. They held the ground. Aladdin was brought down. However, Sabathar and the boys were on hand to make sure they were still a 4-man roster. Now, this is where Soul Goblin, he does get that little bit of a knock over there, but I do believe he overstepped just a little bit, exposed himself, and, well, that grenade was already coming his way because, well, sound sense is something each and every player can have.
Yeah, but I think they delayed this fight. You know, they could have capitalized on one person already getting taken down. But BO on the other side, he exactly knew. You heard his ears were his eyes, and exactly one person at a time is what he dealt with, and he finished the job off so perfectly. Now, Blind versus 7Cs.
Break this down for us.
Yeah, Blind versus 7Cs. You see, throwables are all in. They're all relying on throwables as well. As far as Spray God was concerned, he was all going in and take them down. Now here, he's going in for a revival, but cancels it. You see, Sensei came in with a little bit of a tumbling over there. Then ultimately he said that there are players right in front of him, and one person, Snacks, just goes right into his face. And then eventually it was not only a cover fire, but also his teammate from far away finishing things off.
Well, that is how the cookie crumbled in this case, and well, the last few fights taking place over here, Canary and his teammate were brought down, and of course Jabu, keep an eye on him, because he's going to be all by his lonesome behind cover of that wall, and well, he did get his team to the 3rd position. Now this little fight over here, BB, oh boy, they just kind of got caught between a rock and a hard place, because at one end you have, well, our Esports shooting at you, you have Team EXO shooting at you, and at the other end Team Kinetic were doing their best, and now Jabu knows that was it. With the last bullet, the last breath, he finally gets an extra finish for his team.
Now, there was a point where he could have made Team EXO completely vulnerable, but the retaliation coming in from the side of Team EXO, you know, holding that ridge, trying to play only with the horizon, you know, they didn't want to expose themselves too much. It was like my crosshair was more than enough if I stick at this corner, and they took advantage of that and took down the opponents. And we all know there's a grass, right? There's a little bit of a grass, so you do come out a little. You're going to be hidden in some way or the other.
You are going to be hidden, but again, you know, everything makes sound, right? You might hit a little rustling of the
Yep.
blades of grass over there, or you might just see a little bit of something shining off. Wait a second, I should not see something glinting off the surface, because let me tell you one thing, it's helped me out in the past. You know, I mean, if again you have one of these bad boys in your hands, you know, you are going to play at the higher graphics. If you're just a casual player, you can spot out quite a lot, and you know, sometimes those helmets, they give off a nice little shine, and well, you know exactly where the enemy is lurking. But again, now let's just quickly talk about Miramar.
Yep.
It is going to be Group A taking on Group C, and we are going to have a little bit of a shuffle. But again, for Group C, since they just played this last round, what are they going to be doing over there?
I think that they're going to continue domination, because that is the most important thing. Most
The
of
group
these
looks
teams,
good.
most of these teams have not performed that well yesterday. So all of them have picked up the pace. You know, they've hit the pedal properly. So they want to continue racing through to make sure they cross the line by the first 2 games itself. So that with that heavy work done in the first 2 games, the rest of the games they can kind of chill out and play for placement points and try to bring that balance of finish points and placement points.
I mean, that's what life is about as well. It's all about balance, right? And I guess in the BMPS, it's also about balance, finishes, and placement. But again, I know we keep beating around the same bush every now and then. I like the fact that the big dogs are finally waking up.
Yep, agreed on this point. But at the same time, there are a few big dogs who played so well yesterday are also not able to catch up to the intensity which is taking place on the battleground itself. But also at the same time, there are a few other teams, right? So let's look at Big Brothers at one point of time. Let's look at the side of our Esports at one corner. So all of these teams are also picking up the pace, and we all know Big Brothers are in the 10th position. Our Esports rather were on the top as always. So these are the teams in the middle fray. They're like, let's keep up that momentum which we had yesterday. Go for that average points, not more, not less.
Not more, not less. And of course, a couple of names are still going to be coming in, because, well, Group A is now going to be joining the fray. But before we get to any pre-game segments, Global Esports and Enigma Gaming are going to be coming up next. Now, the thing is, they obviously have been watching. They've obviously been preparing. And do you think they're going to, well, do something different as compared to yesterday?
They had finish points. Both of these teams had an average of a total of 7 finish points together, right? So they have to make sure that they place themselves right now. They know the firepower is working out. Now it's all about, trying to predict the circle or try to give the right spot. The IGL has to place them in the right spot. I love their assaulters to pick up more finishes for themselves. So somewhere I believe that's going to be the case. As you can see that EXO is also doing the same thing. 7Cs are also doing the same thing. So we can expect teams on the bottom. Also, probably this is the speculation coming in from my side.
So is this like a thing? Because I've noticed this in the past as well, right? I mean, the well-established teams, the ones who, again, like I said, maybe they have that performance anxiety, because, again, there are thousands and thousands of people watching and rooting for them, and I'm sure there's a lot of them amongst our viewers right now as well. So I guess that pressure does kind of mount up. So I guess once you have a little bit of a good sleep or whatever, they come back swinging. But now, let's just quickly have a look at the overall standings once again and see where all your favorite teams are going to be.
Oh, right on the top is going to be Team Soul with, yesterday's 2 winner chicken dinner, but they got a little bit of a points today. They were 96 yesterday, so we can say 5 points is all they could rake up. 101 points, the first team to cross the 3-pointers, 3 digits, I'm so sorry, in the points table itself. Then it's going to be Autobotz. Obviously, they have another match to go, so if they have the same consistency going on, probably they can outnumber the side of Team Soul. Let's see whether that's going to be the case.
Well, we are going to have to wait and watch if that is going to be the case. And the Hyderabad Hydras this time around, they had a little bit of fumble. But I like the fact that they did manage to get that 1 finish point. Oh, I think it was a finish point. Oh, was it a position point? It was a position point, if I'm not wrong. So, it's all about the balance. 25-25 makes 50. I love that. Of course, you're going to love those numbers as well.
Absolutely. Now, just imagine Team EXO. Yesterday they were at the 15th position, and with so many points adding up, they've come up to the 5th position. That leap coming in from the 15th to the 5th shows that one good game is more than enough for you in case you know the timing of this tournament. So from the get-go, if you know what you're doing well, and before we hit the double digit when it comes to the number of matches played, if you're doing some good hard work, you still have a chance to come in the top 10 and keep yourself safe to get through to the next round.
Well, that is going to be the case, and let's have a look at the second page of the overall standings, because we are going to have a few ups and a few downs, as our Esports are going to be climbing the leaderboard as well. They're going to be sitting in the 9th position with a total of 44 points. Our Esports are going to slip just a little bit, but again, you know, I expect this team to come back swinging. Now, Retribution, although they have a chicken dinner, they find themselves in a bit of a slump, but again, they haven't played a game today. Let's see what they bring to the table in the next game.
Yeah, just one game. This is what we were saying, right? So let's see how that is going to be. But I'm really looking forward for the teams over here who need to pick it up. Just 7 sees 23rd position to the 17th position just by one good game. Again, shows that, you know, there's still a chance, still a ray of hope for all these teams to actually wake up. Initiative Academy, I know that, you know, it's a hard phase for them, but Global Esports and Enigma, as you correctly pointed out, even GOG and Esports Wala at the same time, if they have just a 20-pointer or an 18-pointer game for themselves, they can easily come into the top 15.
They can easily do that, and of course they are going to be coming up next. So if you do support them, well, you better stay tuned and support your favorite team. Now, again, I like the fact we just talked about 7C, right? They had a massive jump. A couple of other teams did as well, and you know, things are looking good. This, after all, is the Pro Series, and all of these guys, they've made it over here. You know, some of them have struggled, some of them have been, you know, doing so in the past as well. And I love the fact that, you know, it's a clash of titans almost as far as BMPS is concerned. But again, exciting times, and the best thing is it's just day 2.
Yep, and this is where, you know, that is the reason why I said I'm so excited from the get-go itself. I knew that it's going to be more bombastic. I did not expect grenade finishes to be so high in the first game itself. So let's see how that's going to be in the map of Miramar, because we can get to know the grenadiers of all the other teams have woken up. Yesterday it was just one team, right? It was from the side of Team Soul, where Goblin was actually doing that, you know, throwables. The projectile was so perfect. He had information before he cooked a grenade last time, but this time it was like he was cooking up a grenade not having complete information, but rather half information, and that is why he had to pay the price probably.
Well, again, you know, we all make mistakes, and the thing is how we get back up and whether we learn from these mistakes. Now, we are going to be getting underway with the next match coming up, but before that, let's just do something for all you lovely viewers. Now, I'm sure you are going to know one thing. We are going to be having a little bit of a giveaway, and you stand a chance to meet all, to you know, get all this merchandise. You have the t-shirts, you have the bottles, but all you have to do is something very particular, which Arka is going to take us through the steps.
Yep, you have to go to the Esports channel. So BGMI Esports channel, you can find it on YouTube. Over there's going to be a poll going on. So in case, let's say that, you know, you're going to be selecting a team, telling that they're going to be on the top of the table by the end of the day, and they do come in. And the way you're going to vote out is just hashtag your team name, whichever team you feel it is. So in case your team does come on the top by the end of the day, so 3 of those people who have cheered for this team will be selected, and they'll be handed these goodies.
Well, I think we are going to be giving it to a few more than 3. Maybe let's do one thing. Let's wait, my math is not going to be right. Let's just increase the number. How about we give away it to 10 people or something, right? Let's do something like that. Again, this is going to happen every single day, and all you have to do is, well, predict who's going to be on the top, right? I mean, it doesn't really have to be your favorite team. Let's see how smart you are, because I'm pretty sure most of it is going to be hashtag Soul. But you know what? Now what we're going to do is we're going to be heading over to the pre-match segment powered by Loco. And, well, I guess I'm going to let Arka take over, because I'm going to see you in the next game.
Oh yes, the next map is going to be A versus C, which is going to be one of the most strongest of these teams facing off. It's going to be Global, INS, Hydra, ATZ, and then we have RTR, GOG, and Enigma, as well as WSF coming back into the fray. On the desk joining me is Fixes. At this point of time, a lot of analysis is left out from the first game, I believe, because I saw you were jotting down a lot of things. You know, probably you were finding mistakes on what we were saying as well, because I know that, you know, you have this tendency of telling us few things, and it blows my mind every time you come and tell me that I was wrong. I wouldn't have thought even in that angle. So first thing is going to be that mistake coming in from the side of Team Soul, or was it Kinetic was thinking they had moved 2 points better than them?
So it's always a different perspective, right? Now you guys were inside the action, you're watching it all out. Of course, I'm going to get to that, because there were so many things that happened in the first game of Erangel, but primarily it had to do with how the circle really shifted. That
exactly.
The teams had so much trouble, you know, dealing with, but you're not going to have any trouble dealing with this phone. It's absolutely perfect. As our friends from iQOO have a special message for you guys just about now.
I've got the power to make every day the best of my life. To strive for more, to beat my own score. To get that encore. I've got this. I've got the power to do more, see more, be more. I've got the power to win.
Oh my god, power to win it is. You need the power, right? You just can't get into a tournament with a not a proper device and then expect to perform to the best. But this is one device you want to carry when you're playing professionally. But at the same time, it's not only about that. There is more for you guys. You can get your hands on this beautiful device, and there's a procedure for it.
Yeah.
And I believe that, you know, today you're going to be doing the honors of telling us how to do it.
Of course, this time it's going to be on Amazon. All you've got to do is onto your app, search for iQOO Neo 6, and then you've got to click on Please Notify Me, and 3 lucky winners, I must say, are going to be declared the victors, the recipients of this beautiful device, which is premium at the same time, feels premium, and once you start getting into the battlegrounds itself, does give you that nice feel. But at the same time, talking about what really happened, of course, Team Soul made a few mistakes, but this was something that I really speculated, right? Today is going to be the day of comebacks. There were a few mistakes made here and there, but I really loved how 7C and Team EXO approached the circle, especially Team EXO, right? Whatever wrong things they did yesterday was fixed tonight. And yeah, a little bit of a complacency, not looking out for that one last bugger from our Esports. Jadu had his fair share of those finishes out there. But even for the big brothers, I mean, considering how they've been playing lately, Scream has been one of the players to really watch out for, because, you know, out of the top 4 that we have, we've got 3 players from Team Soul, and there we've got 1 player from Big Brothers. It's going to be Scream. He is making his way up, but there is a few substitutes being made over. UP50 having made a few changes out here. So of course, Aditya gonna be stepping out. We've got Ranveer joining the fray. Now we do have teams from Group A also coming in. You know, Group B gonna sit it out. Group C has been the strongest group so far with the way they've been performing. You know, we expected Team EXO to make a comeback, 7C as a matter of fact, but now the buck stops at Global Esports, right? It was a horrendous day 1 for them, and today is where they need to recover a few points.
Yeah, it was not only Global Esports, it was also Enigma, right?
Oh, yeah.
So even they both are together in the rock bottom itself, and we can expect them to perform much better. I'm waiting for Eggy to, you know, pick up the pace as well. Yesterday there were some snipers. Yeah, exactly. Yesterday there were some snipers which he did use. Probably not the right kind of cover fire coming in from his teammates or the kind of backup he was expecting. But we all know, right? It's very hard for us to perform every single day. So let's see what's going to happen next, as we're going to be stepping into the map of Miramar, looking at it one last time. And one thing which can learn just by looking at is, you know, to understand how the topography actually is.
Oh yeah, I mean, the beauty shots, right? We've been witnessing this from the iQOO BMPS, and it just keeps getting better. The big city of Los Leones, we do have Team EXO dropping off there, and yesterday, you know, they were quite uncomfortable while they were rotating, while they were taking those fights. That one fight against Team Blind, were completely blindsided by what was really happening, with Team MG also pushing in on them. Snacks did whatever he could, but I feel, you know, today's the EXO that the fans really wanted to see. And yeah, we do have a little bit of a giveaway for the fans out there, and again, a little bit of a reminder, right? Who's gonna win it? You know, Team Soul has a huge lead, but we're gonna be fair and square, right? We're gonna see who stands on top just in day number 2. So, you know, Team EXO has had a really thunderous start, right? I'm pretty much imagining, you know, them to be ending on the top spot. So that's my speculation. So if you've got those hashtag EXOs, you might have a chance to win all those beautiful merchandise that we have, a t-shirt and a sipper. And yes, the count has increased, the numbers have increased. We know you fans are quite zealous towards your teams, and you are showcasing that. But one more thing that I have got to tell you guys, right? There's a little bit of a description on our screens right out there. You've got a form. You've got to fill that one up. Otherwise, I'm going to take it all away, because if we do not know where you live, it's going to come to my place as we set Uncharted into the lands of Miramar. Well, a desert especially, and a flight path trajectory going all the way from the eastern side, from Los Leones to Torrejón. And well, Arca, the teams dropping off on the western side are going to have a really rough start.
Yeah, now we have also seen a new, I wouldn't say meta coming in, but still you could consider it if it continues to do so. That is, few of these teams who tend to go a little long journey but tend to drop down in between where there's some hard covers, pick up guns quickly and make sure if they see some birds up in the air, try to tag them out and push their luck in getting those finish points. But for now, we're going to look at the map of Miramar, who's been doing the hardest of the job. MGX, this is going to be one man to watch out for, right? We all know Goblin has always been in the fray, Deadpool, Capron, oh my god, Omega. Most of these players are over here, and I'm waiting to see who's going to be getting that first blood as well.
I've got to say this, right? Team MG has been one of those unsung heroes that have really come into the BMPS this time around, especially in that Miramar, ensuring they've got really good games. And of course, they've played a lot of Miramar, both of them yesterday. So it's quite inevitable they're going to be on top. I've been loving their rotations. And this one player, Dionysus, has been really impressing all of us. But today, of course, Hyderabad Hydras have got a lot to prove because lately the Miramars have been going their way.
I think that story is going to change today completely, as you had already predicted, right? So it's going to be bounce back for most of these teams. Let's see whether that's going to be the case, as the circle is going to be forming in to the northern side. And somewhere I feel that the circle is again going to be shifting towards the southern side as the day goes forward, because Erangel circle shift, as you correctly pointed out, was something bizarre, right?
Oh yeah, I mean, it's been happening lately, right? We've seen those extremities being shifted out, and it's causing so much problem to all these teams. And that is how, Team Soul kind of went down, right? They were really not anticipating to go so much around the eastern sides. And, well, today Kinetic have gotten their sweet revenge, right? If you remember, it was the map of Miramar where Goblin just went ham, wiping all the 4 players of Team Kinetic all by his lonesome. So they had something to prove, which I believe they did. But Team EXO, they were so surreal, especially every little rotation they took. So opportunistic in their fights. The one against 7C, where they knew that the players were vulnerable, they were injured, they were bleeding right on their knees, and that was the right time to strike, right time to attack. They'd been playing around the eastern peripheries, where majority of the cleanups had already been done. Having that high ground advantage, spotting out the other players as well, and knowing that now this area is vacant, make the right move, make the right rotation. But this is again another of those teams, right? Autobotz, Esports, they had their trial by fire throughout the iQOO BMOC. If they've made it so far, they're the one teams that have a 50-50 winning rate, right? Especially having 2 chicken dinners already. This definitely is a team to watch out for.
Yeah, absolutely. Now, one other thing which I want to draw attention at this point of time, there's been a little bit of a change in the drop, right? So we can see Hyderabad Hydras have gone into the northern eastern side of the map completely towards Campo, which I've not seen them before in this tournament, especially. Probably it's too early for us. It's a plan B which they come up with. But at the same time, somewhere that they could have a collision with GOG, right? That is where GOG usually goes. And at the same time, GOG have thought of going towards the side of Los Higos rather. And it looks like, the mindset, the synergy has been starting to sink within the players, within the enemies itself. Yeah, Hyderabad, only Hydras, I believe, right now are also going to go towards the complete northern side of the map itself. So this shows that, there has been a change from yesterday, not only with the game style, but also some drop locations.
You know what? I think there's a little bit of a truce being called between Hyderabad Hydras and GOG, right? You do not mess around over there. It's been there. We've been dropping off. You're going to come. We're going to fight it out. And you might win it, but we're going to make sure that you have some casualties. So it's better to, give that equal amount of respect to both of them and steer off from each other. So it's fair and square. But for global esports, man, I think I was the most disappointed yesterday with how they played, especially considering the kind of a quality of players that they've nurtured, right? Especially Mayavi coming into the roster, building this team from scratch. All these players picked up from different customs, different scrimmages that keeps going on outside the official tournaments, and they've picked up a team that is destined to perform, right? They're meant to win. They're hardwired to do that, go for the finishes. But the start hasn't been quite pleasant, right? This is where they turn the tables around. This is where they kind of stage a comeback, like something that Team 7C Esport or Team EXO did in the first game, right? And how do they do that, right? Play like Team Soul, of course, right? You've got to try and look out for the circles. If you have a fight, then take it, because these players do know how to take those fights. These players have got what it takes to go in and win the fights, It's all about applying that extra bit of pressure, and the proper usage of grenades has always been instrumental in Team Soul wiping out all the squads that they've been doing.
Yeah, and that was a reason why, you know, they came a little weak in the previous game as well, right? Goblin never expected a grenade to be cooked opposite to him.
Oh, yeah.
But let's see whether, you know, all the other teams have also picked up to this point that, you know, they'll be starting to find weakness of one another. We all know as soon as day one is done, everybody are going to sit and do their homework, you know, trying to counterattack one another. And it's not like they've all met each other in the path, but they do understand that in case we were in this position, what do we do next? And also, depending on the terrain.
You know, okay, now that you've raised that topic again, Soul versus Kinetic, we've got to talk a little bit about that fight, right?
Yeah.
So what really went wrong for Team Soul as a third person? Because I was watching from the sidelines. I really felt Goblin went in. He was playing around his advantages situation that he loves to be the one making the proactive plays. Went in, got that first knock secured. But there was already a pre-cooked nade coming his way because the smokes would drop. And now Kinetic was smart. That the push is now going to come. It's better we just, you know, cook a grenade and throw at their direction. Akshat instantly was in a very dire circumstances. We're going to talk about that a little bit now as we've got a substitute from UP50 finally in action. Ranveer had a chance, could have gone after Retribution RTR, but yes, coming back to the discussion that we were having. So in that moment, you know, it was also clear the big brothers fighting it out from the right side as Ranveer does have a little bit of a view, rattles all those bullets from his AKM at Retro S24, but his Lamborghini does survive, but is Craniacs gonna make it out alive as this play keeps on going? But it's just one play, it's gonna be
it
Sarkar on
does!
the other end. Draws first blood, and UP50 finally get a little bit of a respite. But yeah, coming back, you know, Big Brother Esports,
Yeah.
they had the perfect angle. Now, Hector, he wanted to go in that situation, but he was getting shot from elsewhere.
Yep.
Eventually got finished down. Now, what Team Soul could have done was, they knew that Big Brother was on the other side. They could have built up a smoke path from there so that, you know, you could have Hector and Akshat also pushing it together. Now, you're asking Goblin to push on the front lines. You've got to make sure there's someone on the back. As we're talking about Team Soul, here they are taking a fight.
I just hope they aren't at this point of time, because rotation clashes is one thing they want to avoid, and so will the side of 7Cs think the same. And I do understand, you know, 7Cs at this point of time, they want to prioritize the zone, you know, try to get to the dead center of it. We can see Enigma is actually trying to do the same at this point of time, and also the side of Hydras as well. So most of these teams have picked up from yesterday's games that, you know, we're going to prioritize the zone, get to the right dead center of it as quickly as possible. But rather, Team EXO is going to rely on the same strategy, which was not working out yesterday because a few meters not going their favor. So it's at this point of time we can see that, you know, Team EXO Sensei is coming in late, bringing his team late towards the side of Lostly Honest. It is the second game of the day, but I do understand Team EXO has already started to jot down the equation perfectly.
I think they're doing the same old things, right? Yesterday, even I was analyzing the games on my stream. In that also, I felt, you know, EXO really rotate late inside the circle. And we've been looking at the tendencies of the circle rotating a lot towards the northern side this time around, especially in the map of Miramar. We've seen it going towards those oasis areas, but the circle sort of implodes on itself. It's going to be pretty much a San Martin circle, as the, you know, the team of Autobotz, I feel, has a really good position, right? You've got the southern San Martin hills to guard around. You've got a very good vision. And FS Esports, again, is one of those teams that I'm really looking forward to in this particular map.
Yeah, let's see how they're going to be turning out, because a lot of, I believe that slowly a fan base is building up towards this team. You know,
yeah.
They have been taking down the big dogs itself. So at this point of time, when we look at the circle, we can get to know that it's going to be shrinking right to the center itself. Yet again, San Martin is going to be the dead center of the circle. With that hard compound, we can expect more than one team to actually come in and build their nest around it. But at the same time, I really want to see who's going to be daring to stay at the periphery of the circle, because ultimately we all know from here on the drastic shift towards the north on the south is something some team has to expect.
Yeah, of course. I mean, we're going to be looking out for that curveball, right? There comes a moment where we get to see that as Hydra officials, they're going to be hammered down with all those bullets. Is INS, a little bit of a situation over here, a little bit of a tricky, as FS Esports, they're going to take one player of their team down. But of course, he's going to have no trouble in getting back up unless and until FS just decide to go in for the push. Now, Joker's position has been compromised. This is where I would really want Clutch to try and flatten his stars out.
Absolutely. Now, one other thing which I want to look at right now is going to be Clutch's background, right? He's got that map and he's got some colors written on it, the red and blue and all those things. So they exactly know they're doing their homework, and these are the few things which we observe to get and see, observe to get and know about how things are playing it out. But on the other side, it's going to be HH versus the side of WSF, where we can see that HH has got a little bit of an advantage. They have one last man standing, and that's going to be Bajwa. And we all know, no, he's got a backup ultimately. It's going to be Karan coming in. He's going to get tagged off from somewhere far away as well. It's Maxi having a little bit of an off angle. So X Esports at this point of time, 3-man standing, where I thought that they were just 2-men standing, have gone back. They're going to be re-strategizing at this point of time. The Force footsteps ultimately gave up the location, and Carry was able to drop the grenade in the right corner.
But there you go, the nades are being traded off, and this time it works out in the favor of Esports Wala. WSF strike already taken down. Carry cooking yet another grenade.
Oh, beautiful!
Succeeds as Karan goes kaboom, as Ace Black, understanding where Taco might be hiding, snuffs it out of his hiding spot as Bajwa, the last lonesome survivor. Now he's going to be pushed on the direction.
Oh no!
But still puts a very valiant effort before getting taken down. But mind you, Arka, there was a team trying to shoot from elsewhere who can also join the party right now.
I agree on this point, but Hyderabad Hydras on the other side have equated everything so perfectly that they have 3 men standing and they can retaliate very, very easily. So we do understand that, you know, sometimes when you're going in for a third-party push, it's not at the initial circles, but rather in the final circles, where at the heat of the moment you can take it to your advantage. But I want to see which are the teams to the dead center, which are the teams on the corners, as UP50 at this point of time have just made it inside the circle. Enigma on the other side holding the hardest compound in the circle, making sure that they have height advantage as well. Does the damage with Evo. I mean, Mini 14 with 8x has been that new meta in the map of Miramar.
I mean, it's been there for quite a long time, right? Ever since bolt actions have been replaced, we've been seeing all these players opting for the Mini 14. Now, if you talk about different titles, if you look at the Southeast Asian region, that's where you're going to see a little bit of an increased usage of weapons like SKS or maybe SLR.
Yeah.
But, well, in the national circuit, in the realms of BGMI, it's going to be all about those Mini 14s. And 6 times, 8 times, it's going to all do the job. But yeah, of course, this one little fight where team Hyderabad Hydras completely caught WSF in a really rough position. Nades were being exchanged, and this is the Hyderabad Hydras that we were all wanting to look out for. And this is about the fact that, you know, team Enigma was constantly pressing upon on the players of Hyderabad Hydras. Now with the players having their helmets cracked, it's going to be such a tough task surviving till the very end.
Now, Team Soul again sticking on, staying to the corners of the circle or the peripheries of the circle is something which is still intriguing for me, because I really want to see why they're choosing to do this yet again, where they know that, you know, yesterday's strategy is working out. You only go to plan B in case your plan A starts to fail. But I don't know why they started to go with plan B from the get-go itself.
Because they were having really rough games yesterday in Miramar, right? Every single time you ideally expect Hyderabad Hydras to be the victors, to sort of try to make it in the top 3, where Miramar is their strongest suit. And they haven't really reciprocated it the same way. But for now, Enigma Gaming, they've got a lot to prove again. They've had a little bit of a split, and this is the curveball that we were talking about, ladies and gentlemen. If we could have the map reads in front of us, would give you a more clarity of what's really happening. And 7C continuing their domination from game number 1, as they have one player of GOG knocked out.
Now, they're pretty far away. This is not going to be the fight they want to sustain for a long time. I know they're a bit more closer to the circle. They can just go in and try to gatekeep. But at the same time, we have been understanding this, that once a team gets to know that in our path is another spot waiting it out inside the circle, they tend to go in for a longer rotation. And that is what, you know, 7Cs want to capitalize on. They've almost, they've removed a vehicle as well. So with 2 players on their feet at this point of time, it's going to be hard for the side of GOG to avoid all these things. But Sarang on the other side predicts the right corner, tries to spray them down, does do a chip damage, but ultimately does he feels that, you know, all the 4 players have escaped and he's putting his back against the enemies.
You know, this is what I wanted to see from 7C, really, because I know these players are young, they've got that little fire in them, are just waiting to burst out, and it's going to be inferno all around as COG. Now they've got in a really rough spot over here. Nick, he's got to make a run inside the circle, but how does he do that with 7C? close watch at them as we've got Soul again entering into the fray. They're going to be spotting out the players of 50. Rage God is going to be weighed down with all those bullets. Till the point that his buggy flips over as eventually gets taken down. Courtesy to Akshat as Ranveer. He's going to be making a run for himself in the little coupe he had. And he's going to succeed, but for how long?
Oh my god, on the other side, it's going to be GE trying to pick it up as they eliminate the side of INS and get themselves some finishes. 4 finishes exactly is what they've got. Immediately taken to vehicle, even though it's on fire. They know that, nobody's going to be tagging them out and they're going to be making it inside the circle. But let's not forget, 2 teams are right now outside the circle. That's GE and GOG. Both of these teams love to play for some placement points at this point of time. But rather, Global on the other side looks a bit more offensive today.
Oh yeah, this is what I wanted to see. Esports, right? This is what I had predicted even before the start of the evening. I really wanted to see EXO, Global Esports all making their comeback, and this is what I was talking about, right? The curveball finally hitting, going directly to the certain sides. Now all those teams like Team Soul, 7C, Enigma, UP50, they're going to be battling it out like cats and dogs, while EXO is just going to be waiting for all these teams to come inside the circle. They've got a lot of defending to do as well. They've got a team right beside them as Goblin gets on his marker, find a player out of the players of FS, but now they've got to focus on the objective, right, which is to get inside the circle.
But they're still not bothered about it. They're like, we want some finishes as we're going to make it inside. But at the same time, I see that GOGs were outside the circle itself rather than making it inside. Eventually are going to pay the price for it. They're going to get 2 players have already got, out of the lobby itself. So it's going to be a bitty hard for them to take any kind of fights from here on, but Soul on the other side wants to pick up some finishes and make it inside. Now it's almost a battle which has broken out. It's going to be Enigma versus the side of Kinetic. It's all about throwables initially. Now Avi has got a kind of a big idea as to where Kinetics are placed. He's going to come in and wait for them to make a mistake as BOE sees that location, sees that player, but eventually late. He was a little late. And that's why he had to pay the heavy price.
Yeah, whips the shot and had to pay that hefty price as Avi wanting to just flush out the players of Team Kinetic. KU still safe and sound, but now they're under pressure, but eventually has to burn as RE getting the better out of Team Soul. 2 of the players knocked out elsewhere as God is going to try and lob those grenades, try and stop the push coming in from Team Enigma. This is a really good retreat from the players of Kinetic as they're giving that space, but the shrapnel's coming out, getting the finish secured as Enigma are turning the tides in their favor.
Absolutely. On the other side, GOG was able to put an end for the side for another squad. I believe it was FS, if I'm not wrong. But ultimately, Enigma still relying on this throwable, which was not connected for them yesterday. They have a vague idea, not just a vague idea. I believe they have exact locations of where these all the opponents are placed, and they're trying to put the throwables over there. Eggy on the other side are going to boost up, wait for it. They've lost 2 players amongst all these things. Now a divided attention as well as it's GE trying to tag them out. A very, very good chance for Kinetic to pick up this fight and turn things around.
Well, I mean, the teams that we thought would perform are finally stepping up. Global Esports are off to a really good start. And this is what we needed, right? This is what the G fans needed. As the circle takes yet another ludicrous shift and directly comes into the laps of the players of our Esports as they've got the better out of the players of Team Soul, and this is where even EXO need to move out from their nest, right? They've got Hydras to deal with. Even Team Hydra officials, as a matter of fact, are right beside them. It's going to be a rough move, but Fierce seems to have already caught a really interesting spot as Sensei is going to be battling it out against HH.
Now this is what I love about Team EXO. Immediately respect the zone, try to hold a hard compound or try to push one person, send a person to look out for the best spot in the circle and eventually go in over there. We can see Snacks and Punko is also joining them in, but on the other side, G is going to take advantage of this game which has been longing for a really long time. Throwables are going to be thrown in from their side before they can make it inside the circle as well. I do believe that they're pretty much inside the circle at this point of time.
Oh, look at Eki. Just beside God, and still he has no idea. It did not break a muscle over there, but look at this. Global Esports finally chiming in together as a pack of hyenas in search for blood as they are hungry from yesterday, quenching their thirst as 6 finishes already to their name, 4 players still alive. as now Hyderabad, the Hydras caught in a very precarious position. Striker just tries to come out, a desperate effort, but it's still not a battle done for Team EXO, as Hydra officials are going to be charged right after with Team EXO absolutely going ham at them. It's going to be Sensei making those magical big brain plays, trying to keep them in a sandwich situation.
Now, at the same time, he's given out the information that there's a team over here. Most of them are together, and that is how Team EXO will be concentrating on their next assault towards the side of Team Hydras. Look at that. He's damaged almost 3 players at this point of time. Fierce is going to be cooking up a grenade because he's heard that vehicle coming in closer. He does do the damage, but ultimately it's going to be Sevens. He's probably... No, Sensei yet again coming in, brings down Diamond at this point of time. Another grenade coming in from the side of Punku. They're going to converge towards them like an amoeba and make sure that they pick up all those 4 finishes lying around Hyderabad at this point of time, on the verge of getting eradicated, as EXO is going to be pushing in towards them.
Oh yeah, they're just waiting to beat their makers, pushing in from 2 sides. Hydra, the numbers are dwindling. One after the other. Parv enters inside the corner 6. Oh, is he going to explode? Yes, he does. As Team EXO are relentless. 6 finishes already to their name, as 7C still surviving. 3 players, though Sarang already knocked out. Spraygott lobbing those grenades at the direction of Autobotz, trying to deny them from yet another chicken dinner.
Roaring through the horizons, coming in from the side of a place where, Team EXO is dominating, but on the other side, we were able to see a lot of fights breaking out, and due to which there's going to be Team RTR also getting out of the game itself. No, I know that 70s are also looking a little strong with all 4 men standing, and we have GE with all 4 men standing, EXO with all 4 men standing, and they have the maximum shares of the finishes itself. Team Soul on the other side, one last man. We all know in the map of Miramar, if there is one man standing from this spot, he can do wonders. Now, how much of an opportunity has he got, as it's the deadliest man of them all? It's going to be Goblin standing in this game.
Oh yeah, I mean, they've been surviving from the last 5-6 minutes, right? After the little bit of a clash between the players of Team R Esports, I believe, but Retribution, RTR still quite out in the second win. Does not have enough numbers to really back it up though. But now they're being shot at, creating so much commotion. EXO, they are angry, they're boiling over there, as finally Goblin will be stepping out of his cover. Does he know that Chonu has kept watch over him, as he's getting shot from the players of EXO, eventually to finally meet his makers?
Goblin is going to be blessed at this point of time, obviously, in the eyes of Team EXO, as they've eliminated the only threat he could have had at this point of time. But let's not forget, Global Esports on the other side is trying to push in and make sure that they get a little bit of a hard compound where they can compete with one another. Goblin is going to be cooking up a grenade, reveals his location at this point of time, as Manya is going to be the next person. It's the smokes which is giving out their location. G is looking very, very vulnerable, as R Esports, one good grenade or a spray coming in has put most of the players down. Another grenade comes in, and eventually it's going to be hard for them from here on to recover from this, as RE Canary is going to be very, very happy to pick up those finish points.
Oh, he certainly will be, but he needs to get that revive really quickly, because it's already Team EXO joining the party, as Manya is going to be coming in rescue for his teammates. The grenade time absolutely to perfection, just annihilating the entire squad of Global Esports. And look at Goblin doing the survival, making his team reach to the top 4 out of all expectations. Here he stands. I love that little change of pace, right? Ideally, you want him to be really aggressive, but when the time came, he had to slow it down a little bit, had to ensure that keeps Soul still in contention of that top spot, still gets them those valuable finish and the position points secured, as now EXO looking out for a back-to-back. Look at the spread that they have throughout the map.
Oh yeah, this is the best part about them. They did this in the previous map as well, right? So when it comes to the final circles, they know that Erangel is going to place them perfectly. Kinetic also gets taken down, and there has been that last man standing from the side of Team RE Canary. He's going to be detected as well, and he knows that he'll try to do his best with the throwables, which has been working out in his favor. Just 2 finishes. He's lofting one. He might find one person over there. He does. Oh, with the spray, finds another one. 2 finishes is what going to be raking up, but from 2 directions comes in 2 players. It's going to be Snacks on his left. He's got 2 seconds to heal up. No, that's not going to happen. He's going to be hitting the final nail in the coffin, with the winner chicken dinner going in favor of Team EXO. The second time in a row, can they do the hat trick?
Oh, they certainly can if they keep on playing like this, keep on marching like this. It is going to be hashtag Let's Go everywhere as EXO. There you have it, the the pro segment of this game. Of course, powered by Loco coming in as we head into the post-match standings. EXO this time 11 finish points to their names, 26 points out of this game. But yes, Global Esports, talk about a comeback, and here it is.
You know, I just counted numbers in my mind, if I'm not wrong. 50 plus points in just 2 games. Just imagine where EXO is going to be placing themselves by the end of the day if this is the case. I think they're going to outnumber Team Seoul and make sure they take the top spot. But let's not forget, we have to give the spotlight to Global Esports for that 15 finishes with just 6 position points. As we all know, all those squads which are not having a very good time in the first day have already kicked up their leg. Forget about the placement points. Let's go in for the finish points. And that was Global Esports today.
Oh yeah, this is what we wanted from their side. You know, this is how I wanted Global Esports to play, right? Do not think much. You spot a squad, really go after them. You've got the firepower to back it up. But yeah, of course, Team Kinetic again trying to survive for quite a long time. After that little Sanhok game they had yesterday, managed to get that P2. This time also getting 13 points will of course propel them a few points higher as our Esports yet another consistent game from their side. But Team Seoul has to be Goblin everywhere for the kind of tendency he kind of showed, and this time the little patience, the little resilience paying him off, because had they been eliminated when 2 of the 3 of the players of Team Seoul were eliminated, had he gone then would have been just a 1 point on that position points. Got them that extra 7 points secured, and of course the finishes were there, in turn managing to get Team Seoul to 13 places, 13 points in fact, as the iQOO MVP is going to be Snacks from Team EXO. He had a lot to prove, especially being benched out in the iQOO BMOC's round 4, and here he is back with a banger.
I strongly feel that they did it wantedly. They didn't want to give away the best player out. They didn't want to give the best strategies, and that's why they're held back. But ultimately, clinically is with 100 damage on an average with 5 finishes for himself. Let's not forget G is domination in this game. 6 and 4 finishes coming simultaneously for Nakul and Manya, where we were able to see they were even more clinical, especially for Nakul, right? 446 damage and 515 damage coming in from the side of Manya. Sarang was not left out. 7Cs have also picked it up. I know that they were trying to do most of the damage. They were trying to burn the resources of the opponents, try to put them down, but ultimately they're going to be happy with what they've raked up.
Oh yeah, they're going to be definitely, right? Especially, we've been always talking about the iQOO BMPS to be a long game, right? This is where you've got 3 weeks of action. It was just that one bad day, and tomorrow could be a new start, and that indeed it has been for all these invited teams out there, especially for the ones of EXO. Then of course 7C being consistent along with Global Esports every single time. As we take a look at the match summary, ladies and gentlemen, as not a lot of feelings. It's been pretty standard. Some might argue it's even less than what it used to be in the iQOO BMOC, but Snacks making those long-range finishes. Not quite the Snacks type, but hey, we're up for a few changes.
Yep, 311 coming in, setting up the standards for the first time in BMPS. 7,000 healings, a little less comparatively, but 4 vehicle finishes, right? Oh, yeah. Because we have seen in the map of Miramar, it was always an average of 9,000 healings, if I'm not wrong.
Oh yeah, it was around that 9,000. Like you said, even 4 vehicle finishes did catch my eye out there, right? Something which we do not often see. It's always around 1 or 2. As we take a look at the FT craft and the circle, man. The way the circle has been, changing colors, changing its strides, it kind of baffles me as to what's really happening, especially for all the analysts out there to figure out where is the next circle shift going to be at. And I love it, right? It kind of throws you all back and throws you thinking what's going to happen next. And that is where I really liked how Team EXO performed today, right? They were kind of playing around the peripheries, maintaining that certain spot, still waiting for that one curveball to hit. And even after that, we had another where they had Fierce stationed a little bit ahead from the back, where he really capitalized and had Hydras in Hyderabad. Hydra is in such a clumsy spot.
Now look at this, coming to the second position.
Oh.
It's going to be Team EXO. 2 good games, 2 chicken dinners for themselves, and eventually they're going to be on the second position themselves. I know that, the difference is still 40 points, but I don't think so it's going to be impossible for them. It looks over the horizon. They might grab it up anytime soon, but let's not forget the downfall coming in from the side of Autobotz. 5 matches played. They have a chance to come back to the second position for themselves, but our Esports is also picking up. Hyderabad Hydras kind of going down. It's not going to be disappointment. They're in the top 5. So I think that, they'll play much better after this.
Disappointing by their standards, right? Especially again another match of Miramar where they kind of messed up. They're not going to be happy about it. As we transition into the second page, of course, this is where we're seeing few new teams come in. Global Esports, look at them, finally just stepping up. As it felt, they were kind of languishing down, right? And here they have 31 points collected overall. Just before the start of the evening, they were sitting somewhere around the 10 points marker. So that's a really good thing. Of course, Team MG, I would have expected bigger things out of them, but they still weren't playing in this game, so it's absolutely fine as we head on to the final game, final page, ladies and gentlemen, to find out the ones who were struggling. And this is where we're seeing a majority of the teams that did come in to the BMPS from the qualifiers of the iQOO BMPS.
I'm very happy to say this, that Global Esports slowly jumped up into the 16th spot right after a good game, but ultimately Enigma is going to be suppressed to the 23rd position. Initiative Academy still not able to find the fire for themselves. UP50 on the other side slowly picking it up, and we all know that sometimes we can see a very good comeback coming in from their side. If they go a little offensive like how they were previously, I think that they can also come into the top 15 itself. GOG again getting suppressed. 7 Cs on the other side, where I really felt that they could make a little bit of a difference, especially after such a good game in the map of Erangel. Probably it's the finish points which again did not go in their favor.
It's all right, for 7C. I'm kind of happy with how they're playing, right?
Yeah.
If they keep on continuing playing like this, I'm pretty sure they're gonna get yet another. They're gonna get the first chicken that they've been prying out for so long, right? You keep on hammering down at a point, you're gonna start feeling it. It's about them trying to be a little bit comfortable while engaging in the fights, and position points. They're gonna get it eventually. It's gonna follow suit, right? But for now, Enigma Gaming is where I'm really concerned about, right? As a team, you would expect them to make some better plays. They kind of got into the mix of things. I think it was against the players of Team Kinetic. They were trying to engage, and they did make a few trades, and just for Global Esports to come out of nowhere and finish everyone off.
Yeah, and Global Esports over there stuck really hard.
Oh,
they took
yeah.
down both the squads, and that was
Both
the
of them.
best part. It was not like a blessing in disguise to anybody. And that was a very good rotation coming in from them. So apart from Enigma, what do you have to say about Team GOG? Because ultimately they were going in for a rotation. They got taken down by 7 Cs here and there, but still they were not able to make it inside the circle.
Of course, we're going to talk about GOG, but
Oh,
for
yeah.
now we've
Oh,
got
yeah.
this beautiful phone in our hands, and our friends from iQOO have a special message for you guys just about now.
To make every day the best of my life. To strive for more. To beat my own score. To get that encore. I've got this. I've got the power. To do more. See more. Be more. I've got the power. To win. I've got the power.
Watch it, earn it.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. This beauty, I mean, I'm just not over it yet. I just want to learn more about this. I know very soon that we're going to be giving them more information about this. Yeah, we're going to be welcoming you back to the post segment powered by Loco, and post analysis segment to be specific, because that is now is when we hit the numbers, we tend to understand. So yeah, we were speaking about GOG, right? So what do you have to say about GOG?
You know, before we get into GOG, you mentioned Loco, right? For the viewers out there,
Oh,
India's
yeah.
biggest gaming and live streaming platform, right? You've been catching out all the plays coming out from Sensei. You've been looking out at Mavi stream, looking out at Jonathan Scout. They're all out on Loco. And for all you guys who think that, you know, you're better than them, or maybe you're going to try a fair chance at streaming, there you can join it. And the best part is, you know, you can stream your games, you have fun, at the same time even earn money.
Yep, that's the best part of it all.
Yes.
There's a career which has been built up by this platform itself. So the more details you can get it by just visiting them and trying to see how things work around. You know, visit few streamers as we have already explained about. But yeah, we're going to be coming back into the game itself. In the map of Miramar, there were so many good moments to witness. We're going to be witnessing again in the highlights as we discuss further about the downfall of several teams, as it started off with RTR getting tagged off. You know, he knew that, you know, things were not going fine, but still dared to travel in the same vehicle.
Oh yeah, of course. I mean, Retribution, RTA, kind of out of options. But now I'm gonna finally address your question, right? Fall of GOG, change drop locations, and yesterday the only one good Miramar game we found them to be, you know, at par with all the other teams inside the lobby was Bullet really, you know, stepping on the gun, right? The way he was playing. But today again, it's the same old thing. It's just a lousy start for them. I'm pretty sure if they start getting a little aggressive, because, you know, I've always, you know, considered GOG to be a very versatile squad. They've got what it takes to be consistent. They've got what it takes to be really aggressive at the same time. And them trying to rotate right from the very bottom. Either you rotate very late, like what EXO does, or you rotate pretty early, right? If you're doing something like that in between, you're gonna get caught and picked off.
Yep, UP 50 on the other side had a very, very bad, you know, rotation where Soul concentration of all 4 players against 1 man was also pretty much clear. But GE, you know, I just love the way they took down INS. They had nowhere to go because the sprays of all 3 players or probably 2 players were going in towards one place, and they did not know. They were panicking, and due to which they had to pay a heavy price. Now Team Soul on the other side, this is where the 4th and the 5th finish came in as well. But Enigma and Kinetic, somewhere I really felt that, you know, Enigma could actually dominate with 1 knock with the gun and the other one coming in with this molly, but still they were not able to capitalize on it.
You know, I really felt they could have pushed, right? They could have dropped lots of smokes, you know, just trying to hinder the vision from the other outside teams to kind of try and third party, and should have gone after the players of Kinetic. But not deciding to do that, they had to pay a heavy price. But Hyderabad, Hydras, look at the kind of a situation they were in. They kind of knew that they had already met the makers. Hydra officials, again, a little late to the party. They tried to capitalize on the Hyderabad Hydra situation. Little did they know that it was Team EXO who is getting everything for themselves. But for now, of course, Team Autobotz, well, weren't quite visible throughout the map. But yeah, special commendations going out for Goblin, the one player who survived till the very end. But Global Esports, this is the sort of a punch that I expected from their side, and yes, they delivered.
Yep, completely agreed on that point. But at this point of time, this is where the downfall started off, as our Esports, you know, Hero did the initial, and then some grenades came in, and they were so perfect. We can see that Rockstar from far away was also throwing some grenades. Canary at the nth moment was like, I'm going to land this and see whether that's going to work out with the vehicle coming in to perfection, and GE was out of the game.
Well, yeah, I mean, at that point, it was all about them anticipating, right? There's someone going to come and try and go for the revive, and they knew it. They knew it. Canary waited for the right opportunistic moment.
Oh,
and look at this. He knew he was going down as well, and again managed to pick up 2 knocks out there. Did not have enough time to heal at this time. You can see how the 2 players of EXO are pushing in, right? Snacks already from the left inside of Canary, and then you had Fairs from the other direction, and eventually he knew where his fate lied. But what he did really nice was secure those finishes for himself, get those finish points going, get that second spot, and this is what our Esports also needed to get themselves back. And now they're in the first half of the standings. Now the objective, the ideal objective for all these teams is try and be in that top 16, right, towards the end of the week number 3. So it's basically about building up a cushion, something like Team Soul have done, something like Team EXO have done today, and it kind of comes down to showing how 2 good games where you get chicken dinner skin, completely take you right from the very bottom to the top.
Yeah, two good points for us to witness over there. One is obviously coming in from the last game with the last final fight itself.
Oh, yeah.
Rather than healing outside, if he had gone into the hard compound and gone in for a healing, probably he would have a better chance because Snacks had to rotate a little longer
Yeah.
to get inside, right? Because
Eventually,
Snacks,
he would have bought time, right? If he had gone
Yeah.
inside, Snacks would have just bought time. He wouldn't have pushed and let his other teammate also come in and go in together.
yeah, but the other teammate was so far away. I mean, I'm just
Buying
speculating
time,
that,
buying ifs and buts.
Yeah,
okay.
ifs and buts. Oh, that was one thing which was coming in. And also, Sensei trying to be away, that split position, 3B
yeah.
split
That was a
position,
beautiful play.
that was so good against the team. Just imagine if Sensei had got taken down, the story would have been so different. But ultimately, Sensei knows to be a slithering snake, even in the deserts. And he was able to, strike and give information. That was his major job, and he did that to perfection.
This was a switcheroo this time, right? It is almost on most of the occasions. If you take
Yeah.
a look at the third-party tournaments, we always have Sensei entering into the zone first.
Yeah.
This time it was the other way around, right? He let his players go inside the circle. He was the one who was watching out for Hyderabad Hydras. He was the one looking out for Hydra officials, relaying all that information to his players. And the moment all of them kind of went into go for a head-on battle, that is where Sensei sort of became the X factor, right? He had all those targets right in front of his face. They were fish stuck in a barrel. They had nowhere to run and hide, capitalize, and it was pressing from two sides. And these were the big brain plays that one of the best IGLs of this country had to make. And here you have it, a back-to-back chicken for XO.
I mean, somewhere we thought that, EXO is not coming up with a plan B. There is a plan B sticking out to the same thing of plan A. Just a small tweak, that is Sensei exchanging, his position with Snacks, if I'm not wrong. But ultimately, I really love one last thing which they did. Even though he was far away, he dared to take that initials. And that is the best part about that fight completely.
Now, talking about changing matchups, we have a little bit of a switcheroo with the caster's desk as we transition into the pre-match segment powered by Loco, of course. And now we do have Experiment Gaming joining us. And now he's going to tell you why. People call me Deep Daddy.
Wow.
I mean, of course, settle down, settle down. Now, we do have, of course, teams from Group A and
This
Group
guy,
B
guys.
coming in. And, I was waiting for that moment, right? I was waiting for the moment to come up. Now, what do you have to tell, right? You were watching the match from the sidelines. Group C, they're performing out of their minds, getting back-to-back chicken dinners. But yes, appreciate.
Now, can we address the whole daddy situation first? Because I think
Yeah,
it's
yeah,
getting
yeah.
a bit out of hand right now. What about
Not
you
at
watching at home? I mean, this guy is up to his shenanigans as always. Of course, I'm just kidding. It's always a pleasure working with Fixes. But, I'm going to come back to your question in just a little bit.
Oh, yeah.
This guy. All right, let's do one thing. Now, this entire tournament has been possible because of iQOO and Loco, our official sponsors, and BGMI Crofton to make sure that everyone has a level playing field. Let's have a message from them.
To make every day the best of my life. To strive for more, to beat my own score. To get that encore. I've got this. I've got the power. To do more, see more, be more. I've got the power. To win.
Well, looks like this time it was short and sweet. It was the iQOO Neo 6, of course, and just refresh my memory once again here, Fixes. But before that, let's do one thing. Now, you might see something special on your screen, and, well, looks like we have some giveaways up on Amazon. And let me just tell you right now, if you want to stand a chance to win yourself a brand new iQOO Neo 6, all you have to do is head over to Amazon, right? Search for iQOO Neo 6, participate in the quiz that pops up, and who knows, maybe we might just be casting about them in the not-so-distant future.
Yeah, the BGIS is right around the corner, and that could be a possibility. But I feel we've got a little bit of substitutions also for the map of Sanhok, Retribution making those changes. We've got Doody coming in, and a little bit of a trivia about this player. He is a grenading machine.
Is he
right?
now?
He doesn't just take one in; he takes a couple down. So it's something to look out for.
Well, we have seen one grenade take out 3 yesterday, so again, we have a little challenge
Even
for
today?
the grenadiers even today. yesterday. And also, Esports Walla, We Support Farmers, WSF are making a little substitution as Invader. Let's see if he's going to be invading and conquering all the other teams, is going to be coming in. And Karan, well, we're going to see you in the next few games. But now, again, I'm just going to come back to your question, but I believe you might have a message for all our lovely viewers.
All right, we do have giveaways this time from the BGMI gods themselves, right? You've got the sippers, you've got the t-shirts. How do you participate? Team EXO has already been winning 2 games back to back, and it's all going to decided with just today's match results, ladies and gentlemen. If Team EXO, or if you think there's going to be a comeback from any other team, hashtag them. If it is hashtag EXO, keep them spamming. And one more thing you've got to do is on the BGMI official esports channel, you've got to head out to the description area. There's going to be a little bit of a form that you need to fill up, because no matter if you win, if you haven't filled up your forms, well, I'm going to take it all away. And you know, I love my t-shirts. I love collecting them all. And XP, none of them are going to fit him.
Well, of course, they're actually going to be flowing on me. You just put your own foot in your own mouth right now. But now we are going to be starting off at the ruins in the beautiful tropical island of Sanhok. And, well, buddy, you saw yesterday, it was chaotic. However, it was a little bit of disciplined chaos. It wasn't as, you know, flamboyant and as, well, hectic as we thought Sanhok would be. But do you think that's just because it was the first one?
I think it was, again, a different Sanhok, and lately, like I've been always harping about this, we've got this little new update. It was a Western Sanhok circle, right? Something that we're all privy to. We know how you've got to approach, and it's always been the go-to case with Sanhok. You have to take the center. Try to play around the edges, you would literally get cocked over there, and there's no way out you're going to survive.
Well, speaking of taking the center, we saw one particular team yesterday take the center in the form of Team Kinetic. However, along the periphery, in comes some mischievous goblin, and well, threw their plans out the window. Let's see if something like that is going to happen. Oh my goodness, the definition on that elephant is just beautiful. Again, are you predicting some clashes early on at the Paradise Resort? Are we going to see, well, all that water turn red?
No, all my predictions have already been thrown out the window, considering how teams have kind of made truce with themselves. You know, you're not going to mess up with us. We do not want any sort of vendetta building up from the very start, which is eventually going to come up though. But for now, I mean, of course, we do have teams of Group C sitting this one out. So, yeah, for the fans of Team Soul, EXO, you're going to have to wait a little bit, because now it's going to be A and B.
All right, since Team EXO isn't going to be playing this game, and, you know, of course, they are going to be coming in, I do believe, in the next game or the one after.
Next game,
Now, does that count as a hat-trick if they still win, even though one game has gone in between?
I mean, to each, I do not know, but I think we should consider that. But there we have it, you know. We've got our drinks sorted. We are entering into the rainforest of Sanhok, as it is hot and humid, as the flight path trajectory all the way from Camp Alpha to its Mong Nai doesn't really matter though, because again, a 4x4 map, you can drop anywhere you really desire. But for now, you know, our eyes are going to be prying out for the teams that are going to be colliding against each other.
All right, now, while you all can have a look at the overall standings as far as Sanhok is concerned, Fixes, where would you be dropping? Just pick one name in this map right now if you were playing. Where would you want to go?
Towards Southern Belts, right? That sort of ensures you get that meds going up, because we were kind of witnessing few teams trying to do that, but I believe we are in due for some action early on.
Speak of witnessing a few teams, there you have it. GOG is going to be going up against Enigma Galaxy. Shots are going to be fired. Oh, baby, I love this. Right at the beginning, this is Sanhok in its truest and finest nature. Now, Bullet OP, although he hasn't fired a shot yet, he has taken a few shots to his body. He is still in this game. Now, the question is, how do both teams traverse around this situation? Because, well, we know that either side of the compound is going to be occupied by them, but it looks like Enigma Galaxy might be on a bit of an advantage here, Fixes, if they can isolate one man and get one person. Wait a second. Looks like Wixie definitely heard something. He knows that if someone pops his head, he's going to take a shot, and maybe we just might have the first knock.
Now, the only problem with GOG is they kind of spread out, right? It's a 2-2 split. And this is where Enigma Galaxy really need to capitalize on the situation, right? And this is a change that they made in the drop location. And there you go, the first knock coming in from Apollo. Exactly what they needed. But at the same time, they can't get complacent about the surroundings, right? The cover fire is going to come quicker sooner or later, as MJ, he's just going to charge inside the compound, falling out Nick over there. Both of these players pushing in tandem as MJ falls, as Bixby needs to follow suit, gets the knock as GOG find themselves in a whole world of trouble.
Well, looks like GOG have lost, well, one member right now. Another one is going to be down on his bloody knees, but looks like respite might just be coming in the form of one of his teammates elsewhere. Apollo, the god himself, he knows something is awry on the side as leader OP is in a good position. He has the high ground. However, an AK with the red dot at this side, I mean, you've got to have your gyroscope on point. It looks like he does because he does connect a couple of shots. Unfortunately, his opponent did manage to get behind cover in the nick of time. And, well, GOG still holding on by a thread, but Enigma Galaxy, what do you think their play should be over here right now?
You know, for GOG, it's all going to be about backing off, right? They really need to understand that at this point, there's no point taking a fight, especially when you know your position is being given out, right? And that's a wise decision, you know, leader just backing off, trying to head into different areas. We've been talking about, you know, Sanhok. We've been seeing, you know, Group A and B in action finally. And this is where you see teams taking new drop positions to themselves as Bullets. Finish is finally going to get confirmed. Enigma Galaxy already having a really good start. But one thing that's concerning me is they've wasted a lot of time. You know, it's exactly 3 minutes inside the game trying to get those two finishes where they should be trying to focus on getting the center of the circle, which should be around that little quarry and barn area. That is where I predict the circle might shift.
Well, I want to see some action down at the boot camp. It has been a long time I haven't seen anything over there because for now it is going to be WSF who are going to be calling it their home. And again, you know, just quickly coming back to the GOD skirmish right now, it did seem like for a split second MJ was going in for that revive. Now, had leader taken off a few shots, maybe if he had a knock when we saw him in action earlier, you know, they could have gone for a different plan, but I think they had to cut their losses, and now, well, they are going to be a two-man squad elsewhere. The Autobotz again once together, and well, looks like they are going to be heading towards the center as much as they can, and looks like they're not going to have any opposition on the way. And you know, speaking of Autobotz, they did end day one in the second position, and well, let's see what they're going to be doing up here in Sanhok. Now, you know, I've heard this one phrase from you time in and time out. Sanhok has that RNG factor. Now.
Oh, yeah.
What all do you consider to be RNG, to be the random generator? Because, of course, you know, if the circle has a little bit of a drastic shift, what all obstacles lie in your wake?
I mean, a lot of things, right? Starting off with the drop collisions. Now, Enigma Galaxy and GOG were never meant to fight it out over there. One of it, right? And when you kind of step down, it all comes out to how you position. Now, in this matter of fact, in this situation, GOG had two of their players split out. Enigma Galaxy were together. They had the weapons. Now, had GOG gotten better weapons, better Kevlars, had the players of, you know, Enigma Galaxy made a few mistakes, they could have capitalized over it. Had they got a knock or two, that is where you could have had leader and MJ also joining the fray, buying enough time for the players to try and come in. And not just that, you know, you've also got to look out for how the circle really forms. But for now, XP, you've got a thought, I believe.
You know, I like how you don't take any chances. You leave no stone unturned. You even come down to the Kevlar West and the weapons. But of course,
it really
makes
calms
a difference.
down,
It
yeah.
definitely makes a difference. I'm obviously going to be pulling his leg every now and then, boys and girls. But, you know, we love doing our homework. And, well, Team INS are going to be popping up on our screens right about now. And how do you think Team INS have done so far? Because, well, they did end day one in the 9th position. As far as finishes go, we know that these boys can hit a lot harder.
You know, a little bit of a recap, right, for the iQOO BMPS. They were the villains of this tournament. Now, Joker, you know him personally, right? As a player, you've been there with him. Lovely fella. So what he said was, you know what fixes I'm going to do? I'm going to target the big names. I'm going to take them out.
He loves doing that.
I love that when someone says that out loud and clear before the show even begins, right? And he did that. He did that, took Orangutan out right from the iQOO BMPS, and their dreams have been shattered. We'll have to wait for yet another tournament because they just missed by a mere 1 point XP.
They did indeed, and you know, it is going to haunt them for some time, but again, that's what differentiates champions from, well, the rest of the flock. I mean, even if you are taken down, you got to come back stronger, and hopefully we see them in all their might next time around. Now, as of right now, Autobotz Esports, they're going to make sure they have the high ground. It's always nice to, you know, be on top of a hill as far as Sanhok is concerned, but keep an eye out on the slippery slopes just northwest of Camp Alpha towards the top left of your screens. Now, you can have a look at a couple of teams. Walkouts might just have a little bit of a tango with IE, and have a look at that. It kind of seems like they want to keep the high ground, but is that the right thing to do? Especially since, you know, it's at the edge of the circle, it's on the periphery, and chances are, more often than not, the circle might just shift away from them.
Exactly, I 100% agree with what you just said, because I was starting to wonder why have they still not made their rotation, right? They had two avenues. They could have taken that northern bridge, but of course Team MG is cutting that. So the ideal way is going to be down south. And with IE, if they kind of get in there quicker than them, then it's going to be a wholesome situation. And
Faces,
they
I
might
think
find
they just heard us.
I think they might have heard us.
Because we have a look at the map, have a look at what's happening.
All right, so we do have IE kind of taking that northern bridge right now, XP. Now, this is where MG, they're watching out. They're the guardians of that bridge. And this is where I would have really loved to have them go throughout that southern bridge. But again, if they try to take that route also, you've got Nigma Galaxy guarding it out. So now they've got to resort to the waterways.
Now imagine if the circle actually just stays around those
that's not
cliffs.
gonna happen. That's not gonna
We're not going to do too much.
I'm going to shave my head off.
I thought you already were supposed to, because well, you boys are in trouble right now.
Not me. It was Piro.
You're not keeping up to your promises. I'm sure all the viewers out there, you want to see them ball because well, we all want to have a good laugh. But let's see if Enigma Gaming is going to have a good laugh this time around. Again, like we said, you know, not the best start for such a team, because well, we obviously expect the world from them. But looks like they might just be getting into the medal sooner rather than later. For now, Paradise Resort is going to be theirs for the taking. And again, this is you know, Sanhok is a hit and miss in one situation. Either you're going to have action constantly throughout the game, or you're going to have these massive lulls where basically everyone is just, well, snaking around, killing time.
Or else you just couldn't collect 50 plus first aids and resort to that very infamous, absurd healing battles. That
notorious.
Has been, yeah, it's quite notorious in the sense that, you know, it's always going to ensure you get that top 3 position finish. But right now, look at RTR.
Come on.
Everyone.
Take a shot.
One with the nature, Aru might have a slight idea. When he steps out ahead, the action begins.
Well, there you have it. Action is going to break out, and Jelly is going to come into fire. A sliver of HP. He's going to be taken out from behind, as Chonu is going to make sure he's going to lead his team to a little bit of an advantage over here. Now, OR Esports, they have one man down, but the thing is, if Duty goes around this rock, chances are he's going to get shot from the right. There you have it, as we do have one of the members over there. And Aditya is going to make sure the left flank, from his point of view, is going to be secure. Now, there you have it. The reload comes in. The M4s are all going to be trained on Duty's position. They're going to wait for some movement. Chonu is going to be lobbed at with a grenade. Fortunately for him, it wasn't enough, but hey, you have it. Aditya knows his position. He chucks it. It's going to be a bit to the right, but it will do a little bit of damage. Nope, it doesn't do anything for now. They are still going to be on a little bit of a stalemate. That smoke isn't going to connect. It bounced off that tree, and I like what RTR are doing here. They're keeping their patience.
You know, what I love about Team OR Esports in this situation is they cut out the flanks of Team OR, right? Of Team RTR Retribution. Having Coops out of the picture gives them that little bit of breathing space, as the grenades are exchanged between Duty and Aru. Both of them taking substantial amount of damage, but it all comes down to who gets knocked out faster. But Duty is going to get a revive.
Well, he is going to get a revive, and again, I like the fact that, you know, like you mentioned, OR, they definitely have the flanks, Aditya at one and Aru at the other. Now, it's all going to be a waiting game, because none of them want to make a mistake, but looks like Coops kind of did something, and RTR are going to be losing one of their members early on. So now, OR Esports, they definitely have that man advantage. But again, have a look at how patient they are. The trigger discipline is there. They want to make sure they have all angles covered. And even have a look at Chonu. He hasn't budged since, but now action is going to break out elsewhere. But for now, Aditya gets the better of Duty.
Of course, now RTR Retribution just being survived by 2 of their players. Now, the moment Aditya kind of sniffs out Chonu's position, he's going to put an end to him with Craniacs watching out from that little wooden shed. Does have the perfect TPP angle though, but now OR Esports, they're going to be pushing from the bottom. And once they do that, I think that's the right way to approach, right? You've got multiple angles secured. They knew the moment they took Coops out over there, they have that little bit of a freedom to move around, and they're making those longer runs.
See, what happened is, they're basically complementing what you said earlier. They are isolating them one by one, and there you have it. The drop shot has been fired. Aditya is going to get the better. No, it's going to be Aru. Well, it's teamwork that makes the dream work. Even though Athanki did go down, well, one team is going to bid us adieu early on. And Retribution, well, they aren't going to have any redemption this time around. Elsewhere, we have another fight breaking out. There's going to be Joker and the boys leading the charge. And ACBC are going to come under heavy fire. And, well, looks like they have lost a couple of their members as well. Of course, ACBC, not to be confused with Akadaka. However, you know, I really like that name. It kind of grows on you. I'm going to make a mistake one of these days, buddy.
Especially when you are from
Aussie.
All right. But yeah, I like this version of INS, right? You have to play as you have nothing to lose, but just as we were complimenting them, it was raining all that bullets from above. Could get a lot more than what he bargained for. Has managed to get one more player knocked out.
Let me just point something out. Now, ACBC, what they did good was, now, yes, they had a couple of members down in the compounds below. INS had no idea that they could be raining death from above. Now, they did get the better of one, but looks like the revive is going to be coming in. This grenade could be devastating. If it's time to perfection, it's going to go down. It's going to go boom. Unfortunately, Crazy is still going to be standing. And, well, looks like another team is going to join the fray as Blind Esports from the distance are going to be laying down some lead in their direction.
But right now, you know, ACBC, they're well aware of what's going on. Jump inside the little cave. Now, how do you escape from this situation? You know, there's a pathway where you can get out, but that leads right into the ocean.
You have jet skis, mate. I mean, just get on that and, you know, you have a little bit of speed. You got to make sure you don't turn left or right too quick because, well, we all know how unstable they are. But right now, Joker, I think he's one of the only few gentlemen in this tournament, even in the tournaments of the past, who loves that VSS. And, well, let's see if he's going to be silent but deadly, because elsewhere fights are going to be breaking out. Walkouts get the better of NGX, and now the circle. All eyes are going to be on the top right of your screens. And there you have it. We are going to be heading to the main island. And
people call me daddy for a
reason.
reason.
Oh, my goodness. And this guy is going to be on a high right now. I'm going to have to deal with him later on. Don't worry about it. But there you have it. Fixes. Finally, you have a win. Congratulations. Maybe you're not going to go ball soon, huh?
Oh yeah, I told you this circle had those tendencies to kind of shift a little towards the eastern side. But yeah, for Blind, it's all right, you know. No friendly fire, so they're all good and fine. As they're going to start quickly rotating, right? You're talking about the objective fights. They realize there's no point, you know, wasting your time taking down the players of ACBC while you have to instantly convert a good rotation for yourself. As OR Esports, they've had a really good start into the game. We are still waiting for some big games from their side.
Now, what's going to happen is, you know, we saw that the circle, there you have it. Oh my goodness, production, you just read my mind. Now, the circle has had that shift towards Bootcamp Paradise and, of course, all the hills in between, right? The thing is, Blind is going to try and go for the center right now, which is already occupied by Autobotz. But my eyes, Fixes, are going to be a bit to the left of the circle. Have a look at that. A few teams, we did mention early on, Walkouts are trying to make their way. Well, they're going to swim across. They can't walk on water just yet. But IE could be potentially in a good position to, you know, make up a few finishes and finally get a few placement points for themselves.
You know, this is where I love production. We do have the map feed. We know where the players are, but they do not. Now, if Walkouts resort to the waterways, they're basically done, right? They're going to be fish stuck in a barrel over there, just waiting to meet death. But what they could ideally do over in this situation is, had they had vehicles, could take that northern route. But for now, well, Esports Wala WSF find themselves in a little bit of a situation. It's going to be global esports. Now, I really love how Mania's positioned himself aloof from the pack, right? Has got a little bit of a rocky cover, has 3 of his teammates around those compounds. He's going to make sure that all the information is relayed, and every finish he can possibly get, he's going to take it.
Now, the only issue is, of course, global esports. They do have their backs against the wall, sort of speaking right now. There you have it. You have a massive boulder popping out from the earth. The thing is, they are making a lot of commotion, and just beyond them, we have the boys from Autobotz Esports. Elsewhere, INS's Crazy Soul is going to be brought down because fights are breaking out again. ACBC are going to be getting the better of them this time. Joker goes down. Abrar goes down elsewhere. Fights are going to be breaking on all across the map right about now. But the question is, are the boys from ACBC going to get the better of INS? Because we've been having a look at this fight for quite some time now. the thing is, there's only one man standing from each team. And I do believe Rain has a little bit of an advantage right about now.
But doesn't really matter though, because even if either of them kind of comes out as the victors, what do they get from this fight?
Oh, they're far, far away.
Oh, they're far, far away. They do not have any vehicles to get inside. Objectively, they've both lost. Now,
Well,
for
Billion's
Billion,
got a vehicle.
Billion, he's got to cut on his losses, right? Not the right vehicle though. A Ronnie pickup truck, it's a delicate darling. It instantly explodes.
Yeah, but it's a
It's
lot better
single
than actually running towards the circle,
Yeah,
because if I
makes
have a
sense,
look,
yeah.
we've got about 500, maybe 600 meters to go. But right now, wow, looks like Walkouts are going to be walking on water, as Abrar has apparently channeled
How do you do that?
one of the gods. I mean, we're going to have to talk to them about this, because I wonder if they can convert water to wine. But anyway, the circle is going to be shifting in sooner or later. It's going to implode. I want to see something drastic. I want to see something go to the north, maybe Paradise Resort. That would be beautiful, but nope. It is going to be that massive hill and, well, that little valley right next to Nigma. Now shots are going to be fired. Initiative Esports, we did talk about this. They have an opportunity to rack up a few finishes at the expense of Walkouts.
This is where I'm really getting concerned about the Autobotz and Team MG, right? But for now, Walkouts, they have their location spotted out. Mr. Spray, he's going to try and create that little trail of smokes before he tries to make a move inside the circle, but just getting peppered down with a couple of bullets coming out. It's going to be Blazy, who somehow secures that knock.
Well, he did secure the knock again. You know, we did kind of mention they were anticipating that a couple of teams are going to be coming in behind them, and this is exactly what Initiative Academy needs. They needed this Initiative to basically get a few finishes and hopefully get a few position points. And Billion, I thought you'd already left the building. I thought you were already out. But again, you know, Fixes did say that little pickup truck goes boom really quick. Not the ideal vehicle to hide behind, but looks like ACBC got the better of INS in this skirmish.
At least, you know, they're going to have 4 points to their name. If not, if they can't really make it inside the circle. But right now, XP, we do have two big titans colliding against each other. One a slithering snake and the other right in front of our screen. They're making a wholesome noise.
They've got a bit of a problem right now because they did make a lot of noise, especially with that vehicle. As a result, two of the members of OR are going to be brought down to their knees. They are going to rescue him as Zaddy's brought down. Shadow, he needs to patch himself up real quick because, well, he's going to be taken down as well. Now, it is going to be even Stevens on either side. Two members on blind up against two members of OR. But the thing is, Fixes, ooh, the Autobots are assembling behind them. They know something's happening and they could be a thorn in their side. But right now, Atanki, he has that big MG and now he's going to be moving in 150 rounds at his disposal. He's going to zig and zag his way around the rocks for now, just trying to jump and get an idea of where the enemy is. And, well, looks like the enemy are going to be getting obliterated from elsewhere.
Oh, yeah, that was bound to happen, especially when you know both the teams are outside the circle. Now, Blind, they've got to make a run for it. They've got to ensure that they stay alive as GE find themselves in yet another fight, this time against Esports Wala. WSF trying to lob all those grenades into perfection, but nothing really seems to connect.
Well, nothing is connecting so far. Those grenades were just a bit too short, but for now, WSF are looking good, and all Global Esports are doing is waste some much-needed utilities, but looks like Bajwa has other ideas. Again, I like what OR are doing because they are taking chances with their vehicles, and against all odds, you know, they had two members down. They still got the better of the opponents, and oh my goodness, looks like Walkouts are taking a little bit of revenge out on IE. It is going to be a 2v2 situation. One man on low end, OP is going to be the warrior that we know of because he knows where the enemy is, but they might just set up a crossfire. He shoots, he does not connect. Yuva gets breaking down, but Beard Barber is going to be right behind him to make sure his teammate gets their revenge.
Yep, and it's a really well-executed fight coming out of Walkouts considering the dire circumstances they were in. They recovered pretty well.
That crossfire setup, I thought that was it, but right now looks like Jelly is going to be caught in the crossfires of Bajwa, and now he's going to patch himself up, looking for something else. Oh, did he spot leader over there?
I think he might have. For now, he's definitely spotted Atanki, but it's going to be Aditya who's going to be, you know, dishing the final nail in the coffin as Esports Wala, they are eliminated over here as Autobots find themselves under heavy, heavy trouble as Big Brother Esports are going to be charging at their direction, but get those two finish confirmed as it is looking pretty chaotic in Sanhok considering how silent the early phases were.
Well, of course, that was just the calm before the storm, and well, the storm is definitely brewing over the plains, the forest of Sanhok right now, as Scream is going to let his M4 do all the screaming. But the thing is, they do have 4 finishes. That is going to give them a high. They do have the high ground. That is going to give them another advantage. But I did see someone trying to sneak in from the back. But for now, it's going to be Enigma Galaxy taking the fight to their opponents as Global Esports are going to come under fire. Now MG is going to get that first aid in. Joker is going to be spotted, but he gets behind that little boulder. I love that. He's trying to make sure, A, he puts the enemy at bay, and MJ was lucky not to be burned to a crisp.
But now MJ's got nothing to lose, right? He needs to make the charge.
Oh,
and
that's
Joker
it,
with
that's
that
it, that's it, that's
grenade
it.
is going to get the job done. But so is he going to fall as Global Esports also find themselves out of the game. Now 7 teams remain, 20 players still alive. And OR Esports are a 3-man strong team with 7 finishes to their name as well. Now that little bit of a retreat from Blind and OR, we might see them clashing off in the foreseeable future as it all comes down to how the circle shift. Where it has shifted again to Autobotz and where they were. But do they have enough numbers, XP?
Well, we're going to find out because it definitely looks like, just to go back on one point, Global Esports, man, they went out swinging, and now Arthunki is going to be in a bit of trouble. We have a couple of teams, by the way, who just have 1-man standing, 1-man armies, as we like to call them. Autobots were a 4-man squad. They've been reduced to 1. Walkouts, we did see them fight it out with Initiative, so, they have a couple of victories as they did get their revenge. But now, we have a couple of teams who are still 4-man squads, and in Nigma Gaming, buddy, they've been quiet so far, but now they are literally fighting an uphill battle.
Pretty sure they do have the set out, right? One of their players must be having those 30-40 first aids, considering no other ones. There you have it. Avi is going to try and resort to that healing battle while the other 3 try to make a dash for the circle. The nearby threat, however, XP is going to come in the form of Team MG, who are also trying to get in, and a few of the players have already made it.
Well, a few players have made it, and a few, like you said, are already using the contingency plans. Wait a second, Hellgod tried to hit, he did hit the deck right on time, as the bullets are going to be whizzing past him. And, speaking of contingency plans, looks like Blind Williams is already putting himself up in the distance, and, well, outside the play zone. Bear Barber is finally going to go down to 16 now. The shots are going to be fired indiscriminately right in the direction of Team MG. And it looks like they are going to connect. The vehicle goes boom, and the Greek God himself have fallen.
Oh, they certainly have, as now there you go, Team Enigma under a whole world of trouble. Big Brother Esports capitalizing on the little bit of a high ground situation they have. Scream, he is trying to rush in, but he is not looking at the right spot, not in the right direction. But OR, they've joined the fray, but look at Don's position. He's going to try and create some trouble. No, is going to be the answer. It all comes down to Coasty and what he is up to. There you go, a little bit of a trade coming in from his side, but can he make it to the circle safe and sound? Yes, he does, but it's going to be Xenopy who puts an end to him.
Well, there you have it. Xenopy is going to make sure that Ghosty is, in fact, going to be turned into a ghost right now, as Big Brother Esports are looking good. 10 finishes for themselves. 3 members still alive and kicking. Now, of course, on the other side, OR Esports are trying their best as Enigma. We called it 6 first aids left. Well, let's see if he can get his team to the top 3 position, because for now, it is going to be a battle between Big Brothers and OR. And, well, we do have the IGL from Autobotz lurking somewhere with the enemy. And speaking of that, wait a second. I think he knows where Aditya is. Question is, does Aditya know that there is a mummy amongst them? Or maybe he just might think that's a corpse, because, well, how many times do you see bandaged people and a little thing go raw right next to you? But shots are going to be fired. I think he has an idea. The grenade is going to go over. Now, if Aditya runs forward here, fixes, ooh, he might just be caught off guard.
Oh, he certainly can, right? But Mr. IGL making sure does not give enough out of his position. But with this Big Brother Scream, he's going to make those big plays already. Those nades, those Molotovs, all to flush out Aru as he's going to get to and burn to crisp. There you have it. Big Brother Esports out of nowhere. XP will get the winner chicken dinner secured for themselves with a lot of finishes to their names. And this is what we were looking out for. I've been talking about this new kid in the block. Has to be Scream. The way he's been playing, I see an iQOO MVP right out there.
Well, we definitely could see something. Scream might just be screaming to the top, but for now, it is going to be Big Brother Esports with their first chicken dinner. 14 finish points to back them up, and a total of 29. OR Esports, we did talk about it. The sleeping giants have finally awoken, as they're going to be in the second with 21.
Oh, I love this. I love what OR Esports did. Every single time, if you take a look at how they kind of were playing, they were around the edges, they picked up fights, they were not really shying out. They kind of cut off those flanks when they were going against, I think, Retribution, RTR. And that was the moment I really felt that was the confidence they needed.
Now, twice we thought that OR are going to mess things up, right?
Oh, yeah.
When they came in towards their position with their vehicle, giving the sound to everyone, because what happened then was shots were just fired in the direction, and 2 of them went down. But the way they held their ground, they held their flanks, because now when you knock 2 members out, you know, it's half the battle is done, right? So the opponents came rushing in, and well, the teammates, Aru was standing on one side, and I believe Aditya was the other man standing on the other flank. They waited patiently, and as soon as they saw some movement, and that is all she wrote.
I think it was a picture-perfect game for OR Esports, considering the situation they were under. Well, of course, they could have done better in the final circle, but it's all right? You need that little bit of a resurgence from their side.
Now, let's have a look in the post-match segment, powered by Loco. Who is going to be the iQOO MVP? There you have it. We called it Scream. Is going to be there at the tippity top. He dished out quite a bit of damage as well.
Oh, yeah, of course. Now, as cute he might look.
6 assists, mate. 6 assists and 5 finishes.
And 883 points
Wow.
of damage just in a single match, and that too in Sanhok. That is some big numbers being racked up. Now, Big Brothers Esports, they were not really aggressive from the very start. They were patient, is what I must say, right? They respected the circle. They ensured they got into the zone, had that little high ground secured, did everything right, which was needed to win this game of Sanhok.
Well, because of that, and the top 5 leaders, they have their members on either end of our screens. Screens, I beg your pardon. Scream is going to be at 1 with 5 finishes, and Hellgod is going to be on the other with 4. OR finally making a little bit of a splash in the leaderboard, as well as Nigma Galaxy's MJ, who's going to be right there in the center with 4 finishes to himself. Again, I like the fact that, you know, all these teams are finally waking up, but let's do one thing. Let's throw some more facts and more figures your way as the match summary's popping up. And, well, what stands out for you here? Have a look at the healing. Well, of course, it's Sanhok, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, whenever it comes to Sanhok, considering we're talking about iQOO BMPS, and we do not have EXO over here, who kind of really resort to those 12,000 markers of healings. You know, yesterday even we had Team Soul. If you remember, Hector had around 28 first aids. They had their plans laid out, but today it was
They need
Avi
them, though.
from Enigma, right? Today it was an Avi. He kind of went with those 15 first aids, did whatever he could, but it's pretty much basic, really nothing out of ordinary. Just those 6 grenade finishes, though, kind of steps out for me.
Now let's have a look and see how all the damage was, you know, spread out, because a lot of teams did get a taste of blood, even though some of them did not end up with finishes. But OR and BB, of course, are going to be the happiest over here. And, well, looks like they are pretty even Stevens, except that Big Brothers, well, since they are the Big Brothers over here, they have a few more finishes to their names.
And this is what we wanted, right? The other teams to really rise up. And Big Brother Esports, I think even yesterday, they were kind of in the top 8 now. They have propelled themselves a little higher in the overall standings, but it was a very important game for OR Esports. Now, this team, when you talk about them, the legacy that they carry on, you can expect them to be in the top 3 every single time. Now, this, I must say, is a really good game from which they need to start building up a momentum here on forward.
If I have a look at, you know, the other teams as well,
Oh, yeah.
right down the center, Global Esports, again, you know, finally making a little bit of a mark on this game. I mean, 7 finishes. They did go out swinging. We did see that amazing grenade finish coming in right at the end before, you know, he finally...
It was again Nigma guys.
It was. And even Enigma Galaxy, you know, they did get a taste for blood again. Pretty similar. 7 finishes for them as well, with a little bit more damage. So again, you know, like we said, looks like the sleeping giants are finally awaking from their slumber. Does that mean everybody else now has to worry?
This is where I really told this XP, you know, where you have big orgs, you've got coaches, you've got analysts who are doing those crunching.
Doing their work.
Yeah, they certainly have done their homeworks, and especially when you have the map feed public, right? There you get all those informations out. You know, it's going to be dynamic throughout as we have the overall standings, and Team Soul still on tippity top. You know, no one's going to bug them, at least for now. But Big Brother Esports making those big daddy moves, getting into the top 3.
Oh, you just called somebody else Big Daddy, so you're not the daddy anymore. All right, that's understood. Now, the thing is, 6 matches have been played, and everything is even Steven right now. Yes, Seoul, they do have a little bit of an advantage right now. However, day 2 hasn't been as flamboyant as it was on day 1. OR Esports finally making it to the top half of the table, and of course, as you mentioned, Big Brothers in third, just 1 point behind the Autobotz.
You know, this is where the discussion really comes down to even team Autobots, because once the circle was kind of breaking down, we had that radical shift where we had all 4 of the Autobots players in the center of the circle. That is when even the discussion was raised that how are Autobots going to survive with so many teams trying to push in from every direction. It was just Mr. IGL. He kind of survived till pretty late into the game, made it to top 3, ensured at least the position points were secured for his team.
Again, you know, I mean, basically, yes, you know, on paper, the center point in that situation does look good, but again, it's like every man for himself, because you got to fend off people from...
Had he had covers, could have been a different story.
If he had a few rocks over there, it would have made a difference. But again, let's have a look at the second page, because again, we do have a few ups, and well, Global Esports are going to be climbing the ladder, as is Team MG in the 12th position with 39. And again, you know, even though they have X amount of points right now, I'm talking under 50, still only 6 games played and a lot more. I do believe 18 more to go.
Oh yeah, a lot more than that. But yeah, of course, now the way teams have been playing, FS Esports, now one of those teams that did manage to get the first chicken dinner, the first game chicken dinner in Miramar yesterday, ever since we've kind of witnessed their fall, and we've been always constantly in lookout for those Miramar games, but Sanhok and Erangel is something that they really need to have to work upon.
All right, let's look at one thing right now. Let's just talk about the elephant in the room. Initiative Academy. Now, we've known the players for a while. We know that they can do something. Again, maybe it's the nerves, maybe it's, you know, all that just weighing them down. 5 finishes, fine. I'm not going to talk about that. They need to basically get a few position points and, you know, get that little ball rolling in their favor. Now, I did kind of like they did take that fight early on in the boot camp itself. Unfortunately, revenge was not theirs to be taken, and, you know, they were wiped out. Maybe again, so how does the team like that right now after 6 games? I know it's early. How do they get out of the slump?
Start taking fights again, you know, just start engrossing yourselves, because you're gonna fall once, you're gonna fall down twice, maybe the 3rd time you're gonna get a little conditioned, right? You're gonna be aware of how the situations are, and that is where you're gonna start winning that one squad fight that you were looking out for, and have that little bit of a global esports story going out, right? One squad fight, then, you know, keep counting up, keep climbing the stairs, and eventually you're gonna be there.
Are you saying all this deliberately because you know that my leg is a bit messed up, because you know it's a little difficult for me to climb the stairs, but again, this guy. So, you know, I mean, of course, that was the map of Sanhok. We are at the midway point. Once again, thank you to BGMI Crofton for making this possible. But let's have a word from our sponsors, iQOO and Loco. Let's see what they got to say.
To make every day the best of my life. To strive for more. To beat my own score. To get that encore. I've got this. I've got the power to do more, see more, be more. I've got the power to win. I've got the power.
Watch it, earn it.
Now, you know, Fixes, I think this is the perfect combination. You know, I mean, we all love BGMI, and we all know about this bad boy in our hands, the iQOO Neo 6. So what happens is, if you get a chance to win the phone, oh my goodness, the timing could not have been perfect. Because, well, all you have to do is head over to Amazon, search for the iQOO Neo 6, and a little bit of a quiz is going to pop up. Now, participate in
Easy
that
one.
quiz, it's going to be pretty easy. I mean, this guy took it, although he did take it twice. You know, I mean, whatever. I mean,
I was restricted from production to
Oh,
even
right.
participate.
But anyway, take part in that quiz, and well, you might stand a chance to win this bad boy. Now, once you get your hands on the iQOO Neo 6, then you head over to Loco and basically start your own streaming platform, and maybe, you know, just grow your fan base. But for now, if you missed any of the action because it was Sanhok, let's have a look at the highlights and see, well, where all the shenanigans took place.
You know, it all started with this one fight, right? We were talking about the RNG factor, and this is where Enigma Galaxy had the numbers, had the players isolated, took the right fights, and this is where GOG could not really respond the way they would have wanted to. And from the moment when you start off into a game, you come up with a certain game plan, right? The moment it kind of all goes into tatters, that's where you start into thinking, what do we do next? That's where the fear sort of starts creeping in.
Right, exactly. And now have a look at this. Now, what happens over here is, did you see how one of the members from INS was still up top?
Yeah.
Right. However, two of the members, Rain and Capron, they actually snuck in unknowingly. You know, it could have gone a lot wrong for them. But again, INS, you know, they did pay the heavy price. And this was when Retribution, again, we talked about it, OHA Esports had two members down on the knees. How in the world did they get them back up? And now this is where ACBC got a little bit of revenge as well, making sure they finish what they started.
But you know, this is when again the discussion comes down to the fact that this could have been avoided, right? This could have been avoided easily. Both of these teams could have tried to get inside the circle and try to collect as much position points they possibly could have. And engaging in that battle, of course, you had a few finish points, but those invaluable position points is where they kind of were lacking. And it all takes that one little spray, and you have a gas can right beside you. It's gonna be multiple
gas cans.
explosions.
Oh my goodness, that explosion would have shook the entire island of Sana, but this is the fight I was talking about. Have a look at that. Jelly was down, Aru was down, Aditya was on one flank, Arthunki with that big bad gun was on the other, and well, IE again, they were going to converge, and have a look at the little crossfire that they're going to set up in a few moments. Looks like, well, that moment has passed, but again, you know, maybe had they moved on a bit further. All right, let's break it down. Yes, they are at the edge of the circle. Now, Yuva goes in. Remember, he's getting shot at from both directions, but Beard Barber comes in, makes sure he takes care of his right flank first, and then deals with whatever's left to walk out. They definitely have the last laugh there.
That's a textbook push, right?
Oh, yeah.
One goes in, checks the left corner, you have to pre-fire. The other has to push in tandem and get the right corners also secured. But Big Brothers, of course, they made those big moves over here, playing fearlessly. But this is where even MJ really, despite the fact that he spotted out a chink in the armor for the players of Global Esports, made sure that they go down along with him.
You know, I mean, the way you said that, that's how the SWAT team clears rooms, right? I mean, as soon as they breach a door, one goes left, one goes right. That is exactly what happened. And, well, you know, these are tips for all of you watching at home. You know, you can just add these little strategies to your gameplay, and who knows, you might just be on our screens next. But again, OR Esports, a wonderful, valiant effort. Team MG over here, I don't know if it was the best decision to be, you know, caught on that slope over there, because, you know, sooner or later, A, the smoke dissipates, and B, it does not apparently block bullets.
And you know, the best part is Big Brothers, they had a really good spread over there. They rotated early on, they were present, they were looking out for MG, they were looking out for Enigma, eventually got both of them, but valiant effort by Kosti before he sort of fell down. I really felt he could have even pulled out the third.
He could have pulled out the third. That grenade took a massive chunk out of his HP, and while he was switching weapons, well, that is where BB came in and did all the talking. But again, a valiant effort from all sides, and despite this fact as well, the way OR now, again, they had the high ground, but BB, they definitely had the numbers, and well, all that fire, you know, you can't really escape it, especially if you are going to be slithering on your belly as it is, and sooner or later, you're going to be burnt to a crisp.
You know, it was really good for Autobotz, especially considering how they come in. Did not get the chicken dinner though, XP, but a top 2 finish is something that they can really live with. And what is lightning not enough that you had to switch on your flashlight?
I did, because, you know, I just wanted to make sure, I wanted to actually emphasize on something. I'm going to turn it on because, well, I'm going to figure that out. Ah, there you go. I'm just going to keep it over here for just a second because...
Old man, old peeps.
Oh my goodness.
Boomers.
Now this guy's going to go on with this thing again. All right, let me just fix that right now. And boom, it's off.
finally figures it out. Voila!
It's simple, you know. I mean, this phone works seamlessly. All you got to do is swipe down, and there you have all the options. But again, I'm going to turn the phone off right now and not be distracted. But you know, it was your typical Sanhok. Maybe after 15 minutes of time. But again, you know, I was coming back to the Autobotz point. Mr. IGL was right in the thick and thin of all the action, and had Aditya spotted him because he had an inkling. He had an idea that someone's there. He did throw a few grenades. Had it been a bit closer, maybe OR could have walked away with 12 more. 12
But
points.
the best part about about Autobotz was they were not even moving muscle right there. And OR Esports had to focus on Big Brother because they were the ones who had the numbers. They were the ones who were creating all the noises on the backgrounds. And you ideally kind of tend to miss out on these slithering snakes, right? There's so much in the hiding. And yeah, of course, now these are speculations. Of course, he should have checked those angles. But provided the situation that he did not even lob a single grenade or fire a single bullet, he did not have any doubt as to someone might be there.
It makes sense.
Yeah.
It makes sense. He did get. I mean, had he? Okay, let's just think about it. Had he taken a few shots, maybe best case scenario, he would have got one finish point, and it would have been out. He didn't take the shot. He got 2 points for placement. So, you know, I mean, you do have to think about that. You know, it's called maths fixes. So
not just that. You know, he secured 12 for his team because
I'm
it was
saying
pretty early on. Oh, you're talking about the last
the
final
last thing. I'm compared 10 position points as compared to 12. So, you know, 2 is greater than 1. So, you know, I mean, I guess this guy doesn't have all the answers. We love going back and forth. But, you know, it was a good affair. And, yes, what's on your mind?
Nothing.
Nah,
Nothing right now.
You're just going to be giving that smile. You're going to give me an earful later on?
Oh, yeah, for sure. And something else as well. We're not going to discuss about that right now on stream. But it's Erangel next.
Gossip.
Yeah, a lot of it. Now, you're talking about Erangel. It's going to be teams from Group A and B again battling it out. Of course, we had the first game. EXO was on a run. And now these two games, they could have definitely hurt the momentum, right? Especially when you tend to have your hands a little cold. You're not playing for 2 games. You're just watching from the sidelines. What do you think?
There's always that aspect. You know, I mean, you got to keep making sure that you are heated up and all that stuff. But the thing is, dude, they're on a high.
Oh, yeah.
Right? I mean, they've got 2 chicken dinners, and they know that they are on that hat rate right now. And, you know, let's give it to them. If they do get the chicken dinner, we are going to consider it a hat trick because, of course, they weren't playing in the last game. But now we have other teams coming in as well. Now, Erangel was the first one that they did win the chicken dinner today. So, you know, a few teams are going to try and switch their strategies up just a little bit to try and thwart their efforts. Now, yes, maybe they had the BGMI gods favoring them just a little bit, you know, especially when Fierce was tumbling around in his buggy. Had he been taken down, you know, coulda, woulda, shoulda, anything could have happened. But let's see if it's going to be the same thing. But we're going to keep that aside because that's going to be on the other side of the break. That is going to be coming up shortly. Not just yet because, well...
You know what? I really feel that teams like Autobotz are going to perform really well in Erangel. If you consider the 2 Erangels that they played yesterday in, one of which was chicken dinner, the other one, they managed to get it into the top 4 despite being under severe circumstances. If you remember that one game where Retribution RTR got the chicken dinner, it was that Seoul and Hyderabad Hydras iconic fight where, you know, they had their vehicles even popped off. And despite that, you know, Autobotz made sure they had those position points going in. Now, this is one of those teams that always tells me that, yes, we've got hope for all the qualified teams from the iQOO BMPS coming into the BMPS, the rising stars, as we call them, living up to their name.
Well, they are living up to the name, but again, just the fact that they made it to the Pro Series, you know, I mean, these guys obviously are playing on all cylinders. They're firing on all cylinders. They have their A game on, but you know what? We're going to keep that aside for now because I think you and I, we definitely need a bit of a breather. So what we're going to do is we're going to head in for a little tiny short break. See you on the other side of this.
जब कोर्ट पर बनी टीम ऑफ 5, छठे यार का दिल टूटा ऐसे जैसे टूटे कांच, क्योंकि अब से कोई नहीं होगा कभी भी लेफ्ट आउट. Battlegrounds Mobile India brings you the new 8v8 TDM mode. Let the action begin in Santorini.
What's your biggest weakness?
My biggest weakness?
If I had to pick one...
I'd say that...
My biggest weakness is that I'm a real giver, you know. I give more than I should.
Are you going to keep all the loot for yourself, huh? We don't need glory hunters on the team. I'm firing on all cylinders, 100% of the time. Gives others a huge complex. Arey bhai, can't find any guns here. I'll be toast if I have to carry on with this frying pan.
I'm too calm and composed for my own good. Nothing can rattle me. I'm in constant zen mode. Beast mode, guys! Come on, let's go! I scout kar rahe hain, yaar. Hello, respond!
I just can't push people against their will, you know. Even if it's for their own good. Seeing people uncomfortable just doesn't sit right with me.
अबे तुम रेड जोन के बाहर नहीं निकल सकते, कंफर्ट जोन के बाहर कैसे निकलोगे? चिकन डिनर के सपने भूल जाओ, तुम्हारी किस्मत में भूखा मरना लिखा है.
Pick the game, drop the act. All new Battlegrounds Mobile India with new modes and maps. Download now.
This car won't drive itself, right? Where to go, when to stop, read the map. अब ये सब तो in-game reader ही कर सकता है. And danger rarely announces itself. इसलिए आगे बढ़ने के लिए एक स्काउट भी जरूरी है. And without the fragger being there to wipe out the enemies, moving forward तो भूल ही जाओ. और फाइनली गाड़ी आगे बढ़ाने के लिए सिर्फ पहिए नहीं, जैक भी जरूरी है. कोई भी मैप हो और कोई भी रास्ता, जैक ऑफ ऑल ट्रेड्स के बिना टीम नहीं बनती. Without you as the support, ये गेम नहीं चलती. Your friends are waiting for you on the battlegrounds. फिर से अपने यारों के साथ चिकन डिनर करोगे, साथ मिलके रैंक पुश करोगे. Battlegrounds Mobile India. Download now.
It's not about being like everyone else. It's about having your own destination. It's not about how you fit in. It's about the skin you choose to fit in. It's not about you belonging somewhere. It's about you belonging with your squad. Because everyone can be a player in Battlegrounds Mobile India. All new Battlegrounds Mobile India with new modes and maps. Let the battle begin. Download now.
ट्रेन और ट्रैक्स के छिचक के बीच अगर लोकल में बैठी टीम मुंबईज अपनी गेम पटरी पे ला रही है, तो बनारस की पतली गलियों में राजेश गेम में पतली गली पकड़ रहा है. थैंक्स टू सिमरन, उसके क्लैन के रैंक का कोई बाल भी बांका नहीं कर सकता. बड़ा बाजार में कैसा भी हो वाईफाई, पिंटू अपनी स्क्वाड को दे रहा है हाई फाई. और अरविंद उर्फ शार्प शूटर को है पता, द वन हु शोज द वे इज द रियल तला. चार मीनार के पास एवरीबॉडी नोज ये सिंगल हीरो और दो हाथ का गेम नहीं है. इरेंगल और मिरामार से भी बड़ा एक मैप है जहां हर कोई अपना रैंक पुश कर रहा है. बैटलग्राउंड्स मोबाइल इंडिया, इंडिया रैंक पुश कर रहा है यहाँ. आप हो कहाँ? डाउनलोड नाउ.
Well, hello and welcome back to the iQOO Battlegrounds Mobile India Pro Series powered by Loco. Lucky for you, the little annoying presence known as Fixes is out, and the shining sun himself, Arca, is back in. Buddy, it's good to have you here. Oh boy,
I was watching that.
We all were in the sidelines right now, but again, that guy, what's up with the whole daddy thing, huh?
I think it's something to do with the opposite gender as well. He's trying to do something behind the scenes and it's not working out, and he's trying to bring that frustration out here.
Ooh, we're going to have a little psychoanalysis, but before that, let's have a look at the pre-match segment powered by Loco, because, well, the next game is going to be underway in just a few short moments, and it is going to be Group A, who's going to be taking on Group B once again, which means, well, EXO and Seoul fans out there, you are going to have to wait on just a little while longer. But for now, let's see if you can spot your favorite teams.
Yep, it's going to be Global, INS, Hydra, ATZ, RTR, GOG, EGs. That's going to be Enigma Gaming, WSF.
That's a mouthful.
Yeah, and OR, BBE, IE, or IA, whatever you want to call them. Walkouts, Blind, Enigma Galaxy, ACBC, and Marcus Gaming. So one good thing which we saw in the previous game, which literally was an eyebrow raiser for me, was obviously 3 teams going away with just placement points and no finish points at all, and still being in the top 7 and top 8.
Well, that's what it is. Either you get it by hook or by crook. And of course, the teams that he is talking about, one of them is Enigma Galaxy. No finishes, 8 placement points. And the second, I do believe, was
Autobotz.
Blind Esports as well.
Yeah, Blind again coming down with the 0 finishes and 6 placement points. I don't know how they pulled that off, but again, Autobotz coming in, just being in the top 3, 1 finish and 10 placement points. How is that possible?
Well, that is possible, and all of this is possible because of BGMI Craft and, of course, our sponsors, iQOO and Loco. Let's have a look at those beautiful videos once again.
To make every day the best of my life. To strive for more, to beat my own score. To get that encore. I've got this. I've got the power. To do more. See more. Be more. I've got the power. To win.
Well, there you have it, iQOO Neo 6 Power to win. And, of course, we have these in our hands. But you know what? 3 of our lucky winners can get it too. How do they do that?
They have to go to Amazon this time, not Google. Remember, it's not like one day you come on the stream and you think that, I know what to do, and you try to do it. No, don't be over smart. You need to come to the stream every day and try your chances much better. It's Amazon this time. Go there, search for iQOO Neo 6 over there, and then you'll get to know a notify me bar, as well as there's few games you need to play over there. And once you're done with that, you might have a chance to pick this up for yourself.
Well, you can do that. And speaking of chances, you always got to shuffle things up now and then. And we are going to have a few substitutes coming in. Looks like Karan is coming back in for Esports while at WSF. And Honey is going to be heading out. Both boys from Punjab. Sat Sri Akal, what's happening? And I love the fact that, they are mixing things up.
Yeah.
Because this time around, they did try to go for those position points. They did get a few. However, they didn't have that firepower. Let's see if Karan is going to be that little, ace up their sleeves, because we have another substitution coming in, this time from Retribution, as Eros 24 is coming in and Craniacs is heading out.
Oh, somewhere I wanted both of these players to be for, Artia, because the combination, we have seen that before in the previous rounds where it's worked out like a charm. So I was expecting them to be there, but this trade at this point of time shows they might be going in more for the defensive gameplay and placement points, because Kinetic ego's cranky sometimes.
Oh, is it? Well, looks like that might be the case, but I hope your ego is not going to be inflated once you get a chance to win all these amazing giveaways. We have some nice BGMI t-shirts and bottles to be given around, and all you have to do is head over to Battleground Mobile's Esports channel, and I think you know better than me, because you were fiddling around with the phone right over there.
Oh my God, you read my mind, you read my behavior at this point of time. You go over there, you vote out for the team you believe is going to be standing on top of the table by the end of the day. And if you are one amongst those who have voted for them. So how do you vote for them? Just put hashtag and the name of the team. So if you're one of the lucky winners, they're going to be selecting 3 to 5 amongst those who have voted for that team. And if they're on the top of the table, and if you predicted it right, you have a very, very good chances of those goodies.
Wow, I mean, you better have listened to that, because I could not have said it better. But now it is going to be time for us to bid you adieu, as we once again are going to be heading over to Erangel. And all right, let me put you on the spot here right now.
Yeah.
We did see Team EXO do wonders previously. Now they're not going to be playing this game. Who do you think is going to be taking up that mantle?
Chances are really high for Hydras official for me. They have not played much, but somewhere I feel that, slowly they're picking up the pace of understanding the zone rather than trying to be a little offensive. So it's a gamble which, not many would take, but I want to travel the path less traveled. And Hydra's official is what I would like to place my bets on. But if I have to be the team favorites amongst the audience and amongst the, analysts whom they consider themselves to be, I think Global will be the team to watch out for.
Well, let's see, because it does kind of seem like global esports are, hitting hard once again. Even in the last round, they did manage to get 7 finishes, and, those placement points were definitely helpful. OR Esports as well. Boy, oh boy, did they pack a punch, and, they were looking good, and the fact is, they did all of that with just 2 members at any situation, right? Because each and every skirmish that they went into, before the fighting started, they were getting shot at. Two of the members were either, down on the ground or, otherwise preoccupied, and, they still did it. Imagine what they would do if all 4 were pretty much taking the fight right from the beginning.
Now, consistency is going to be the key, right? So there are 2 teams. One is going to be OR, as you rightly pointed out. They have a lot of job to do. They've already got that momentum. Just 2 people's energy is working out. Another 2 more added. They can go in for that winner-winner chicken dinner for themselves. But at the same time, the second team, obviously, you're going to agree on this, that Big Brother, I mean, the way they performed in the previous game, they're completely offensive. Right, so right now we're going to be jumping into the next map, ladies and gentlemen, as the big birds hit the sky. This is iQOO Pro Series, BGMI Pro Series to be specific, and we all know it's become common right now to speak more about it. Powered by Loco, as the flight path starts off from the side of Yasnaya Poliana, going towards the side of Primorsk, somewhere flying over Ferry Pier, dissecting the map right to the center. Equal halves is what we're going to be looking at.
Equal halves, and if the BGMI gods are going to be fair, maybe the circle is going to be equally dissected as well. But that is, of course, we're going to find out in a short few moments. Now, again, I want something drastic. I wouldn't mind either the Sanhok military base, because, I haven't seen any action over there, right? Or let's just throw everything out the window. Let's go way up north to the east, to the west, I beg your pardon, and have something at Zarki, because when was the last time you saw action take place in Zarki?
A really, really long time.
It's
Or probably I've never seen one in an official event so far. So I would love one in Zarki or completely to the southern side of military base completely. Now, yes, we're going to be looking at the drop collisions. If there are any at this point of time, we can see that, none of them are choosing to go towards the complete ends. Like, no. It's going to be Stalva, the place you wanted yesterday.
Well, it's also going to be to the north, and also, if you have a look, it is kind of dissecting it in half as far as the plane path goes.
Oh,
I
yep.
mean, if you draw a diameter, it looks like it's going to be right at the center. Now, the thing is, I kind of thought we might have an early skirmish, because it does look like Global Esports and OR landed really close to one another. Of course, Rozhok is something that they like, but looks like they are going to be heading a bit to the east. Now, see, the question is, all the teams that are down to the south, right? I'm talking about Autobotz, I'm talking about MG, and even ACBC. Now, they obviously knew that the circle has already formed as they were falling from the heavens above. And how do they go about this? Because they know time is of the essence, and they are going to have to move as quickly as possible.
Well, somewhere I feel that, waterways are going to be something you need to resort on, right? Because somewhere, in case, let's consider ACBC over here. They can take those boats at Novo or probably towards the center of the map itself, and they can traverse through the waters. Just imagine, it's not only Sanhok where you can traverse in water to the complete northern side. It's Erangel as well. But what you have to do is farm as quickly as possible and immediately move to a place. Get to know your locations, especially the spawn locations of all these waterways, and then make sure you hit the waters as quickly as possible, because in the map of Erangel, not many will look towards the side of the shorelines.
Well, I'm pretty sure no one's ever going to be looking out to the seas, and you can kind of sneak past them without them even knowing. But again, also you can just have a nice time out on the water, just have a good talk, and make up the plans for the fights to come. For now, we are going to talk at and look at Hydra Official. Again, a team that you did just kind of mention moments ago. They haven't really been doing well as far as placement points go. They have picked maybe a few fights here and there, and the finishes aren't going to be as high as we expected from them, because let me just give you stats as far as day 1 was concerned. So they did finish day 1 in the 14th position.
Yep.
17 finish points to their name, and only 9 coming in from position. So, I think maybe, and that's, again, keep in mind, that's 9 position points over 4 games.
Yeah, that's the whole point. Now, that is somewhere I feel that, they're going to change tables. And then look at that, right dead center of the map itself. Yasna is what they've chosen to. So all they have to do is just concentrate on picking up some finishes yet again, because they have the center probably, place their bets of trying going towards the northern side of the map, towards the side of Stolba, holding the high ground, complete high ground, because we have been seeing this, right? Whenever the zone is going towards the side of the northeastern side, it always tends to end up somewhere closer to Stolba. And in case the bets are placed and it works out perfectly, I think they can cash in something really big.
All right. I mean, you know, I do agree with you at certain points, but again, at this stage, I'm pretty sure they're not really thinking about that because, as you mentioned, they are in the center of the circle. Yasnaya Polyana is theirs for the taking, and the only team that is close to, you know, be a little bit of a problem could be Enigma. But again, what they are going to be focusing on is getting as much loot as they can in their kitties. For now, ACBC Esports down at the Sanhok military base, and once again, we aren't going to see any action on this tiny island.
This is what I've been craving for from BMOC, you know. I really want to see the zone going to the complete southern side of military base where we have not seen these teams fight out with one another. I know the experienced teams on the other end would have encountered something like this when the sister company was owning this, but ultimately, you know, the new teams, they've never faced one another at the most southern side of military base, and that's what the challenge, that's where I feel the challenge lies. But let's not forget again and again that the northern side of the map, Zarki, Severny, shooting range, all of this is always been abandoned. Nobody chooses to go over there. Just imagine one team just places their bets, goes towards the side of the shooting range, comes in towards the side of Severny, a late rotation into the circle, but still has control over it, and then tries to dominate. And I'm still waiting for those moments to kick in.
See, the thing is, of course, you know, there is a massive RNG factor when it comes to the circle, but, you know, we have our analysts. I mean, we also sometimes predict the circle. So I do believe after the second circle, we'll have an idea as to where the final zone is going to form. That is exactly what all the teams are planning on as well, because for now, no team is going to try and take a fight with one another, as OR Esports are going to have the school and the compounds and the apartments, I beg your pardon, right next for their taking. And as far as they are concerned as well, they don't really have to budge just yet. So what's happening right now, again, is they're making sure that they have as much loot as they can possibly carry. And look at that, they have vehicles all parked in that little courtyard down below, and the circle is going to pop up. A few teams are going to start moving in. They are going to try and avoid any sort of confrontation, especially if you have a look at Georgia Paul, right? Yep. We have IE heading up north. We have Walkouts who already are in North Georgia Paul. They're going to be heading over maybe to the shooting range, then maybe to Severny. So they have a lot of options open, just as you predicted.
Yeah, I just hope that they do that, you know. Always try to take the path less traveled, because that is where you won't find many of the players.
Khalil Gibran fan over here. You've definitely read his works.
Yeah, I just love it. You know,
it is beautiful.
Into the Woods is one of.
It is beautiful. Yes, sir.
Yeah. Let's get back to the game. At this point of time, we are able to see that the eastern side of the map, towards the side of Lipovka, one good split gameplay coming in from the side of NGX. Right, two players were towards the side of military base, two players towards the side of Lipovka. They knew that nobody's gonna come in as quickly as possible, so a lot of farming. They've already done with the farming. Now try to concentrate that. Use those resources perfectly and get some action done. Now, the favorites, according to me, that's going to be Global trying to make their way towards the side of Yasnaya, or the part or towards the western side of Yasnaya, towards the bridge. Might be expecting somebody over there, and I strongly feel that there's going to be a fight which is going to take place over here right next to the petrol bunk, because obviously we're able to see that one other team is trying to come in with the vehicles, and they might come into a collision.
Also, keep in mind, it is going to be Walkouts who do have that little bit of a higher ground. There you have it, Abrar. Already spotted someone. Looks like AJ's position is going to be known, and, well, I wonder if they are going to skedaddle out of there, because for now, Global Esports, right, they have 3 members on the other side of the water, while AJ is still over here. But again, if Walkouts do try and rush in on that position, which really doesn't make any sense, because have a look at them. They have the high ground, they have the mountain to themselves, and they have the lay of the land in front of them. Now, if AJ makes a little bit of mistakes, it could be problematic. There you have it. Joker's coming in. Is Abrar going to be holding his trigger discipline over here? No, yes. That was perfect. That was brilliant. Joker, for some reason, slowed down, and, well, that is all just going to right now. AJ suddenly realizes, wait a second, people are over here. But the question is, what does Global Esports do?
Now, one thing which I love about Abrar over there, he got that knock. He did not wait for somebody to come in and try to get that revival and, trying to bait them out. But ultimately, what did he do? He's going to blow up the vehicle, reduce the chances of him getting revived. AJ on the other side is going to pick up the vehicle. Abrar is not going to stop. He's going to keep spraying and he's going to be persistent as he's removed the vehicle tires. And right now in the crosshairs, UI is going to pick up that pace from there on, but doesn't do so as he's going to fall back. But somewhere, Eggy on the other side. You're going to love that bolt action coming in, right? And that is going to be one knock. Let's see whether that's going to get converted into a finish.
Well, the Mosin Nagana is doing all the talking right now, and it looks like Apollo himself is going to be shot in the head. Let's see if the teammates can bring him up, but now Knuckle from Global
good
Esports
one.
is going to try and retaliate in kind to Walkouts over there, but they do have an airdrop for their taking as well. Level 3 armor is going to be taken up, while quite a few teams are still out of the blue. I like this rotation right now. They knew that Global Esports are going to be waiting for them. Ladies and gentlemen, forget everything. Let's stop the press. The AWM has been picked up, and well, let's see if it's gonna go boom, and let's see if someone is gonna go flying a mile away, because well, the BFG is finally in the game. But again, as far as Walkouts, just coming to my point real quick, you know, they realized they got that one finish. They realized the gas station is taken up, and well, OR Esports is going to be giving them a little run for their money. Mr. Spray is being sprayed upon, but that is what teamwork is. Suppressive fire coming in right there and then.
That is few things which I rarely get to see, right? It's textbooks. You need to make sure that you give them the right kind of backup, and eventually the backup has come in. But right now, when we look at the minimap, we do understand a lot of teams are trying to head in towards the side of Yasnaya. We can see that MG coming in from one side, RTR coming in from the other, Hydra playing in a split. They think that they have this game in their hands. Let's see whether that's going to be the case. Right to the center is going to be GE, Enigma. I mean, you can name the team which we thought that, you know, is having a very good time in the map of Erangel or have a chance of taking the fight towards the face of the enemies. All of them are at the dead center playing for placement points. Let's see who's going to be dominating on the northern side of the map. Is the circle, I think, is going to get drunk after some time and go towards another side completely.
It could be, you know, just looking at that little spot in the center, you know, of course I love saying it's a kaleidoscope of colors, but it was a little trippy as well. But for now, OR Esports are ready. He knows where the enemy is. He knows someone is over there, because mind you, Manya has been knocked down already, and Knuckle is going to be that little reinforcement coming in. Beautiful shot through the cracks over there. Had it been a different caliber weapon, it could have been a different story altogether. But for now, Global Esports seem like they're still going to be a 3-man squad.
Joker on the other side. The favorites are losing players at a time. MG Dawn on the other side. Rotation clashes, obviously inevitable. And who's making them pay? It's going to be Hydras for holding this position for a longer time. They started, right? So one thing which I've observed in this game, like when you're holding a position for a really long time, you get to know that topography really well. You try to understand that real estate so well that you'll know immediately where to shift, where to turn around, and which fight to take, which fight not to take, which is your most vulnerable spot.
You know, speaking of shifts, I am going to be keeping an eye on the map, because if you have a look at the top right of your screen, you know the blue zone is going to be imploding in on itself. I kind of feel we might just have a little bit of a western shift, I beg your pardon. We might actually see some action break down just a little bit. You are predicting a bit of a northwestern shift. Let's
Northeastern.
see. Northeastern. All right, let's see who is going to be right. It is going to be northeastern. There you have it. See, now this is why I was bringing this up. Hydra, we mentioned, were still in Yasnaya because they were waiting for the second and the third circle. And since we shifted a bit down south from Stolberg, had they gone out, got the higher ground over there, it would have been a little bit difficult for them coming back in. So for now, they still have a good position. However, I do feel they've given up the tall buildings in the city, as they are all going to be clumped in one corner. But for now, OR Esports, they do have the high ground, and well, looks like someone else has the ground. Aru is going to be shot at. Aru is going to hit the deck, and for now, Aru is still going to be alive.
I mean, I really love the way Hydras immediately shifted, you know. They regrouped, and that was the most crucial thing, because they know next time the cavalry comes in, they're going to come in as a group. And it's going to be so, it's going to be so hard for you to take that 2v4 fight. Playing for placement points. We have seen, they have been offensive, now time to go defensive and then try to maneuver in a very different way. But let's see whether that's going to be the case. RTR is holding the best spot in the house.
Enigma,
not too high, not too low. ACBC on the other side is also trying to traverse around. They know BP kind of knows that there's a vehicle which is passing by, but they're not going to do anything much. Yeah, Enigma is holding one of the best spots as well. Oh, Nigma Galaxy on the other side, close to blind, and we can see that Shadow knows information. He's going to be trying to cook up a grenade. He's too late. He goes back inside rather, but on the other side, Zaddy and Williams, they're going to put up a fire trap rather to avoid them from coming up.
Well, they are going to try to make sure they keep the enemy at bay because, well, the enemies are not at the gates anymore. They have breached their building. Now, Williams got to be careful because looks like fire is being flung in their direction as well. He does want to he's going to get up. He does shoot. Unfortunately, he does not connect. This is a good position. He goes down. The man holding the grenade is going to be brought down. Nigma Galaxy in the bullet from switches his weapons. Beautiful switch to the M4, and now looks like Nigma are going to be cut open, cut into pieces from every which direction. One man standing who does get a knock, but that is all she wrote, ladies and gentlemen. Blind Esports' Williams take a bow, knocking out 3 of them, and, well, making sure his team is still in the fray for now. Global Esports' AJ. He knows the enemies nearby. In fact, Evil Sky is going to be knocked out, and Capron seems like he's the last man standing for ACBC.
Now, GE on the other side, just 2 men standing. AJ is very, very careful. They know that they have a little bit of a center of the circle, right? So we can see a little draft shift coming in. But finally, I'm going to throw this to you. Obviously, a Car 98. What are your thoughts?
I'm just appreciating that big scope, the 8x, the bolt action. I want to see somebody's head be blown up. There you have it. Take your shot. Blazing doesn't matter. It's all right. Take your time. All you got to do is make sure you line it up perfect. And the moment the head hits the center, just let loose that bullet because for now shots are going to be fired. Capron again, remember the last man standing does have a UMP. I'm pretty sure he wished he had an Uzi instead for this close quarter combat, but looks like Manya is going to be taken down from elsewhere as Athanki is going to join the fray. And have a look at this. Capron, buddy, is keeping an eye out on the kill field.
Yeah, good one, good one. And at the same time, presence of mind. Look at that. He puts up a molly perfectly through that window, which might help him, which might give him a small space where he can land a grenade on the opposite side. No, AJ on the other side, fear has been struck in his heart, right? He can hear vehicles, he can hear the person on top trying to put some throwables down below, but somehow he's trying to survive. He knows that if his composure gives up, it's going to be so hard for him to compromise.
Oh, you got to be composed in these situations, absolutely. And again, you know, we did kind of think that Global Esports are going to be on a bit of a high. Unfortunately, remember, ever since they lost Joker, you know, everything went down south for them. And speaking of the circles, looks like that is going to have a little bit of a southern shift, as well as Jasnaya is still going to be in the picture, but only a few buildings are going to be in the northeastern hemisphere. But right now, I do believe OR Esports are looking good pretty much at the center, while Hydra official. Now, have a look at your minimap, ladies and gentlemen. They are just at the edge, but again, no opposition for them. They're going to make it in, but the question is what happens next, because once it shifts out, then all the teams that are already out in the open who have those, you know, makeshift fortifications, they're going to see them coming, and smoke can only obscure your vision so far. But for now, GOG are going to be taking the fight well to the winners of our last game as the big brothers are pushing in. Each side is down one member. Wait a second. Looks like a Wagel just went over someone, and Rex is trying to get a few shots as well. But it is going to be Beas who gets the better of GOG as Bullet goes down. Nick goes down, and well, with the help of Enigma Rex, another one bites the dust. GOG out of this game.
I mean, they had everything under control. They put a man down, but ultimately, look at this. A blessing in disguise for the side of BBs were Enigma. Now, Enigma also has to make it inside the circle, so they have to be quick in making decisions as there's very few seconds left until the blue zone is going to touch them. Far away, it's going to be RTR versus the side of MG, and let's see what's going to happen next.
Something very interesting was happening. Oh, I thought it was going to be a game changer. Avi was heading over for a flank. Look at his position on the screen right now. He came behind, but BB's presence of mind, they heard the vehicle, took the shots, and the flank has been basically dealt with. But now, looks like reinforcements are coming.
Oh, locations has been compromised. Eki is going to take advantage of all those things. Beautiful. And eventually, he has an opportunity at this point of time. And that's going to be one of his teammates far away, reviving them. And now, they're on the corners of the circle. Nobody to backstab them. Nobody in front of them. They're going to hold this ground for a long time and try to pick up as many finishes as possible.
Have a look at that. Avi's flank might have failed, but it was a massive distraction because everyone was looking at that direction. And, well, somebody came in from the back and, well, planted a few daggers deep down. Now, MG's path killer. He is going to take the fight to the enemy, and RTR knows
Oh no,
exactly where
oh
he is. That should be a good grenade. However, somebody is going to come up, and well, Palfkilo is going to be cut down, and Dionysus is now the last, well, god standing.
Now let's see whether it's going to be the god or a mortal who's going to make mere mistakes of getting taken down, giving up his location. It looks like he's kind of given up his location. IE on the other side have a vague idea of where he is. Now this is where I would like to say, your solo man standing in to put up a smoke. Obviously that's going to reveal your location, right? So this god is going to hit the grounds, proving himself to be a mere mortal and nothing else, as Retribution RTR are going to be very, very happy with that finish they've attained, and they're going to push forward through the blue zone to make sure that they have a very good spot. Now Hydras have been blessed time after time with the zone themselves. Now they have to fight for it.
Now the question is, they have one major roadblock in the way, and that roadblock are the team that is on our screens right about now, Initiative Academy. Now, Initiative Academy, they've had a few issues. Looks like they are going to be coming under fire, but for now, looks like Blind Esports just lost a member really quick right now, and look down the boys have one of the enemies. Park, and of course, you do not want to bang into your teammates' cars because, well, chances are someone is going to blow you up to smithereens. Now, Autobotz are going to be coming under fire. Enigma Esports at one end, and even OR could be taking a few pop shots at them from the other, but it's going to be Evo's grenade, followed up by Avi's grenade, which is going to make sure two of them are going to be down on their knees, and there you have it. Evo's going in, and third grenade is going to knock out Mr. IGL, and that was almost going to be friendly fire on them, but now Autobots are survived by one Autobot, supposed to say, and the question is, where is he?
I don't know. Probably a split gameplay
right
coming
next.
in. Yep, I believe it was a split game coming in, but let's not forget that Enigma on the other side in the crosshairs of OR. OR has got the hard compound inside the circle. We can see that very clearly, and they know that, you know, with that ridge they have, they can see the whole view right in front of them. Not a specific bird eye view, but it's good enough to take down any team in front of them or rake up some finish points for themselves. As the push comes in against the side of Enigma, it's INS on the other side. They're going to make Enigma taste their own medicine.
They are going to make them taste their own medicine, and now how the tables turn, they are going to be trying and finding a little bit of cover for themselves. Lucky for them, they have all these old vehicles nearby, and now Eggy spots the enemy. Eggy shoots, Eggy almost connects, however, it is going to be just a bit too late for him. For now, he and Evo are the two members standing for his team. 8 finishes is not going to be a bad outing. Now, the thing is, we are going to be switching to the other side. Hold on. Eggy's going to make sure he parks his vehicle and has enough makeshift cover. Now, keep an eye out towards the top of your screens. IE are going to have to battle it out with Hydra officials sooner or later, and let's see who's going to come out on top.
Now, on the other side, we're able to see some grenades are still being thrown, coming in from the side of Mr. Spray. The conversion of Chono to a finish is anytime soon coming in towards the side of Walkouts. But RTR on the other side, they have a vague idea where Walkouts are. They're trying to restrict them as much as possible through those, you know, smokes. But at the same time, we all know when you're gatekeeping in the 5th circle, it's going to be easy for you to pick up some finishes for yourself. As the spray goes in from the side of Mr. Spray, who's trying to live up to his name, gets another person in his crosshairs, puts him down on his knees, finishes up immediately. Now Doddy and one more person. I think it's going to be a little hard for me to read out with all those movements, right?
Oh, there's a lot of action happening, and looks like OR almost just drove over Shadow, but now I think he gets on from the other side, and now Blind is going to be pretty much pinched in. They were pinched in like the claws of a crab right now, and well, that is all she wrote, as another one is going to be biting the dust. Now, this is the final initiated. Hold on, ladies and gentlemen, have 4 finishes, remember that. Now they have 7. Hydra official, well, normally they say that you cut 1 head off and 2 spout. This time they cut all 4 off at the same time, and looks like Initiative Academy are finally taking that initiative, and well, they are going to have a few placement points, and they are going to have those finishes to back them up.
First of all, Hydras let go of strong positions which they were holding, and they're going to regret for falling back, but rather regrouping in the very building they were holding. But Initiative Academy is going to be so happy at this point of time. 8 finishes is what they've got for themselves. Walkouts and them are the only 2 teams which are outside the circle, but it's not going to bother them much, right? So from here on, all they're going to do is slowly come in. They've got that haystacks in front of them, use that as hard cover, slowly execute one player at a time. But on the other side, we can see that Walkouts from far away are putting up this smoke trail. I really want to start counting the number of smokes which is going to be falling in front of us, because it's all going to be like thick snow in front of us.
Well, speaking of falling in front of us, Shane just fell in front of us courtesy of Enigma Eggy, and well, that grenade is gonna be all she wrote. AJ trying to survive for so long. Well, a 7th position finish is what Global Esports are gonna manage this time around. Now, down to the final 6 teams, 17 still alive. OR is a full-man squad. Initiative is a full-man squad. And, well, the Walkouts are still a 4-man roster. However, looks like they are going to try to beat the numbers. Egg is spotted out of the distance, and that is all she wrote for Enigma Gaming because, well, the blue was kind of helping out OR Esports as well. Now, the fights are going to be breaking out every which way as Walkouts are going to get the better of a member of WSF. Lucky for them, they still have that gradual slope for cover as far as INS and OR Esports is concerned.
Now let's see what's going to happen. Nobody has the center of the circle apart from IE, right? They kind of spread around and they have a vague idea of where the opponents are. OR Esports on the other side are concentrating only on one corner because they know it's important for them to take one team at a time if they want that winner chicken dinner. 11 finishes what they've already got. Consistency seems to be paying off for them. The previous round was so confident that this round they might pick up the second winner chicken dinner for themselves.
They could do so, but right now Joker has to be the man of the moment because he is going to have to fight off against an army that is going to be coming towards them. But oh my goodness, OR was spread out just amazingly, and well, he couldn't really look at 3 directions at the same time. Aru trying to batch himself up, has racked up 13 finishes, well, as far as the entire team is concerned, but we are now down to the final 4 teams, 3 of which have all 4 members alive. And well, looks like Esports Walla is going to be the only team with that lone survivor. Let's see how long the gentleman can survive. Maybe he might just get a few extra placement points, and Ayush, he spotted something in the distance, and he suddenly realized that, you know what, the moment was past. Good on him for not letting loose any bullets. But OR, mate, 14 finishes. They are looking for more.
Now let's see, Aditya is tossing grenades towards the corner where he found some smokes to be put in. He knows that they trial for someone to be moving around with. Jelly on the other side is concentrating towards the side of Walkouts, and that's a good thing to see. He's got that haystack, as we said, that, you know, these are the few places where you can take cover in this open field, and he knows that, you know, nobody's going to tag towards him because the rest of the teammates are looking in the right corner where probably shots could be coming in towards them. Aditya on the other side, look at this, on the buggy, and probably then trying to get on this blue crate so that it's going to be easy for them, but ultimately OR is getting closer to victory. I can see that they're trying to smell it as quickly as possible and pick it up as quickly as possible, as Initiative Academy have concentrated the firepower towards the side of Walkouts rather than going in towards the side of OR, as one person of OR has been damaged.
He has been damaged, but the best thing about OR right now is the way that they are spread out, right? They're making sure that they have their backs against the wall. Now, the thing that isn't working for Initiative Academy is, if you look to the left, we have OR. If you look to the right, we have WO, and there you have it. Looks like the final member from WSF is going to be caught out, and well, Invader isn't going on any conquest today, as Walkouts are going to make sure they get the better of him. Have a look at that. Now, OR, they are spread far and wide, right? They have the blue zone to the backs. Initiative, unfortunately, have WO to deal with.
Now, one thing is that, you know, OR has got a small ridge to work around with, right? They push in towards that, you know, dry space right in between, the stony place right in between, the one which I can see coming in from the side of Spray. Even he's got a little bit of a ridge to work out with. He's not going to be detected by OR anytime soon, and he can take advantage of that and capitalize. And I think this is the place I was speaking about. OR is also holding something similar, but rather they can take and have view of where IEs are placed. Look at this. Aro using iQOOs much better. He's going to be placing himself in such a place where he knows the exact location. He's going to do damage with the throwables as much as possible. One person gets taken down. The second one might be coming in as he knows the location. It's going to be the Slithering Snake next, trying to go as close as possible and try to finish job off against the side of IE.
Keep in mind, he just popped a smoke grenade, making sure that they get the better of them. But now this is what I was talking about. IE have 2 teams to deal with, because from one end, OR is trying to squeeze them with all their might, and well, Beard Bobby, the other, is trying to blow them to smithereens. For now, Ayush, he's going to keep his distance. He's like, you know what, boys, we need to calm down a bit, let them fight it out, because Aditya did get the better of Blazy, and Loki is falling down as well, which means now there's only one man standing, and that man is Ayush himself. Now, but again, you know, they already know the positions. Wonderful outing by Initiative, but right now it is going to be a head-on collision. OR Esports up against Walkout.
Now, carpet bombing is something I'm looking out for because I know the throwables of OR is kind of exhausted at this point of time.
18 finishes, buddy.
Yeah, exactly. 18 finishes. And they're looking for 3 more, which is in front of them. 21 is what they can rake up. But at this point of time, Aditya is again doing the same thing. Behind that haystack, he's going to be jumping to check where the enemy's locations are. And slowly they're going to start executing. Jelly has started things off. He's going to be converting that into a finish. I don't know why WO are not retaliating, due to which they have to pay a heavy price. Mr. Spray is going to be visible as well, as OR are going to be so happy with this performance. With that winner chicken dinner and 21 finishes. Just imagine where they can be in the overall points table.
Oh, they're going to be jumping up quite a few positions. And of course, we are now going to be heading to the post-game segment powered by Loco as we have a look at the point standings. An unprecedented 36 points, the highest in any game so far. 15 coming from position, 21 coming from all that carnage.
I mean, execution to the perfection, right? They exactly knew. As I said, they were concentrating on one team, but rather all the other teams were concentrating on 2 different directions, and OR was able to pull this up. Walkouts is going to be right behind them, trying to play for placement points yet again. 6 finishes and 12 placement points and 18. Initiative Academy, finally, finally coming up with 18 points. And they were dead rock bottom in the overall points table. This is going to give them a little bit of a confidence boost. Enigma again coming back. Consistency is coming back from them as well. Esports wala WSF doing what the others did in the previous game.
Well, they don't have any finishes, but they definitely have 8 points to show for, and that is going to take them on a little bit further in this tournament. But I love the fact that Initiative Academy, this is going to be a little bit of a game changer for them. Like I said, a massive game. They can finally take a deep breath and be like, all right, we still have this. Now let's just focus. But now, iQOO MVP, of course, as predicted, it was Aditya from OR Esports. 8 finishes, 922 points of damage, and I wouldn't be surprised if all 4 of these boys are going to be in the top 5. Well, we're going to find out in just a few seconds.
Now, you can get Phoenix tattoo on his hand over there. It's soaring through the sun, and exactly that is what it did in this game, right? 920 damage. Try to be the Phoenix which burns through those haystacks over there.
So also they did arise from their ashes, so to speak.
Yeah, obviously.
Have a look at that, ladies and gentlemen.
All 4 of them. Like 20. Obviously, right. The number of players inside, and amongst that you almost have 20% of them.
I mean, of course, 21 finishes is just amazing. And have a look at the damage as well. Each and one of them, except Aditya, of course, 920. We're going to count it to 1,000 because that's almost 1,000. They have 1,000 points of damage. And again, I like the fact that Initiative finally are going to be up on the thing as well with, 2 finishes for himself.
4,000 damage in total.
Wow.
Just imagine FD graph, how was it going to look towards the side of OR at this point of time. I'm waiting to move over there, but longest finishes again coming in for OR Aditya, 316. I just hope it was the sniper, but I don't think so it was.
You know what's going to happen now? So the FD performance graph is going to be coming up next. And, I've noticed one thing. We've only gone up till about 32, 33, 3,400 points of damage. So I guess it might take some time because they're going to have to add a few more numbers. But let's have a look and see as to how the finish to damage ratio is going to be like, because like we already predicted, they have got more than 4,000. Have a look at that. We only go up till 2,800, but these guys have gone up. There you have it. New records are being set. The highest damage, 4,016 points. 21 finishes, and I do believe if the information is right, because yes, we do have a few voices in our heads, but this is the highest in BMOC and BMPS so far.
Yeah, absolutely. So it's good for us to say that OR has set a standard of being the most aggressive team in a single map, and at this point of time, the rest of them is not going to bother much, right? The limelight is taken away so much, it's going to be hard for them, but IE and W on the other side, 8 and 6 finishes are the only other team apart from Enigma to get 8 more. And look at this, 96 points, 43-45, a balance coming in. OR Esports, 1 good winner chicken dinner, and they place themselves in the 2nd position, where EXO was also competing for that position. Now, Autobotz on the other side, we expected this, right? So 1 good game they can play, somehow they can come up on the top. Big Brothers have also done a very good job, 7 games played. Team Soul has still got one more game to play, and EXO also have got one more game to play. So let's see who's going to be at the top of the end of the day. But the jump coming in from the side of OR, from which position they were before, I'm pretty impressed.
Well, I'm pretty sure they're going to be happy as well. I'm just taking a moment because, boy, that was quite a jump. They were on 60 points before this, and 36, you add that, suddenly a massive jump, second position. Again, anything can happen. Now, Nigma Galaxy are going to be holding down the fort as far as the second page is concerned. 53 points for them. FS Esports, I wouldn't say they've fizzled out because they have gone down quite a few positions. However, maybe it's not their day today, right? With one game remaining, let's see what they come up with. But again, Global Esports slowly but steadily inching their way up.
Yeah, I love it when some squads tend to, do the best of what they can, but ultimately let's look at the bottoms. Nothing surprising for me. Initiative Academy slowly puts up some points. 18 points is exactly what they got in the previous round. So slowly they're going to be climbing up. I think it's the first step they're going to be taking, and from here on they can actually capitalize on it. The first gear is put, right? So it's not going to be hard for you to go to the second, third, fourth, or probably fifth if you have one for yourself.
Well, just have a look at Initiative Academy right now, right? I mean, they were at the bottom. They only had 5 points before this game, all of which came via finishes, and now all of a sudden that 5 has become 13 and the 0 has become 10, which means that anything is possible. And again, these are just the early stages of the tournament, and we still have 3 weeks of a lot of fighting. It's going to get neck to neck at some point. I mean, of course, some hearts are going to be broken, but again, this just goes to show that everyone still has a chance. I applaud IE at this position. Hydra almost had it, but any last thoughts right now about this?
Not much. I want to say this, that Hydra officials on the other side could have played much better.
Well, they could have, but for now, let's have a word from the official sponsors. I'm, of course, talking about iQOO and Loco. This is BGMI, sponsored by Crofton.
To make every day the best of my life. To strive for more. To beat my own score. To get that encore. I've got this. I've got the power to do more, see more, be more. I've got the power to win. I've got the power.
Watch it, earn it.
Well, I mean, I always love seeing the video, all the shenanigans all our favorite streamers get up to. And, Fixus, on the other hand, was just doing a little bit of dance motion over there. But again, Arca, we have these amazing devices in our hands. Let's just remind our viewers that they can win one too.
Yes, absolutely. Today you're going to do is go to Amazon rather than Google, and you're going to search for this device there. You're going to be, playing few games rather, and you're going to make sure that you hit the notify button as well. And once you're one of those lucky winners, probably you do things at the right time, and then you might have your hands on this beauty.
Well, this is a beauty, and, again, if you missed any of the action, question, where were you? Because how can you miss your favorite teams doing such amazing things? But don't worry, we have you covered over there because, well, the highlights are going to be popping up on your screen now. And let me tell you one thing, it was a slow start, but again, action was aplenty.
Now, just imagine, until the circle went in towards the side of Yasnaya, nobody even thought of taking a skirmish for themselves, right? So it all started off in one corner, then Hydra official, holding that one good position, couldn't capitalize on it, but ultimately ACBC was holding a very good ground until GE came in, and then, they started to make things bad for them, but Capron held on for a really, really long time. Mane got taken out by OR Atanki somewhere far away. Even before he get revived, he got finished off.
Well, he did get finished off, of course. It is part and parcel of this game, but I love this. William, he jumps down, he gets one, he gets the second one, switches, he knows someone's rushing at him, he gets back in cover, switches to the M4, and now, well, gets a third as well. And, well, although he does run out of bullets, his teammates are going to be right there next to him, making sure they do the rest. In fact, an entire squad wipe almost coming out. from this man. Now this fight over here, GOG again, they already went past one member of BB, and Scream must have been shouting on top of his lungs that, hey, there's somebody coming towards you, and, his team was ready. And of course, as you mentioned, Enigma were kind of helping them out as far as BB's concerned, because, well, they were in a little bit of trouble, but looks like their trouble was short-lived, because in comes Enigma, takes their place.
No, the dunes of death. And that is what exactly happened.
And also then out of Enigma, then another team tries to come in. INS tried their best to come in and, take their spot as well.
Yeah, but Enigma actually knew it, right? They knew exactly how to execute things, and they did it to perfection at this point of time. The other dudes of death is going to be the side of ABCs. I really don't know how Enigma was able to, actually point the grenades out perfectly. I know the first grenade connects, the second one you'll have a very less time, but ultimately they placed it so perfectly that they could pick up more finishes. And this was the last I saw Enigma picking up any kind of finishes for themselves.
Well, of course, they did have a little heavy-hitting game over here, but now INS, they did come in from behind and, snuff their lives out. So again, a lot of give and take happening. Now, this is what you were, of course, kind of disappointed with as far as Hydra official go, because, they had the best position right from the get-go, but I do believe they made a few hasty decisions, and, well, hopefully they come back stronger for it. Now, WO, Walkouts, they had a good game as well, but have a look at this. Hydra, again, all clumped in that one small tower. A grenade is going to be coming in. The ground is on fire, and now, Initiative, they finally made that final push, and, well, Loki is going to be sending them to the depths of hell.
An unnecessary one yet again, leaving the compounds. But ultimately, let's come back and see what happened between OR and Blind, where OR, the way they converge, like two players from two different directions are going to be jiggling and spraying, and that is what you need, exactly. Enigma on the other side, they try to pick up some more finishes over here, from far away, but ultimately it's going to be hard for them as AJ got taken down by a very good grenade coming in from the side of OR. From here on, they're already raked up 10 finishes, and there were just hardly 10 more left on the field, and they were like, we're going to take all the rest of those 10 because we need to make history over here. Look at that, Abrar on the other side had started things off against the side of WSA. He almost got that finish. He did get that finish, to be specific, but ultimately one last man was slithering around, but until OR came in, INS also had a very good opportunity. Rather than going for a drop, or duck would have been much more better.
Now, right now, as soon as Joker comes out of that little wizard tower, now he assumed that the entire team is going to be coming knocking at his doors. Aditya and one of his teammates was still at their original position, and that is something he never anticipated. So again, OR played a clinical game. Now, IE, let me tell you one thing. Amazing outing from these boys. Unfortunately, they did get a bit unlucky because, well, they had two teams to contend with. Now, the question is, I was just thinking about it. Of course, OR did have a little advantage as, WO were falling down like dominoes, one after the other. Initially, when Initiative Academy was still alive and kicking, WO could have actually been a little bit of a thorn in the side of OR Esports as well, because, they did have those ridges to play with. And if OR lost the flank, maybe it could have been a different story altogether.
And now this is what experience is all about, right?
Yes,
Walkouts is one of the new pros, right? So what they were trying to do, let's play for placement points. Let's not risk of going over there and losing players.
Why lose our cover?
Yeah, so let them all fight it out, and when the final moments of the game comes, let's count the number of people alive and probably have a vague idea of how many people might be alive and strike when the iron is hot. But at least did they realize that they were the iron which was inside the fire, and like then OR came in and struck perfectly.
They kind of just settled themselves. It looks like that is what happened. But again, it was a good thing. OR definitely the experience, as you mentioned, coming out. I'm sure that they and the boys were just in perfect synchronization. The communication must have been on point. And let me tell you one thing. Communication, of course, is key. If you can't tell your teammates where the opponent is, what good is your information?
Yeah, you're going to be like that renegade of pain, right? So each of you should be connected to one another. And if that is going well, we all know there can be wonders. And we have to give it to OR, right? 21 finishes, 4,000 plus damage. And the graph was so small that just put it over there.
You like that, right? Again, I love the fact that, with every single game that is being played in this tournament so far, we keep setting the bar higher. And it's not just one team that does it. It's someone new every single time. Now, OR, definitely, we are going to be talking about them. We were talking about Team Soul all day yesterday. And yes, they are going to be coming in and playing the next two games. So don't worry, your favorite teams are still coming in. Team XO is going to be coming in next. And we're still waiting. Let's see if they can get the hat trick. But the question is, well, actually they can, because it is on Miramar. They did win it last time around as well.
Yeah.
And of course, you and the that other one was casting. So, do you think that they have another chance right now?
You had me at the other one, everything just flew above my head. If you could pardon me again.
I mean, the best thing is he's right behind you. What's up, other one? Anyway, so the thing is, do you think EXO can still do it again in Miramar right now?
Yeah, they're on a hat trick, right?
Yeah,
they're pumped. They have that confidence. All they have to do is first concentrate on placing themselves, because the crosses are hot, right? So the recoil is also hot. So it's going to be much more easier for them.
Well, now the pre-match segment powered by Loco is going to be popping up on your screens, which means I'm going to say bye-bye, and I apologize for the voices you hear next.
Oh, it's going to be the daddy coming in who will have some lines to, get away. I know he calls the other person old man every single time. The wise man, I would believe, in our eyes. But ultimately, Group B versus Group C is something we'll be looking at. I'm going to give you time for you to come up with a backup line. But till then, let me read out the name as quickly as possible. From OR to 7Cs, everything is done. So there goes your line.
No, it's an irony, right? The youngest has to be the smartest in the room, and well, of course, I mean, the big man's left, and here's the comes daddy. But of course, now coming back into the picture, what we were really having, of course, OR Esports. My, oh my. What was that? I just got mentally. I mean, what was those damage numbers? 4,000 points of damage. They are on fire, but now they are heading into the next map of Miramar with a chicken dinner. They've been playing consistently. We've got a few substitution, and well, we've got the usual ones, Esports Wala, WSF making those changes. We've seen them do that in Sanhok. They've done that now as well. Even the same names again, Retribution, Hydra. So, these teams are still trying to figure out they're playing for.
Yeah.
But OR Esports, they've blown my mind.
No, this is where I would want to ask you the question. RTR is trying to play around with two of the keepers. One is going to be Kinetic, who keeps coming out.
You know what, Arka? I'm just going to hold on. I know the barrage are coming up, but I think it's time for the viewers out here. You're watching the stream. You're loving it, of course. The banter, everything going on. We've little something to give away, right? The merchandise, a sipper, and of course, those cool BMPS t-shirts for you guys. All you've got to do is support your favorite teams. Who do you think is going to be ending on top in day number 2? It is Team X or maybe Team OR as well. You've got competition right now, out of which 10 lucky winners are going to be selected. And how do you do that? You've got a description form on that BGMI official esports channel. All you've got to do there, sign yourself up, because if you do not and you're winning, I'm going to take it all home.
Yep, absolutely. Now, at the same time, let's not forget this beauty, right?
Oh, yeah.
We have been speaking about it for a long time, and better say this through a video rather than the words which we try to say. So, ladies and gentlemen, here is a small promo coming in from the...
To make every day the best of my life. To strive for more. To beat my own score. To get that encore. I've got this. I've got the power. To do more. See more. Be more. I've got the power. To win.
Well, I believe the message was duly delivered, right? iQOO, Loco, everyone just coming in. But this time, this beauty right in front of us, makes things really cool down, right? Of course, that cascade cooling system that comes along with this. And of course, all for the esports enthusiasts, especially when you play games like BGMI on your smartphone, things are going to get heated up, as OR did manage to, bring all that inferno inside the game. So you've got to make sure that, your device supports you while you're getting those 19, 20 frags to your names.
Absolutely. Now, at the same time, there was one other team which kind of impressed me. That was IE.
Yeah.
They could have struck against the side of OR when they were vulnerable. They could hear them, right? There was a fight happening to the left. I don't understand why one last player was so much concentrating on the side of WO on the other side. I'm so sorry, I'm not able to remember his name. He was just standing over there giving out information. He could have been the person to give out information, telling that you guys carry on trying to eradicate the side of OR from one side. I'll just have a look out and try to avoid walkouts to come in towards us. I don't know why that did not happen. Probably you could answer that better.
You know, more of that, I'm going to talk about it from a bigger picture, right? Now,
Yep.
Initiative Academy, they were struggling. They were at the very bottom, right? Getting a top 3 position for them at this point, I'm not going to scoff at them at this point because honestly, at this team, we were kind of starting to rule them out, right? You know, maybe it was iQOO BMPS, that is how far they went. You know, BMPS might not have been their stages, but the boys are back. Of course, you've got those nerves. You've made it to the top 3 for the first time in the BMPS, all the matches that they've played. Yeah, of course, there were a few jitters. They could have certainly done better, but again, it is a Mexican standoff, right? It is. So what they were initially intending to do was let the fight between Walkouts and OR let happen, and then they were thinking to be the ones scavenging over the fight and go for the finishes. But that was not the case because OR already, they were on a high. They were getting, I think they were already sitting at 15 to 16 finishes already. They went in for that one wipe, eventually went in for the other. As, you know, both Walkouts and I felt like they were the sitting ducks over here, right? They was just waiting for what come and abominish them from the lobby. But now things are getting so heated up, Arka.
Yeah.
It's going to be Miramar. We do have EXO. We do have OR Esports. We even have Team Soul, who apparently, after, you know, that very amazing first day haul, suddenly seem to have fizzled out. Not yet, because, you know, Goblin still nonetheless did manage to survive quite a long in Miramar. But that's not how Soul plays, right? That's not, they're not the ones trying to survive. They're the ones to go in right up close and personal, face death, and then be the ones to be the Grim Reapers for all these teams as we venture into the deserts of Miramar. And, well, Arka, if you have to pick a name, who do you think is going to come out as a victor?
This one question which keeps coming in my head. I really don't know whom to be looking out at, but somewhere I have to say it could be 7Cs. Again,
Okay.
Again, I've been trying to think out of the box and see, because they have been performing well previously. They're on the path of redemption for what has happened, the betrayal from the first map itself. So let's see whether, you know, the spray comes in perfectly for them and it works them out. But for those teams, for those viewers who have just come in, why this map is going to be hyped up so much? It's going to be OR, who have made history in the previous round. They want to capitalize on it. Then we have Team EXO trying to go in for a hat-trick. 2 matches already gone in. The next game could be a hat-trick for them in case they perform well. Team Soul on the path of redemption, not had the best of the game, so they want one very badly in this game. And the rest, I don't have to walk through the rest of the teams.
I mean, there's so many names, man. You talk about teams from Group C. You've got everyone who've had their fair share of good games, except UP50. And again, they're having those hiccups. They're kind of starting to doubt their decisions. It's again them trying to settle into the tier 1 lobbies. And I'm pretty sure by day 3 and day 4 they're gonna stage a comeback. Or maybe it could happen possibly today, as Arka, I believe it is time to take it up to the skies. You know, everything is set up. Team EXO or Team OR, or is it going to be someone completely out of the blue from the horizon coming in and bragging this chicken dinner? As ladies and gentlemen, we have taken it up to the skies. The flight path trajectory heading in all the way from Campo Militar towards Los Higos. Something that I believe the players would not really mind.
Now, I believe that, you know, regularly we have been seeing that the flight path tends to cover as much real estate as possible. Before we head over there, let's look at the overall standings at Miramar. Team Soul, EXO, MG, these are the teams to watch out for. But let's not forget, slowly OR is also creeping up. ACBC has also been performing better. But the teams who had to perform over here, or who have to perform over here, UP, Esports, Blind, as well as, Esports Water, Blind, as well as Enigma. Now, the top finishers, yet again, it's going to be Goblin. The kind of game he has played so far, so he's still going to be holding the top position. Let's not forget the Beast, which, you know, referred as Dionysus. Let's see whether he'll be able to, you know, perform better in this game.
Exactly. Now you've hit the right chords, Arka, because Team MG, this is a team that we have to talk about, because considering the former stats, Miramar has been their strongest suit. Now we've got so many big Miramar contenders. We've got OR Esports, we've got Hyderabad Hydras, we've got Team MG. Maybe Team Soul can get a chicken as well, or maybe it can be someone out of the blue, like we've been saying, right? You wanted 7C Esports, Nigma Galaxy, they've had a decent game as well, and even Walk Walkouts, as a matter of fact, because Walkouts, again, they're going to be happy about how they ended a top 2 finish in Erangel, would want to sort of reciprocate that sort of a form into the desert as well.
Now, 3 straight matches is what Walkouts have played. So they're going to be hot on their fingers. It's going to be easy for them to, try to play much better with the circle going completely towards the western side and nobody going towards the complete western side, towards the side of El Pozo, if I'm not wrong, and Montenevo. Nobody is over there. So it's going to be hard for people from the eastern side to actually make it inside the circle, as there's a linear formation of all these teams right to the dead center, especially towards that Picado mountain, as we can see more than one squad is over there. Early skirmishes, not anywhere visible right now towards the side of Los Leones. 2 teams pretty much close to one another. But I have to say this, that, nobody's even dared to go to the southern side of the map. Minas, Prison, as well as Los Higos is going to be abandoned.
Oh yeah, indeed it will. Now, for now, the team we have in front of us, Team Soul, right? Well, we've been talking about them yesterday and today have been 2 contrasts of how they've been playing. Few little mistakes have been really punished heavily by the other teams. But Goblin, still one of the star performers for Team Soul, is delivered when it all matters. But this team in front of me, UP50 Arca, it's been a lot of games, and we're still waiting for them to get the big numbers. IE has done it. 7C have staged a comeback. Global Esports is on a run and is on a roll. But when do you think they're going to come back? But for now, it is a fight right now. FS against ACBC.
Now, FS on the other side, it's kind of, 1v2 situation. He's trying to clutch it out. Oh, crosses were perfectly placed. It was just the helmet which, held on for a long time for the side of Evil Sky. Yeah, that is exactly what happened. And I think he was boosted as well. And that is how he was able to survive it much better. But at this point of time, it is important for him to run towards Rain and pick him up. FS on the other side, Explicit, was pretty much far away. I believe that, it was an unwanted fight for the side of FS.
This is where I really feel that ACBC have done their homework. Right? Look at if we have the map feed, if we could have the map feed in front of our screens, I could really paint the picture over here. All the players of Team FS were so well split apart from each other, and that is something, ACBC, they have been doing their homework. They've realized, this is one of those areas, this is one of those chinks in the armors of FS that we can really capitalize, and they did. So now, had Evil Sky not had a helmet, he would have been down, because ideally, if you do not have a helmet, you're gonna take double damage. And these guns, they are really deadly up close and personal.
No, but I really have to commend the one man who went down, but he did, do wonders on there, right? The first fight, the first fight had already done the damage against him, so it was hard for him to survive. But let's look at the map yet again. As we said about that linear formation coming in, we can see that UP50, it's Walkout, 7Cs, you have Soul, you have IE, and you have FS, all coming in right to the dead center of the map. So the southern eastern side of the map, in case they want to traverse, probably go towards the side of Los Higos. That is where I believe MGs are trying to come in from, or probably towards the side of the valley itself, Minas, the valley, and they would want to go towards the side of El Pozo, because you can see that one road, right, which is completely empty. They can go for the placement points.
Oh, they certainly can. Now, taking a look at this particular circle, like you've been saying, right, the western area has been completely vacant. This sort of opens up avenues for teams like MG that are kind of around the southern shorelines. They're going to start rotating around. They're going to take that western highway, go towards Montenuevo or maybe El Pozo. But this little circle that has formed in front of us has tendencies sort of to go around that eastern areas of El Pozo. That was before they opted to what's going to happen now. Well, nobody can really predict, because even the analysts, they're getting so perturbed, right? And as to where the circle is going to take a shape. But Sensei, slippery legs, thank goodness it did not cost him heavy.
Nobody close by, so he's going to be breathing a little more better at this point of time. But at the same time, let's not forget that, there are moments in this game where such mistakes have paid a heavy price. And we have seen that before, especially during the rotation where your vehicles come in a bit more closer. But Team Soul on the other side have to be the team to perform, because they might lose that top position. By the way, Team EXO, by the way the other teams are playing, it's going to be hard for them. And 7Cs versus Team Soul at right now locking horns. It's going to be Omega taunting the opponents.
Yeah, I'm starting to speculate if this was the wisest of decisions, though. because he's all by his lonesome. He gave away his position, was in pursuit of a knock. Now, 7C know exactly the threat looming around them, and these are the two big giants, right? They know it's going to be Team Soul if they're around them. Now, this is where the question comes down to what the body language for Team 7C is going to be. Are they going to be prepared to take a fight, or are they going to look to retreat? Because by all means, they're looking for a standoff. They want to fight it out against Team Soul. They want to settle some old past scores. But for that, they have to capitalize on one of those mistakes that Team Soul makes. Now, Team Soul, they've been high on spirits and confidence. They're feeling it. But right now, look at how they position everyone at one spot. Now, this is the point where Team Soul have to make some hard decisions. They have to decide if they're gonna split out and create that little bit of a blockade for 7C and then strike. But like it seems, they've got a different target in the form of UP50. It's a cat and mouse chase going on in it.
Yep.
Oh,
Hector. Yeah, Hector is trying to push his luck over there, and we have to see whether Hector would want to go behind him, be persistent in picking that. Probably he did the job, right? Struck fear in the hearts of the opponent where they had to run away, and eventually that is a hard compound for them to hold out. But Carry on the other side is going to make mistakes of jumping off his vehicle when it was on traverse mode, or probably moving around. It's going to be hard for them, but Soul sticking on. I'm so sorry to the textbooks of removing the vehicle tires if it's visible in the crosses.
I love them because of this. Now, getting back to what you just said, Hyderabad, Hydras and ACBC might have gotten into a little bit of a collision course, traversing around. You've got similar rotations. That is where, shots are going to be fired, and you kind of tend to eject from your vehicle, and I think that is what would have happened with Hyderabad Hydras.
I hope so. That was the case. But good, well pointed out that, Soul always tends to capitalize on the weakness. First, they want to weaken the enemy.
Yeah.
And there are several ways in this
Sadistic
game.
people.
Yeah. I wouldn't say sadistic. I would say clinical, because ultimately you need to understand how you weaken your opponents in a far distance. Remove the vehicle tires. Make sure that they have to use their legs rather than any other mode of transportation. Then when the time is right, allow them to walk into their crosses and then take them down. You cannot be more clinical in this game, and that is why I love, as you pointed out, I love Team Soul for this.
Oh, we all do, right? Don't we? And they've been delivering. This is a Team Soul that we've all been wanting to see. The fans, the legends that go along. Big names also there. You still have Mortal and Viper in the substitute list, though. Somewhere down the line, if they build up a huge margin of a lead, we might get to see the OGs making a comeback. But for now, a circle has shifted somewhere around the Park Grid area. You've got those places around San Martin. I really believe Nigma Galaxy's position is a really good one, but at the same time, EXO, look at them. Again, a late entry inside the circle, and so have the players of MG yet to rotate. And this is exactly what I was telling about. If we had the map feed, a little bit of a more clear picture, we could have given it to you guys, because they've taken the Western Highway. They've realized, the Western areas were vacant, and they were going to capitalize on that. There you go. MG realizing they can make that rotation through El Pozo, maybe through the Crater Fields area as well. But at the same time, they've got to keep a little distance from ACBC and Hyderabad Hydras.
I think they can. This is too early for them, because in the map of Miramar, we have been saying this, that no matter how close you are, you're still far away. So that mountain is really, really huge. They can, share that real estate within themselves. So let's see whether that's going to be the case, as we are able to see some more, rotations coming in. Walkouts are also trying to walk in the same path as that of MGs. But something has stopped them. I think that's going to be helping them a little, as BBs are going to be coming in a bit more closer to them. Team Soul on the other side are trying to be the same, I would say, I wouldn't call them hypocrites, but ultimately when I see them in a split gameplay like this, in all four directions, so confident that, they can take players down.
Do you think cocky could be the right word?
Probably cocky could be the right word, but I didn't want to sound harsh as well.
I mean, see, we're all entitled to our opinion, right? And you felt that could be a problem. I even feel the same. But as long as, they're going to rack up all those finishes to their name, as long as they get the objective secured, who are we to say that? But yeah, of course, you know, Team Soul, they've been kind of getting a little bit on the guns. They've been the ones always itching for a fight. And I would urge all the teams, you know, even the underdogs, the new faces that made it to the big stages, you know, who are going to be considered our next professional players for the next couple of months, the tier 1 teams, everyone sort of to open up a little bit. You know, this is how you need to test the waters. That is how you do it. And that is something that I've been loving about this team. And talking about loving teams, yes, 7C Esports, they have made it. You know, this is the dream comeback that we were talking about. They've had their fair share of laughter. This time, having a little bit of a higher ground. You know, all that information being relayed to them. All they have to do is find finishes. The only fallacy that I can see is they do not have any optical scopes.
I believe that they're trying to play for the final circle. They feel that strongly the circle is going to be completely shifting towards the side of San Martin, and all of a sudden there's going to be a drunken shift towards the side of Picardo coming in from the side of circle, and hoping that's going to be the case, because 7Cs actually need a confidence boost. A winner chicken dinner obviously is going to be changing the fray, but ultimately we have to see whether Team EXO can get a triple, as we keep speaking about it, or Team OR wants to capitalize on what they've done previously. Yes, the predictions have come out right as of now, as the circle is going to be shifting towards the side of San Martin, where 2 teams are holding the hardest compound, trying to welcome anybody else with a pour of lead.
You know, look at the eastern side, right? You've got EXO right beside Nigma Galaxy. Even OR is going to follow suit. And this is where we can start dreaming of a fight. And this is what I was talking about. Team EXO, they have that little bit of a high ground advantage. They're definitely going to do everything it takes to shut OR down.
I don't think so. It's a necessary, you know, game right now for them to concentrate on either side. But I do understand, you know, trying to eliminate backstabbers and then try to look on for that frontal battle is going to be necessary. But in this distance, we're going to be just burning your resources unwantedly. I don't think so that's going to be the case. But ultimately, they choose otherwise and try to rotate away from the position they're holding. Probably they're walking more closer towards the crosshairs of NGX at this point of time. Let's see whether they'll be meeting them somewhere in between. But yeah, EXO kind of knows there's a team in front of them. They're not going to do anything much, but hold on to the strongest of the compounds they have as of now.
You know, for now, you know, EXO could really be in a very bad situation if they do not address OR, because they're going to be caught from behind as 7C Esports. A little oblivious, a little complacent about Soul's whereabouts, are now in a whole world of trouble as Omega is on a collision course against RN. Would eventually secure the knock, but he's getting shot from elsewhere as the numbers from 7C, they're dwindling, Arka.
And the least expected thing from them. I don't know why they're trying to play this split against the side of Team Soul. The grenade does connect, and this is the best part about them all. There's going to be one player who's going to be trying to concentrate on healing himself, whether the others are trying to be grabbing the tension of the enemies, which has been working out for them. But eventually 7Cs knows that there's a ridge in front of them, which Soul is trying to take advantage of as a cover, but still tends to, you know, use a vehicle and go away. Will Goblin capitalize on this as the shots are being fired towards them? Chip damage was being dealt, but now they could have been stopped in their path.
Oh, they certainly could have been stopped in their tracks right over there. But at the same time, you know, 7C Esports, I was kind of confused. What were they really trying to do? But we're going to talk about them a little later, because we've got all these high real estate prices going up in San Martin, as all these teams are starting to slowly but surely populate it with the numbers, as Initiative Academy, you know, on the behest of how they performed in the last game, they surely have started to open their wings up a little bit, as ACBC, they have a fight going up against Blind, with even Hyderabad Hydras on a lookout from the far off fray. But maybe it's going to be a trifecta of death going on between these 3 teams.
ACBC exactly know what they're doing, right? So they also know the locations of the enemies, so they're going to take advantage of it. But the enemies are thinking a little more better than them. They're going to make themselves inside the circle first, and then welcome ACBC with a pour of lead, as at this point of time, look at that striker tries to hold the corner of that mountain itself so that it's going to be easy for him to take them down. M4 is what he has in his hand. He's going to be reloading it, getting ready to strike fear into the hearts of the only team trying to make it inside the circle.
The San Martin circle that we all love and fear. at majority most of the times. You've got teams like Enigma Galaxy holding onto the center. You've got EXO, OR on the peripheries as Hyderabad Hydras. They are on an invasion course against Team Blind. Find them at the weakest, and this is where they decide to strike. Maxi, Ace Black, everybody tossing up their grenades, all crying out for that one knock before they commit for the push.
Now ACBC also are making it inside the circle, and I do believe that, you know, it's going to be easy for them to somehow come into a corner. But yeah, you were pointing out on few other fights, and I had to concentrate on the others because ultimately we know when something is inevitable, we're going to come back to it, right? Blind on the other side, they need a good game. They've already lost 2 players. They need to be a little more calm. MG on the other side is going to be throwing up grenades against the player. It's going to be Gasty, the last man standing, the last ray of hope, who is being, you know, tested to his fullest as Explicit's grenade is going to be landing any second soon. No! It doesn't connect. He has done the damage against 47. He knows the location of Explicit, who is going in for another grenade. And time for Gasty to run away.
Oh, but you know, Team MG just on the cusps of getting eliminated pretty early on. There you go. Explicit is going to be putting the final nail in the coffin as FS, you know, they survive just with that one finish. Of course, Team MG wiped out one of the favorites in Miramar, being taken down pretty early on, as things are going to get really intense, which is where the conversation comes down to this next circle split towards the eastern side. And well, EXO have been making the right calls. I'm just going to call it, it's going to shift to the east. It is.
I hope
Fingers
so.
crossed. But
I hope so. I hope so. Let's see what's going to happen next at this point of time. Hyderabad Hydras are also placing themselves in a perfect position, to be specific. You know, that high ground is something, you know, you would want at this point of time. But ultimately, let's look at the fight which is happening on our screens. Our Esports are trying to push their luck too much, for which they had to pay the price. Kinetic is also down on his knees. Rockstar has to watch out for Kinetic God, who's trying to push in. He knows exactly where the enemies can be. The vehicle sound is going to give up this position as well. He's going to be walking into the crosshairs any second soon after the exchange of the gun comes in. That's going to be goodbye for Rockstar. And I really think that Rockstar did a mistake of getting into the vehicle rather than taking the fight.
oh, it was those you know, panicky situations as
Oh.
Team Kinetic, you know, they've done this once even in Erangel. They're gonna do this again, maybe going after the big guns over here. Team Soul, they're facing trouble, but look at Team Kinetic, the confidence exuding out of their bodies at this point. Would of course want to get KE back up, but with the circle starting to close in, I believe, or rather hope, they're still having the better of the circle with Enigma Galaxy still at the epicenter. You know, they're getting the best out of the situation, but MJ again, a lot of slippery toes out there. Everyone's just falling left, right, and center.
Now that fall is going to be a blessing in disguise for the side of Kinetic, right? So they'll be able to try to survive as much as possible, as Enigma Galaxy on the other side, they know there's one vehicle lurking around right in front of them. So they're just going to wait for it. That's going to be BO on the other side, who has to make it and regroup with his teammates. But every time he comes out in the open like this, he's got to have to pay the price, as Vexy's crosshairs misses rarely, but it does, where he can survive for a little more longer.
Ooh, the big headlines, you know, Team Soul, they are crashed out again. And this time with barely a few points to their name, just a few finishes, that's it. As the circle still maintains that city. And this is where, you know, we're all pushed back, because ideally you would want it to go a little towards the eastern side. But again, EXO, they've got their corner secured. You know, you've got Fears already stationed inside the circle. This is where the big fight, you know, you're talking about EXO and OR battling it out against each other. This is going to be happening.
Now, we did see in the finish feed that, you know, EXO had actually picked up the pace. Fierce had already taken the fight to the side of Hyderabad Hydras. That means they're being serious right now. But OR on the other side, right in the open. What are you guys doing? You're just giving away your finish points to EXO at this point of time, as Panku stuck when the Hyun was on at this point of time. Atanki is the last man, if I'm not wrong. He's going to be walking into the crosshairs. 3 finishes for Panku. Punk, I would like to say at this point of time. The U which he had before, it's kind of stuck in my head.
You know, it sounds a lot cuter, right? Punku. He's a punk, but a cute punk. But there you have it, you know, Team EXO just annihilating OR. And I told you, this was inevitable. And it all came down to how Fierce in position. And at the moment, you know, OR was trying to get in, and then they realized that, oh, damn, we are done. And it was again, you know, EXO just catching them off guard. Beautiful big brain plays being made by Sensei, as now everyone sort of has congregated right at the very center, as Team Kinetic is going to be dishing hell from above as KU now shifts on towards his bolt action rifle. Is he going to crack Scum's skulls?
I don't think so, because the circle is going to be coming in anytime soon. They have to make it inside the circle, and after this, there is there's not much, you know, hard cover in front of them. All they have is an open field. So if they don't choose to do now when others are busy fighting with one another, they might get caught off in somebody else's crosshairs. But let's not forget the confidence which is going to be rushing in towards the side of Team EXO at this point of time as they regroup with each other, and HH is the only taunt for them to be removed. And in case they remove them, we could place our bets completely on the side of Team EXO that they might pick up this winner chicken dinner for themselves.
The first hat trick, ladies and gentlemen, of both the iQOO BMOC and the BMPS combined is on the line. Fierce having spotted out Ace Black is going to take a few shots at him, but at the same time has given his position away as UP50 from the backlines. It's going to be KSR who's a for them, as now Carry is going to be making those big moves as this one grenade could decide the fate of Team EXO.
Now the grenades also been coming in from the other side. Oh, look at the damage it has done as Carry had a very good opportunity to clear them off. Doesn't choose to do so. He's coming in a little more late, and the other grenades are going to be dishing it up. It's the last man standing that's going to be Snacks lying on flat on his belly. He's going to be coming out. Yes, he comes into the crosshairs, and EXO out of nowhere gets eliminated with just 6 finishes for themselves, and it's Hyderabad Hydras pulling the right strings, to be specific.
It's a friendly fire for Snacks. He knocked out one of his teammates with a grenade. Out of such a clutch situation like this, Sensei is going to be furious about it. Or maybe not. But for now, Team Kinetic finding all that chaotic situation at right time to finally get inside the circle. But the big question is, are they going to be having that privilege, the luxury, as MJ instantly takes one down over there, as Dreams has already made his way. Now Enigma Galaxy is starting to dream big. Now in a 1v1 situation, Dreams is being pushed at by the players of Kinetic. Of course, BO doing it out with his arm, getting on board, but the trades are going to come in as Apollo is going to respond in fashion.
No, I really don't know whether Enigma Galaxy are concentrating on that one lurking rat right behind them, right? So he could be that, you know, lion, turning out to be a lion as he picks up more finishes. It's going to be Blind versus the side of BB at this point of time. It's going to be AK versus M4, and that's something good to see at this point, at this moment. But BBs on the other side have the divided attention towards the side of ACBC as well. So let's see how long they can survive as Big Brothers are taking more fight than which they can chew on.
Oh, of course. And still they're getting out at the better end of things as Zinopi is going to try and push in again this time. He's picked up another fight against the players of Team FS, now stepping out in the open. A little bit of a free fire. Finally figures out where K47 is, but it's going to be retaliated back from the backlines. It's going to be Kinetic's God, who is going to put him down on his knees as Zen OP, the final surviving player for Big Brother Esports. He is going to try and rack up as many position points. But look at it, 23 minutes. It's 24 minutes into the game, and we still have 9 teams surviving, Arca.
I mean, when hard covers are coming in, if it was Los Leones or let it be the side of San Martin, this is what we can expect. And at this point of time, Initiative Academy are cooking up some throwables, having a vague idea of where the opponents are, but will not be connecting any of those, right? As BB is going to fall back as quickly as possible. They know they need to prioritize the zone as well, but Blazy's one good grenade can actually do a lot of difference at this point of time. Kinetic is going to be coming in from the other corner. There's one team on top of their head. I believe that's going to be the side of Blind. Yes, they were holding that position from a long period of time. They have the zone to their favor. Just 2 men standing, but still can do a lot of difference.
Oh, they certainly can. But for now, they have the entire attention focused at Team Kinetic. They know there's someone lingering around these edges, and with those smokes, well, the answer has been given. God, he's going to make such costly moves. Or else he's going to prepare for his heavenly abode. But for now, Team Blind, they're going to redirect their attention because now the circle has finally taken a little bit of a shift towards the eastern side. And I feel that smirk on the faces of the players of Hyderabad Hydras.
No, I just hope that Hyderabad Hydras capitalize on this, right? Because they were wanting a game like this. And Walkouts on the other side, as you said, they had a very good chance as Mr. Spray gets eliminated with this squad going off. Hyderabad Hydras are doing wonders over here. So let's see how things are going to turn out. ACBC, there's a huge chunk of teams fighting on the other corner, right? So Hyderabad Hydras are going to wait them out. Every now and then they're going to pick up some finishes for themselves. So let's see how the things goes.
But now, Enigma Galaxy, of course, Wixie gets a better out of one of those players. But for now, Hyderabad Hydras. Striker knocked out. He needs that rest. Enigma Galaxy, they have also been playing amazing throughout this entire game. As Maxi's gonna rack up finishes left, right, and center. This time, finally putting an end to the players of Kinetic Esports. But look at Sanhok. He's being pushed from multiple directions by two or different teams. It's gonna be a fight against Blind, in which he is eventually gonna fall.
And eventually Blind is also going to be tasting their own medicine, obviously, for trying to come out in the open. Deadpool has a lot of job to do. No throwables in his name, no healings in his name. All he has to do is trying to push out, where it's going to be coming in the crosshairs of Exa, and he's going to be laying the final nail in the coffin, and that's going to be Blind saying goodbye at this point of time. Domination comes in from the side of ACBC, obviously, because of the hard compound they're holding. But let's see whether the zone is going to favor them a little more from here on, as Hyderabad Hydra's location has been compromised.
It could be anybody's game. Whoever the circle chooses to, drop the circle at their laps next. As Hyderabad Hydras, they know ACBC, they're on a hush right now. They're gonna go and push a little bit of those preemptive nades being cooked up. Gonna do a little bit of damage though, not enough to knock them out. As Capron, he understands that Ace Black has been lingering around those edges over there, wanting to be a pesky thorn. But for now, he's gonna still try and continue to try and flush him around over here, but not really successful in his endeavors.
Now, Hyderabad Hydra is a spread around. That's the big advantage they've got, right? Look at that. Ace Black from one corner, Carry On from the other corner. But whereas it's going to be Nigma Galaxies who put their back against the wall. And it's going to be hard for them to take this fight. Ultimately, if they tend to come a bit more forward, they're going to be pushed back. And in case the rush comes in, it's going to inevitably getting taken down because of the zone as well. But let's not forget, the only ray of hope Nigma has got is the ACBC's grenades going to be connecting at this point of time towards the side of Ace Black, which doesn't happen. And Hyderabad Hydras are also cooking some grenades towards the side of Nigma as well. So throwables are going to be exhausted anytime soon. And then it's just going to be all frontal battle with the guns.
It all comes down to how Ace Black is going to hold on to the players of ACBC as Maxi steps up. It's all human chaos throughout the entire map of Miramar inside the San Martin city as Rain goes charming in. Has spotted out one of those players out there. Eventually he's going to take a jump, try and get the better out of him. Yes, does get that knock on Vixie, or maybe not, as Vixie, a valiant standoff from his side. As Rains are going to come in from Hyderabad Hydras, who'll be hiding behind the fences over here as Rain on a sliver of HP, just waiting to meet his makers. How long can this man survive?
I think he can survive a little bit more, but ultimately he's going to give up his life to the zone rather than the player, because he knows one finish gain is one finish not given. And at the end of the day, it's going to be Hyderabad Hydras with the winner chicken dinner, the most wanted for them. A confidence boost ultimately is going to allow them of 14 finishes, winner chicken dinner with 29 points. ACBC right behind them with 20. They're going to be happy with the kind of finishes they've gained up as well. Nigma Galaxy on the other side, they could have done much better, but yes, as we know the positions of theirs in the overall points table, they were looking for placement points rather than finishes.
Nigma Galaxy, well, to be honest, the way they started off, they were on the southern side of the San Martin Hills, right? All they had to do was try and rotate around. But as we take a look at the point standings again, it's a really good game coming in. But here we are heading in, of course, to the post-match segment, of course, powered by Loco, as we continue our discussion, Arka. As you do have to talk about Nigma Galaxy, right? They were the ones who were in the dead center right from the very start. They've been respecting the circle, but I think the tipping point was that one fight where Team EXO was wiped out, right, by the players of Hyderabad Hydra. Some big mistakes being made, and all came down to the timings of the rotations, right? Had Team EXO been a little faster in that situation against Hyderabad Hydras, had they won that battle, this could have been the hat trick.
Absolutely, but at the same time we need to concentrate on one other thing. There's a small format which has been formed up over here. Nigma Galaxy, Initiative Academy, Blind, always concentrating on the position points, 10, 8 and 6 yet again, but this time they all have a little bit of finishes to be supporting it as well. But Team Kinetic out of nowhere and Team EXO always sticking on to their finish points, and ACBC as well sticking on to their finish points will somehow make it up. But the point of concern yet again is going to be FS, 7Cs, UP50, OR Esports. I wouldn't say OR Esports will have a little bit of a concern with the kind of finishes they raked up in the previous game, but Walkouts, Team Soul, R Esports, I would include Team Soul in this list. Team Soul, R Esports and Team MG, they were holding the top of the table in the first day. that doesn't mean the war is over.
Of course, it never was, right? We were talking about it, and let's see who the iQOO MVP is going to be. I'm pretty sure someone from Hyderabad Hydras. It's going to be Carry, who did manage to do the heavy lifting over here. 5 finishes to his name, 919 points of damage, and that shows how good this team was. Now, considering how they dropped over at Campo Militar, it was a straight-faced rotation. The only trouble they had was from the players of ACBC. Both of them trying to rotate in together, but a top 5 players list, as you can see, it's going to be filled with Hyderabad Hydras players, and then you had Zen OP, who was kind of in the middle of all the battle, right? He was engaging here, there, almost everywhere, and then we had Blazy from Initiative Academy finally making his way.
I mean, Initiative Academy coming in the MVP does show that, slowly the offense started to pay it off. But yeah, 10,763 healings in the map of Miramar. Something which we did not expect in the previous one, which we expected in the previous one, but got gifted in this one.
It was bound to happen, considering an urban circle. Now teams kind of get that little bit of a breather to go in for those heals. Now that is where you see those preposterous 72 knocks. Now this comes into play, right? And that is something that you would expect from an urban circle Miramar game. It was pretty much standard, pretty much typical. But yeah, a lot of amazing fights we got to see, especially those little bad call-outs from Team OR Esports in that situation where they were a little late to join the fray. Eventually just got sandwiched and hunkered down from both the sides by the players of Team EXO, who eventually had to meet the makers in the form of Hyderabad Hydras. But what a wholesome game it was, right? Ever since, Team Soul coming in. And that is where the discussion really came in. This youth split, not really respecting the circle, trying to play around the edges. It is quite visible. They're trying to do different stuff. And clearly, it's not working out in this lobby as we transition in to the FTE craft, as the big high-rise estate buildings are coming down to Hyderabad Hydras. We've got Enigma Galaxy. We've got Team EXO. Even as a matter of fact, Kinetic Esports. A lot of team having those damage numbers up.
Yeah, this time, they were all burning their resources. They were on the want or the urge of picking those finish points. But very, very few were gifted with it. Hyderabad Hydras being the highest as it's visible. But at the same time, there are teams who went down with 0 finishes but still dished a lot of damage. And that's a very good thing to see. Rarely we get to see such kind of a damage ratio coming in a specific game. So ultimately, 7Cs on the other side did a lot of hard work for just 1 finish. And that's a little bit disappointing.
They held on to so long, right? And again, OR Esports, they were focusing on their rotation, picked up by the players of EXO, like we've been discussing about. Some really bad choices being made. They were kind of waiting for that, curveball, right? They were waiting for the circle to shift elsewhere, do what it's been doing, right? Throw everyone off from their minds, and eventually had to fall prey to Team EXO. But Big Brother Esports, now another team that did have the high damage numbers up. We were seeing them, playing around the centers, and sometimes they took a lot on their play that played that they could choose.
Yep, agreed on this point. But at the same time, this is one game where I really felt each of these teams were taking a bite so big that they couldn't digest or probably swallow as well, right? So there was always a divided attention coming in. But before we speak about more of those, we're going to be looking at the overall points table. At OR Esports are on the verge of hitting the 3-digit number. 98 points is where they're standing with 8 matches done. Now Soul has got 1 more match to go to increase the difference between themselves and OR. But Big Brother Esports picking up the pace. 85 Hyderabad Hydras, finally a good game, and they come up to the 4th position. Team EXO, when we really thought they'll be holding the top 2 position or probably challenging the top 1 itself, they get down to the 5th position, and it's going to be hard for Autobotz from here on to pick up, right? Slowly others are picking up. All the experienced teams, to be specific, are picking up the pace. So the new pros have to probably press the pedal.
Yeah, I think they've got to press the pedal to the metal over here. Of course, Autobotz Esports, the only team from the BMOC, playing all the stages, still in the top 8. But yeah, it's been a big fall for them. I'm pretty sure they're going to recover, though, as we take in onto the second pages of the standings. This is where the other names really pop up. Our Esports, they had a really good Miramar game in the second one, which we saw, Kinetic absolutely losing his mind. But
Yep.
This game was all about ACBC also climbing up and Team Kinetic also giving their 100%. Global Esports, of course, this game they were not playing. It's not gonna bug them a lot. But for Walkouts, I expect a little bigger things, right? I think the only fight I saw was when Hyderabad Hydras took down the last player. And now as we transition into the page which is very concerning, right? UP50, GOG, Esports Wala, WSF, all these teams are yet to pick up.
Not only those, the two of the big name over here, Hydra officials and 7Cs, even
And
they have
Enigma Gaming.
Yeah, Enigma Gaming. Slowly Enigma Gaming is picking up. So they have the 8th match left, so another 20-pointer they can go up and they're capable of raking at that up as well. But we have to see one more point which is coming up, right? All those teams who have played 7 games until now, especially in the middle bracket, just 10 more points, they can outnumber everybody who's on the top. So let's see whether that's going to be the case. But as you said, what is that one thing you would suggest for a team like GOG or for a team like Nigma, all the bottom teams to be specific? I don't want to take the names. What is that one thing you want them to do to rake up some points, not to go bad in the overall points table?
Start picking up early fights. Start engaging in them. Because if you're not going to jump inside the pool, you're not going to know if you know how to swim, right?
Yeah.
You've got to figure it out. You're going to fall few games, but what is going to be a victory if you do not even try to do that, right? What these players have been thinking of is they're kind of very conscious about themselves. Like, we're not going to engage in those fights. We're going to try and respect the circle. Now, take a look at this particular circle, right? It was almost 24 minutes into the game. We still had 12 teams alive.
Yep. That shows that, most of them are actually prioritizing the zone. It's time for us to prioritize one device, which is a beauty in the hand. And I know that iQOO smartphones will have a better video for us to show more about them. So, ladies and gentlemen, this video for you.
To make every day the best of my life. To strive for more, to beat my own score. To get that encore. I've got this. I've got the power. To do more. See more. Be more. I've got the power. To win.
Watch it, earn it.
The moments of this game which is still not going off my mind, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. And yes, we did see about this beauty as well, but let's not forget Loco over here, India's largest gaming platform at this point of time. Most of these BGMI players whom you're looking at are actually streaming over there, their perspective, their knowledge about this game itself, so you wouldn't want to miss on all those things. And also, you can have a very good chance of streaming yourself. So if you feel that you're decent enough in this game and you want to push your luck in making some money and also a career, you can head over to Loco as well.
The moment I heard money, I was sold there itself. But again, right now, let's take a look at the highlights as all the action did unfold in Miramar.
Yep.
We've got a lot to talk about, right? Especially all these fights starting off. FS Esports, well, they were caught blindsided. This is where ACBC, I really said, they did their homeworks. They realized, they're going on for big splits, and that is where they could have capitalized. But Team MG, as a matter of fact, this has been one of those teams, Arka, who's only been performing in Miramar.
Yep.
And having a bad Miramar game, I do not know how they're going to start to lift up their scores.
And somewhere, if they continue to dominate in the map of Miramar and slowly capitalize on just one game of Erangel, they'll have 3 maps of the day. So I think it's going to be easy for them to look forward for such kind of an opening of just one map in the map of Erangel. But let's not forget this fight where, Walkouts were a bit vulnerable, and then Hyderabad Hydras were able to rush in and capitalize on the right time and get as many finishes as possible. Look at that, 3 finishes already.
Yeah, and you know, again, we had those fair share of laughter in this game. FS, despite losing out on numbers early on, they somehow did recover though. But the big shockers were, of course, Team Soul getting eliminated early on, Team Kinetic getting those huge damage numbers. And this is where, you know, when all these teams have congregated, you know, around the San Martin cities, Team Soul tried to enter in then. Was the wrong timing this time picked off, and they were kind of out of option eventually, just to get blown over from every possible direction. But I think, you know, the breaking point of this match had to be from around this position where, you know, they were caught astray right in the open, being shot from, you know, two sides by Team EXO. Again, a very well-laid trap by EXO, Sensei and his boys.
I have to say this, that, you know, Team OR as well as Team Soul have learned that not traversing in a van will be the best thing to do. They learn the hard way, because every time they've got it, it's going to be good. But at the same time, K used one good sniper shot, which I know is going to make one man have a big smile on his face on the sidelines. He's going to be coming back and speaking more about it. That's Kinetic KU for you, my friend.
Look at that grenade. You know, the moment Snacks locked it, it was that smoke that was hindering his vision, and eventually just hit the car and ricocheted back onto its spheres, blowing him up as well. And this is where Hyderabad Hydras really capitalized on the situation. They knew that the eastern flank was completely clear. They had no one from the backlines. All they had to deal with was Team ACBC, who were right in front of them. And again, ACBC, they started off from the northern side along with Hyderabad Hydras and had a very amazing performance in this game as well.
Now, there's one more point. Kinetic had a little earlier push. Now, Big Brothers on the other side, they were actually taking the fight to everybody possible, and they were trying to rake up some finish points for themselves. But that was the last time I saw them. As IE comes in from behind, it's going to be Blazy starting to cook up some grenades. Then Blind starts to push in towards them. They were kind of having a divided attention, and Blind actually took advantage of all those things and put an end for them.
Yeah, even Blind, considering the circumstances that the numbers had already been reduced from the very start. Well, that is where things started falling down, but despite that, they did manage to hold on pretty long, right? And this is where the fight did happen. ZenOP from the backlines tried to get the better out of Shadow, but certainly could not. But Initiative Academy, they have picked up the pace. Two really back-to-back good games for them, and this is where they're gonna have a good night's sleep. But for ACBC, this was the fight that I was talking about. Look at Ace Black's position, right? He had to be the anchor. He had to make sure that ACBC do not charge in, while his other teammates were trying to fight it out with Nigma Galaxy. The moment this fight erupted, Hyderabad Hydras knew that this is where the iron was hot. This is where they need to strike, and exactly they did that, with Rain being the final survivor. By this point, they pretty much knew this is their game. The chicken dinner is in the bag, and secured it. And the first chicken dinner, of course, in the iQOO BMPS.
No, somewhere I feel that, there was a moment where one player of Hyderabad Hydras had got down, and they could have capitalized on that, rather than concentrating on Nigma Galaxy, just trying to go towards the left corner and try to take down Ace Black if he was the last man standing over there.
They tried.
Yeah, they could have done that, but yeah, as you said, it's all the speculations which comes in from our mouth, right?
That is where they knew that Ace Black was over there. They did everything possible in the arsenal. They went in for those grenades, they went in for the molotovs, because they could not have their bodies exposed. The moment they would have taken it to the roads, of course Ace Black would have retaliated back. And had they flushed him out somehow or the other, had they cut him off from the flanks over there, then maybe there could have been a slight stark chance where they could have really tried to get in and took the fight, and the ifs and buts could have really come in.
Now this is where the most important thing for you to look out for is your resources. Just in case they had smokes in their name, just in case there's smokes in it, they could have just laid it over there in between the roads and probably tried to capitalize on it, or probably allowed their body to come out in the open, which they were restricted, and put that throwables in the right corners and try to get that initiation with the grenades, I believe. No smokes coming in the final circle was something a bit of a shocker for me in the map of Miramar.
No, even if they had laid those smokes out, right? You had three of the players of Hyderabad Hydras on this side of the wall. All they would have done is just go on the edges and, taken a peek like this and sprayed from one direction here. Then Black would be trying to spray from this direction. Could have been a perfect crossfire, even if you're considering that Hyderabad Hydras were out of grenades. So ACBC somewhere down the line, they knew, for them to try and enter in, they had to deal with Ace Black, and that is where this comes down to the fact that Hyderabad Hydra is such a good team in Miramar, finally living up to their names.
Now let's see whether Hyderabad Hydras will continue their domination, as the final map of the day is going to be coming in. And let's not forget that teams like Seoul, teams like EXO, where we expected these teams and teams like OR to actually dominate, because they were the teams who were on the verge for the fight, they all got eradicated. And it's good to see some new names are performing well, because at the end of this week we expect the overall points table to be hitting the same numbers and coming down to 0, and yet again the next week it's going to be something different for us, and new stats and analysis coming up.
Oh, it is definitely going to come in, but now it's time, ladies and gentlemen, the last matchup. Of course, let's head into the pre-match segment powered by Loco, where again, this tall, big man with a crippled leg is going to join in, and he's going to share his insights on how he felt about this game. Of course, teams from Group B, they're going to be sitting this one out, and of course, Group A is going to come chiming in. Global Esports, Enigma Gaming, XP are the big names coming in. And do you think anybody of them could get a chicken dinner home?
Well, I'm going to come to that in a second. The only thing I liked from that introduction, buddy, was the tall thing. So again, old man, crippled. I mean, you're going to make fun of the leg right now? And it's such a sensitive issue. I take it
Aren't
hard,
you glorifying that leg already? Cyborg.
Wait a second.
That. How did you break it?
Glorifying it. Oh, we're not going to talk about
how
I broke my knee. But again, I do kind of like that cyborg feel. But anyway, God, you got to come up with something different. But, again, the last match was amazing. Hyderabad Hydras definitely coming in, finally getting that chicken dinner, which, again, they fell short once before in Erangel, where RTR got the better of them. But, again, it was brilliant, mate.
Oh, it certainly was. And, getting into the final game, I'm so much excited, exhilarated to look forward to what these teams have to offer.
Well, we are going to look forward to see what's going to happen next. But what's going to happen right now is we're going to have a word from our sponsors, iQOO and Loco. So let's see what they have to say this time.
I've got the power to make every day the best of my life. To strive for more, to beat my own score. To get that encore. I've got this. I've got the power to do more, see more, be more. I've got the power to win. I've got the power.
I've noticed, Fixes, you were kind of making fun of me earlier. That's a nice sweater you have on. Really nice and loose, huh?
Yeah, you've got to hide all those curves, right?
I'm just kidding. This
with
guy
sexy
is
fixes.
curvaceous. But anyway, sexy fixes is what you heard right now. But if you want to grab a nice phone for yourselves, all you have to do is head over to Amazon and search for the iQOO Neo 6. Now, once you do that, a little quiz is going to pop up. And let me tell you one thing. If this guy can do it, you're going to ace it. And you might just stand a chance to win an iQOO Neo 6. Come on, buddy, bring it in. It's all right. It's all right. I know he's a drama
hard part
queen.
is this, the production team did select fixes. You're not gonna get it. The casters, you're not gonna have a chance at all. It's for our viewers. It's for all you guys. But of course, we do have a few substitutes being made over here this time from Team Hydra officials, though. But this is one of those teams, right? I really feel that they kind of stay around the edges every single time while they get inside the circle. That is where they start picking up fights. Now, you've been a competitive player in previous titles as well. Do you think that's the right idea to do?
Well, we're actually going to break that down in the next game because I do have a few points. But again, just a reminder for all you lovely viewers out there, if you want to grab some BGMI merchandise for yourselves, a nice t-shirt and a bottle or a sipper, as this guy likes calling it, all you have to do is follow the next few steps, and I wonder if Fixes knows what they are.
Oh yeah, I do. I've been creating all those other
right?
accounts and I've been trying to spam. I know it's going to be hashtag EXO tonight because, of course, the big names have fallen today. EXO is one of those teams that have been consistent throughout. Still one more game to go. And if they kind of pick the pace up, and for all you EXO fans, all you've got to do is spam hashtag EXO in the chat. And along with that, head over to the BGMI official esports channel. On the description, you've got a form to fill. Because if you do not, we do not find your dresses, we are not going to be able to send it over to your place.
What all groups are playing right now? It's A and C, right?
Yep.
So what if Seoul actually does something and EXO does not do something? What if they're still on top? Wouldn't that make a difference? Won't the ones who type in hashtag Seoul be the ones who have a chance to win this merchandise?
No, I think considering how the day has been panning out,
of course,
you know, again, a little bit of a clarification for the viewers, it's going to be only day 2 standings
Yes, sir.
that are going to be taken into account. So, of course, Team Seoul, they were sitting at 96 points yesterday. Out of all the games that they've played today, they've barely managed to collect 14 or 15, right? And this is where teams like OR, Esports and EXO have really stepped up the game, with even Team Hyderabad, Hydras also into the mix.
Simple question.
Yeah.
Why do you think that is?
Of course, I mean, because they've been trying out different styles of play. Now, if you talk about
Good
Team
answer,
Seoul
Fixes.
yesterday, if you talk about Team Seoul, how they played yesterday, they were kind of playing around the centers, right? Most of the time trying to contest and go for it. And today you've been seeing them, you know, taking all those unnecessary fights, trying to play around the edges. They know how they've got that little bit of a cushion to play around with. And this is where, you know, they're going to learn new things. They're going to learn where their shortcomings are, and we'll fix it.
You know, that's exactly right, because again, when you have that little bit of a cushion, you can't try new things out, because again, this is the beginning of this tournament and we have a lot of games in store for all of you. But for now, we're going to have a look at that factory that seems to be on the other side of that broken down power plant near Milta, while of course all the players are getting ready for all the death and destruction to come. Now again, you know, I think we got to do something. This is completely off topic right now, but you know, the last couple of days, I want to get back into BGMI. I want to, you know, take a few shots and you know, maybe do something. I am not kidding here, Fixes. You and I, we are going to play a game tonight. But what's going to happen right now is the final game for day 2 is going to be underway, and looks like we are going to be flying straight north over the Sanhok military base, and well,
How
the
do
flight
you feel
path.
about the choppers, XP?
You know what? I like the fact that we have a little bit of an escort. It kind of makes me feel a little special. But again, once I get back in the game, which we are going to play tonight, we're going to have to make sure the RP is all the way up to 100, because, you know, you want your name over there, isn't it?
More than that, you need to actually start increasing your ranks to be able to play with me. Because, well, I'm there up, you know, I'm there up. There was a certain time when, you know, you were on the leaderboards on 1 and 2 with my friend Dog.
You're going down.
But, well, those days were certainly numbered. But for now, let's not make it about the teams.
I kid you not. This is the last statement I'm going to make. That is not going to be about the game. Fixes is going down tonight, ladies and gentlemen. But anyway, the teams are going to be dropping down from the skies, hitting terminal velocity. Hopefully, all those shoots do deploy. Otherwise, someone's going to go crunch. But for now, looks like everyone's going to be heading off. Any drop clashes coming our way?
I do not think so. I do not think so. We are yet to enter the phase where, you know, teams take it really personally. Just go on, you know, target and pick a few teams here and there. But we would love to see that little masala, right? That's something I've been looking out for so long. But again, a hybrid Erangel's Rozok circle. Where do you think, XP, is it going to go up north or is it going to come down south?
I'm going to wait for another circle to give you my answer. But I do believe this time around we might, for, you know, one of the first times in BMPS, head towards Georgie, and maybe even Everest might come in play. I haven't seen a lot of action taking place at Gatka as well. So, you know, that is something we can look forward to. And have a look at one thing. The teams are already adapting to the situation. A lot of teams are going to be dropping down and trying to get those vehicles for George Paul, which means we might just see some vehicular manslaughter. It's not going to be involuntary this time. They are going to be doing it with intent to, well, knock each other out. But for now, Team EXO, oh, they were looking good in the last game. I mean, 6 finishes at one point, all for members alive, and then a blink and you miss action and kaput. They were gone.
A few mistakes also, though. But for now, Maxi's going to run for his life. Look at UP50. You were talking about vehicular manslaughter.
Yes,
Here
sir.
it is.
Of course, this is exactly what we saw, but looks like it is going to be Rage God. He's going to make sure, oh, he gets in the vehicle, and now shots are fired again. So close, yet so far away. But they know someone is going to be lying in wait, and it looks like Sarkar. Oh, he knows he's there. He spotted him. He's going to take a few shots. Nope. They are going to run him over. Maybe they might alight from the vehicle, take a few shots, and, you know, maybe have a couple of words. Oh, the opponents are going to be coming back. I thought the cavalry was charging in, but right now they're going to cut the losses, and, well, action begins early in the last game of Erangel
This could
Just
be
like yesterday.
yeah, this could be a declaration of war for UP50 and Hyderabad Hydras, and both of them having nearby drop spots, and since they have to traverse around, it is inevitable. But yeah, I mean, UP50 do have that little bit of a laugh over here, but still, Hyderabad Hydras, they've been playing the long game. They've been doing so well. Even yesterday, despite not having a chicken dinner, they were still on the top 3. And today as well, finally have managed to get that big chicken dinner that they were looking out for so long. But they're going to get the loot, all of it done. It all comes down to when they rotate.
Correct me if I'm wrong, because I've kind of noticed this little pattern from Hyderabad Hydras. They are, again, Miramar is one of their stronger maps, that goes without saying. They are a lot more comfortable out in the open terrain than when it comes down to, all those enclosed spaces. Maybe they're a bit claustrophobic because every single time they've rushed a compound, they've always been on the losing end.
Yeah, I mean, with Team Hyderabad Hydras, I've been trying to figure out the style of play, right? One of those quite prominent things that we've seen even in the Miramar games, where the South Indian circuits tends to dominate, is majority of them have been playing from the edges. And yes, Miramar has always been their strong suit, but maybe, there's other speculations that they've been kind of a little lousy on those close combat situations.
Also, but have a look at how adaptive they are. Now, we did have the circle up on our screens. Now, we know they love Western Georgie, and now what they're going to do is, since the first zone does permit it, they're going to call the Northern City, home. And in fact, I do see a couple of members, Ace Black, in fact, and Carrie, are going to be heading all the way to Zarki. And, I wouldn't mind just having the POV on them right now, because it has been a while I've seen that little town on the northern coast.
It's a drag to loot in the northwestern George Paul city, right? You've got those high-rise apartments. And you remember, right, back in the days when we used to play, we barely found loot. And, of course, going into Zarki, you cannot get those loot done quickly, and you can rotate inside your first circle and then get things done.
We're definitely reliving those memories tonight. I'm not going to let you go away, and you will play one round with me, and we're going to let the skills and the gaming do all the talking, and you know what, we're going to record it. You might even stream it, so we're going to have some fun 100%. But for now, our esports again, they did show a few signs of revival coming in, getting a few position points. Again, something Arca pointed out earlier. But what do you think their game plan should be right about now? Should they go for the fights, or should they try and strategize getting into the circle? What should be their priority?
I think the only one play that they've made was our esports Jadu in the previous first game of Erangel while you and Arca were casting. They were kind of left with just that one player who was resorting for a healing battle, playing around the edges. Almost had Team EXO down on their knees, right? Taking one player down, was a little greedy, getting that confirmation, had to go for it though. Wanted the second one, could not get it. But for our esports, they've been always one of those teams that have excelled at defending compounds, right? We haven't really seen our esports on any occasion really push in over at somebody and win those fights. Now, this is something that they really need to work upon, getting up close and personal with the other teams and try to pick up fights, because like I've been saying, we might sound like broken records. You're not going to figure out how to do so until you do so.
You know what they say, the best defense is the good offense, right? Or is it the other way around? Let me just test you right now. So again, like you said, they are a defensive group of people. But again, when they are going in for the attacks, what I feel what our esports is doing is they are too, they're localized. They have the blinders on, right? They need to open up more avenues, as INS has been doing so in the last couple of games, making sure they get those position points as well. But for now, on Erangel, of course, we did have some action early on. We did have a few ratatatas going off, but that's it.
INS, they've been the wild dogs, right? They've been the wild dogs, let loose.
And they like being the wild dogs.
Yes, exactly, right? They're going to make some big upsets. I'm pretty sure of that. But at this point, when you're playing these long league stages games, you need to come up with a game plan. And what the game plan has so far been, we've seen them, trying to instantly go in, take the circle, and try to defend it with all their might. Now, what they have not really succeeded at is defending, right? They've been pushed over, they've been thwarted off from their territory, and that is something that they need to do their homeworks with part of the Urus.
Looks like something might be happening just west of Yasnaya, as I do see a couple of teams heading on a little bit of a collision course, and sooner or later it looks like Enigma, or Entity, I beg your pardon, might just get their hands a bit dirty, because Hydra officials are going to be heading straight towards them. But looks like they've converged away, and Eggy is going to be the last man from Enigma I wonder if they are going to spot each other out, and well, looks like shots are going to be fired, but this time it's going to be north of Rozhok, as FS Esports are going to be taking on Enigma once again. And for now, it does seem like Clutch is trying to get as much information as he can, because his teammates seem to be a little far away from his position.
Of course, now FS Esports, you know, formerly known as Tactical Esports in iQOO BGIS, eventually played so well. They did come under knock, and well, they've had their fair share of laughter throughout the entire lot. They've had a few good games, few bad ones, but seems like Global Esports, they might have picked up the wrong fight right now. Considering it's still yet to say, it's pretty soon to assume that, you know, they're on a high form. K47. AJ, he's lost. He doesn't know where the shots are coming from.
You see, that is what, you know, practice makes perfect, right? And of course, the more you do something, the better you're going to be at. So FS Esports, they definitely have, you know, dropped in and around Rozhok a couple of times, as long as it has been uncontested. That is something I have noticed. But again, you need to know the lay of the land, right? And well, that is how you get all those crazy, amazing angles. And speaking of angles, looks like the zone is going to be angling away from Gutka. So, you know, our prediction is out of the window, and I say our because, you know, Fixes and I, we are a team.
Oh, no, at least not when it comes to drop predictions. You know, I love you, man.
Wow, I thought he'd have that back there.
I mean, I would have loved to, but, you know, I'm not going to steal my thunder, right? I'm going to be a little selfish about that.
Alrighty,
have to be. I was sort of anticipating that, right? Now, I think the analyst of Skylets Gaming did mention it out. You know, the circles have been taking those eastward shifts, and that was also the case now as well.
Yes, sir, you are correct, but looks like one of my favorites over here, also is Mighty Brown. Up the in the gun. Unfortunately, since he is down on his knees, he can't be cracking any heads open just yet. Now, Hydra official, they are going to be trying their best to rack up a few finishes and, you know, not make the same mistakes they did last time. Now, they've already pulled out of Yasnaya, and if the circle goes back to Yasnaya once again, well, they're going to be a little bit disappointed, aren't they?
At this point, you know, our conversation raises the Sniper King title. Well, with the inception of the previous titles, there was a player called Experiment who was known as the best sniper.
Oh my goodness.
Eventually, his title was contested.
Why are you trying to throw me under the bus? Because I know there's going to be a bot.
His title was contested by Diljit. But what do you feel about Eggy, the new guns coming in, you know, displaying the skills?
Oh, absolutely brilliant, because I did see some amazing shots in Miramar last time, and let me tell you one thing, it was beautiful. It was something that I like, that little flickety flick, and, you know, oof, I can just imagine, you know, the way his fingers must have been moving on the screen. Of course, when you have some amazing refresh rates, it is going to be even easier.
Oh, actually, yeah.
It is. That is where, you know, you got to get yourselves one of these iQOO Neo 6s. But now, coming back to the game. All right, our esports, again, they're going to be hoping that the circle is going to be coming their way, because as you mentioned, Fixes, they're good at defending, right? But suppose it shifts out of Rozhok, what should their game plan be?
Well, you've got to let the other teams pass first, because now if you're going to make a move really in a hasty manner, you're going to be picked not just from the team that's waiting for you, also from the team that's coming behind from you. But this is where, you know, even I want to take a few pages out of your book and ask you this. Now, you've been playing competitively in the past, and how difficult it is, you know, for a bolt action sniper, a dedicated bolt action player to really connect the shot, considering, you know, all these players are kind of moving constantly, not being still at any position.
Yeah, but again, you know, the thing is, when snipers come in handy, I'm going to hold that thought, because looks like Sarang is in charge. In fact, he is going to push forth and forward. He gets the better of one, and looks like Team EXO Sensei is going to be backing up with it. They have no idea that, you know, how many people exactly are coming for them. And what they are going to try and do is hold on to a compound and let 7C push in on their position. For now, they are going to be happy with what they have as of right now. The circle should be shifting a bit towards Yasnaya. No, it isn't. It is going to be at Rozhok. Oh my goodness. Well, you better sit down right now, otherwise you're going to fall over. You are laughing that hard. But now, all right, coming back to... All right, let's just give him a second. Well done, Fixes. You feeling good about yourself? Well, the circle is absurd, but the thing is, you know, I like it. I've always been a fan of Rozhok and the surrounding areas, because, you know, it has everything. You have buildings. Speaking of buildings, looks like we are going to be heading back to school, ladies and gentlemen, but this time it is not the situation you want it to be. EXO going up against WSF.
team that hasn't been having the best of the days even today, right? We haven't seen that performance we were expecting from their side. Goes a nade in, go from Punk. Does some decent amount of damage though, but not enough to knock him out. But at this particular situation, of course, Team EXO do realize that the school area is going to be objectively important for them, as a result of which they are showing their intentions of fight.
You know, I have a little bit of another opinion because of exactly this reason. Now, all right, WSF, they do have a knock, and one of the members from EXO is going down. The thing about the school is, yes, it is going to be a good position. Oh my goodness, Nate's flying right in front of me. I'm going to hold on to my thought because Invader is trying to make sure he gets better of the enemy. He pushes the M4, and now backup is coming in. And of course, when you have UNT, it's going to be a bit better close range, but looks like Hydra goes down, and well, Tango better hustle quick because EXO are making quick work of the opposition so far. Punk is going to be asking the question, do you feel lucky, Punk, right now? Because it looks like Invader is on the back foot. And keep in mind, the remaining members of EXO, there you have it, Sensei's backed himself up, and now they are going to be surrounding WSF. One is going to be coming up from top, and it looks like Snacks is going to be heading in as well, but they got to be careful because people hear the commotion. Shots can come in from any direction.
We've seen so many different variations in this fight, right? We had WSF holding on, EXO just charging in, eventually Punk going in, getting that one knock. Ooh. And what I loved about Punk in that was one fight was he did not overextend, right? The moment had he stepped out of the door, he would have been traded off instantly. And this is where EXO started to fought them off from the main building, right? Now, the next area where they're going to resort to is going to be the pool area. But look at Invader. If he also gets picked up, oh, they're going to be in deep waters.
Now, this is the point that I was trying to make, right? Yes, the school is going to be a good strategic position right now, as Orva is going to be popping off a few hits with his Car 98. We might see that in the replays coming up, but now what I was trying to say is, you know, the school, you hear the commotion, you can get shot at from the apartments, you can get shot at from the hills down south, you can get shot at from the Milta Hill over there. And the thing is, there are so many windows, so you got to be constantly on the move, or, you know, you're just going to get peppered off from every direction. But again, the circle is going to be shifting. We are going to be going down south. Come on, buddy, give me a win over here because I do believe, you know what, I'm done. Alrighty. Cool.
You know, I was just going to say that, you know, XP, watch out for the next circle shift. It's going to go down south. And the next moment, the gods are like, nah,
I should keep my mouth shut at sometimes. That, you know, maybe you should take a fall every now and then. And speaking of taking a fall, Kinetic, you better not drop down for there because it is going to be a big way down. And it is going to go crunch. But now, Team Soul, they've been quiet so far. Again, like I said, you know, this is something that they did on day one. They're going to make sure they don't make too much noise. And now this is where EXO, you know, they're not really going to capitalize on any finishes over here, but they can make sure that the enemy is kept at bay.
You know, at this point, I'm starting to wonder where the next circle shift is going to be. Now, EXO, they had their money on the fact that the circle is going to go down south. This is where they've got to make their movement, but now Team Soul, Hector in a very precarious position as he's being barraged with all grenades from Joker as he goes falling down. But look at that spread. That certainly means that Team Soul, they are in scatters out here as Akshat, he's also been spotted out. Knuckle is going to try and immobilize his vehicle, but they need to start regrouping, XP.
They do indeed. What they could have done, in fact, was, you know, go deeper into Water City and try and come up somewhere north or to the northwest of Rozov. That is what they have. It looks like Omega. You can't be hiding in a bush that close because you are going to be spotted out, and, well, it isn't going to stop any bullets. Now, Soul are going to be falling apart one by one as Hector is finally going to be finished off, and now Ace Black just making sure he has a grenade. He thinks someone's nearby, but it looks like Goblin is going to be taking a brunt of the attack as well, which means one man is going to carry that torch forward for Team Soul. Let's see if they're going to be a two-man squad or now Hyderabad Hydras come under fire from Global Esports.
Now, this is where, you know, Team Soul need to understand that, you know, with so many players in the lobby, you cannot afford to spread out like that. Someone or the other is going to try and isolate you and pick you off. And this is where Global Esports, now they're the ones who've been dropping down at Rozok. Now, they are well aware of all the nooks and crannies. So you can ideally think that this is their game. But will it eventually be them turning out as the victors? that only time's gonna tell.
Well, only time will tell, because for now, what they can do is, I think Goblin is going to be back up on his feet. They need to take it easy. And like I said, maybe get a bit deeper in Water City and try and hit that compound just across the road, that is closest to Rozhok. That is one option that they have. And, we might just see them come up, maybe even down by the water to the northwest. And, well, they spotted something funny. Even I want to have a chuckle too.
I am starting to speculate what if the circle again shifts.
We are not talking about that right now, especially me. I'm not going to say anything. I'm going to focus on the action, because what's happening right now is AJ is going to be getting ready. And Hyderabad Hydras, again, they did lose one man pretty early on. Well, that was the first casualty of this game. But the thing is, we're going to have to make a move. And Global Esports are going to be spread out a bit wide and thin. But right now, Sauron's going to be careful. That grenade comes in. There you have it. Zorro is going to make sure he swings first. And, well, one of them goes down, which means Saboteur is going to have to work that out. Shots are going to be fired. Dynamite, did you really want to zoom in over there? Maybe the hipfire would have been a better option, but he is going to pay the price, and looks like Saboteur and SprayGod are going to make sure that the teammates' hopes are still alive.
This is somewhere down the line I really felt maybe this is the moment Hydra were looking out for, or maybe this possibly could, as it's going to be a 3-man ambush at a lonely SprayGod who's hiding inside this visitor. Just has the box to cover him up, but Zorro, he looks lost, gets one. Can he get the second though?
His teammates are definitely going to be on hand right now to make sure that he is going to be well taken care of. And there you have it, 7C Esports, ladies and gentlemen, all looking good. And, well, Hydra again making a few mistakes. And, well, they better learn from that sooner rather than later. Elsewhere, again, Fixes, you got to take it easy. Finally, the circle has shifted down south. And now, the school is still going to be in contention, which means Team EXO and WSF still have their work cut out.
So
and,
do we still believe in Sensei's supremacy?
I do not know about that right now, but I guess we are going to say yes right now. But, elsewhere, again, now our Esports, they are still in the circle, right? Yeah. Again, let's see if the defensive prowess is going to be coming to their advantage, because, well, all they have to do now, Fixes, is keep the enemies at bay. There is going to be a horde heading towards them, and, well, sooner or later, they are going to be overwhelmed. Oh, my goodness, have a look at this. GE is coming in strong. Striker is going to be down. Ace Black has no idea where to look, although Joker does go down, but Carry can't really carry his team anymore on his shoulders. All that weight is going to make sure he crumbles down. In Global Esports, that was a quick blink, and you missed attack.
Oh, I mean, I was kind of taken aback a little bit, but at this point, they do not have enough time to recover, right? Because, of course, Team EXO and Team Esports, while WSF have been watching out those exact areas. Now, the big question is, how long can Global Esports survive as FS decide to take it over on towards the players of Team Enigma, as he was already being knocked out with Rex just going in, getting that trade, getting the finish done, instantly secured. But now the ambush is going to come in from elsewhere. So many teams XP. It is going to be so chaotic. Who do you think is going to come out as the victors?
Well, let's have a look and see, because I do have a couple of names, but my predictions are not in my favor right now. Elsewhere, 7C Esports, now they're going to be taking the charge to RE. We were talking about the defensive prowess. Hero is going to be making sure he rattles up a few shots. Unfortunately, he gets taken down. Now, Jado is going to have to skedaddle, because although Sarang has a little bit of fire in front of him, it gives him enough time to patch himself up, as does SprayGod. They are down 2 members now. The Canary is going to be saying no, but it's going to be Jadu who goes down first. Rockstar is going to be looking on helplessly from behind. Now, he might throw a grenade in, and if it was thrown at the right time, probably Sarang would have been blown to smithereens. But for now, Rockstar's found himself in a little bit of a precarious situation, because the moment he comes out, looks like shots are going to be fired. Oh, the position has been given away, and I think SprayGod is going to be using some utilities right about now.
This is the moment of truth, right? Finally, with the next circle starting to shrink, this is where now we're going to see majority of the fights break out. Now, Rockstar, he is at a very bad spot, finally coming out, stepping out from shadows, but somehow still surviving, with GE just taking this push right at the players of Autobotz. This is what we were expecting from their side, right? They are a whole bench unit, pushing in like a pack of hyenas, everybody prowling in for those finishes. There you go, 8 finishes secured already, have secured the best spot inside the circle. Now they need the chicken dinner.
Oh, the best spot indeed. And Global Esports, they are going to be on a high. All 4 members still alive. 8 finishes to their name. And have a look at that. They have the lay of the land. It's like they got the blueprints out from Rozok and they know exactly where everyone is. And speaking of the school, you are going to have to come out eventually. But that is when Joker and the boys are going to be lying in wait. There you have it. Invader is going to be the first one who's going to be brought down. And, well, all they have to do is bide their time, reload their weapons, and do it all over again. Because they really don't have a lot of options. Maybe they could have gone. Oh my goodness, you gotta make sure you don't get that vehicle stuck. But again, the DP28 not as stable as we expected because looks like our esports are also in trouble elsewhere as Kinetic was brought down and cover and make it. He does make it to the wall, but it's still a long, long jog ahead for him.
Oh, indeed it is. And of course, with all those patch updates that we had, Goblin still surviving for Team Soldier along with Akshat. Was going to make a move out of nowhere when we were least expecting them, getting the better out of the Kinetic, OBM, Onyx. They have a score to settle. Indeed, they have in style, but it's going to be someone from INS who does the stealing here, XP.
I like that. Goblin knew that he doesn't really have to move right now because there are going to be a few more weapons trained on his position. And now Crazy Soul. He does have a soul in his name, but let me tell you one thing. These guys are not friends. They are foes out on the battlegrounds right now. And Goblin is definitely someone he wants to take care of as soon as possible. Akshat with a grenade. In fact, I think Enigma might just walk into that nade. Fortunately for them, it wasn't the case, but there you have it. It's going to be Joker from the heavens above who's going to be raining down lead. And, well, looks like Goblin's days are definitely numbered. Now, as far as Soul Akshat is concerned, he does have the circle for himself right now. All he's got to do is bide his time and pray to the BGMI gods that, well, the circle kind of shifts his way. Now, for Global Esports, I wonder what's going to happen because the circle is going to probably head a bit to the north. They are going to have to come down, and that is when INS and even Enigma will be upon in their sides elsewhere. GOG out to the 7th position.
A beautiful spread coming in from the boys of Global Esports, right? Look at how, you've got 2 players on the very top, 2 players
they got the circle.
got the flank, and now the circle is directly falling into their laps as Joker. He is going to be raining hell from above, but still, at the same time, I love these fast reflexes. Understands the gravity of the situation, understands he's got multiple eyes on him, instantly crouches back as Manya. He's now going to be picking up pieces as GE 15 finished strong already.
And have a look at how they are making sure that they have the entire hill to the taking. Joker, oh my goodness, he does the same thing once again. A little deja vu moment for him right over there, but now they have all their flanks secure, and sooner or later, Enigma, buddies, you guys are going to have to come out. Rockstar is going to be still carrying that torch forward for his team, our Esports, but the question is for how much longer can he get himself a couple of extra points. Now, I like the winner-winner chicken in the forecast because, all right, let me be honest with you. INS, yes, are a 4-man squad. Global Esports, however, have everything going in their favor. I mean, they have these lines that you can't even imagine, and others are almost knocked out over there, but the thing is, Global Esports are be careful. If they extend a bit too much, well, INS could pick them off one by one, but for now, looks like we are going to see a final battle between INS and Global Esports.
I think it's Global Esports written all over, right? Especially when all these guys have to struggle, and Evo has to resort to the healing battles, has 7 first aids to work out, and INS, I mean, what do, right? Few more grenades coming in. They're just going to blow kaboom as the smokes have been laid out. They're still going to fight it out till the very end, aren't they? As now Joker still on that high ground situation. Well, he is going to have a Joker in INS who's trying to stop him. But I don't think that's going to happen anytime soon, at least.
It's not going to happen anytime soon, and I was just trying to catch your attention over there because I got to notice something right now. Have a look at how they're going to go on the right rotation. There you have it. INS only have that garage to basically have any sort of a semblance of cover behind, and now, of course, as you mentioned, the grenades are going to be raining down because till now, there you have it. One big boom. Down goes Crazy Soul. Down goes Billion, and now the push could be coming in. Knuckle is going to be the Daredevil. He jumps down. He gets taken down. Joker is still alive, and Shane is still alive. They're making quick work. AJ, he knows exactly where they are. Molotovs are going to go in. That's it. One man standing. He hits the deck. Can they do something different overhead? No, they can't, because there you have it. Joker is not going to have the last laugh this time around. It's going to be Global Esports that get that winner-winner chicken dinner.
Wow, just one word, wow. Ladies and gentlemen, of course, as we transition in to the post-match segment powered by Loco.
35 points?
35 points. what did we sign in here for XP today? It's been a day where we've seen some really not so, same things that happened in day number 1. It was not a sole domination. It's been the other teams, the other invited teams in the round 4 who've made their way in, the big names finally going big, and Global Esports at the top of it all now.
Let me tell you something. Someone definitely cracked the whip over at Global Esports' boot camp, because again, and
Was it Maya?
they might, it could be, but the thing is, I'm pretty sure they're still disappointed. They're like, oh my goodness, we are 1 finish point short of 36 that OR did earlier. Maybe a couple more, we could have set the records, because that's what Global Esports does, and they love setting records. But again, let's have a look at how the other teams have fared. Team INS in the 2nd position. Again, precedence to the position points over finishes, 15 for them. Enigma Gaming, you kind of called it that, slowly and steadily they are on the rise.
They are on the rise, and this is something that is acceptable, right? As we take a look at the iQOO MVP, definitely someone from Global Esports has to be the man. Oh, he's been doing it all right. Joker, one of the prime faces of this particular team, has been the major assaulter. Always goes in, gets that free hand. 1,382 points of damage XP. How do you describe that?
He must have knocked out at least 20 people in this game. But let's have a look at the top 5 leaders from this last game, because, well, the first 3 are going to be Global Esports. Of course, we have Joker leading the charge, followed by Manya, and Knuckle is going to be there in the 3rd position. And our Esports are finally going to have one of their rockstars up on the stage. It is going to be Rockstar, followed by 7C's Spray God. Now, the thing is, 7C, again, we kind of saw a little glimmer of hope in the initial games, kind of fizzled out, and now, again, they've kind of come up with a little bit of a bang. But let's have a look at some more facts and figures, and, well, 10 grenade finishes, not a bad outing in Erangel.
Yeah, of course. I mean, considering how the zone was really panning out, where we were all
Can we
thrown
not
out.
say the word zone or circle, please?
I mean, I would really not want to, because even at moments I had to question myself. And the same happened with even Team EXO, right? They were kind of banking up, yeah, it's going to go down to circle, shifted up north, quite an uncommon rare circle shift we had to witness. But look at those FT charts, for Global Esports, 7C, Rockstars, RE, and then you even had Team EXO in the mix of things, and Team Enigma, though. They're finally stepping up, like you said.
Again, slow and steady wins the race. That is what I've been taught. And, Global Esports, wonderful outing for them. 20 finishes and 3,475 points of damage. I'm pretty sure OR Esports are still going to be breathing, a little calm right now, that they still have the record. But overall, I did kind of see a few different teams step up in this match. Now, Hyderabad Hydras, not the best outing again. They were caught off guard, and maybe a couple of mistakes did lead to their demise.
Yeah.
But still, kudos to the fact that, a couple of teams against all odds still survived till the end. And again, this guy has a smirk on his face.
They never really anticipated Global Esports to push at them like that, right?
Yep. The way they came in, both flanks were basically gone.
Yeah.
And, all he could do at that point was shoot at one person, which he did. They did get one knock on a member of Global Esports, but then there were 3 others waiting to basically pounce on him.
And at that point, the sheer audacity on the players to try and make such moves like that. But of course, the overall standings, finally, Team Soul having that huge lead is getting challenged, is getting contested by so many of these others. As look at it, from OR to, I think, Team... Our Esports, not a lot of difference there, XP.
Our Esports also climbing the leaderboard slowly and steadily, and you know what? They've actually got a nice balance. 36 finish points, 39 points from position. Again, a complete contrast to what we saw on day 1. Global Esports are going to be a happy bunch as well, making a huge leap from the 2nd page all the way to the 1st in the overall standings. And I like the fact that, almost every team, barring the one on the 8th position, has a chicken dinner. In fact, if FS Esports had held their own, maybe, all the top 8 teams would have had at least one chicken dinner, but let's see if things change on day 3.
Even I like Team INS, right? We've been talking about them. They're the wild horses, just here and there. But this time, getting a 2nd position spot, INS, this is something really to look out for, because now at the 12th spot, they're looking good.
See one thing though, 17 finishes, 41 position points. That is not what INS, it's normally the other way around for them.
Yeah, times have changed, yeah.
Times have definitely changed, and well, we are going to have a look at the last page over here. Now, of course, a couple of teams still have a long way ahead of them. but hopefully in the days and weeks to come, they are going to switch things around. Initiative Academy, for one, I was kind of happy that, they finally found a little bit of footing in one of the games.
Of course. I mean, if you have to talk about the teams that were somewhere around the very bottom, we had Global Esports, EXO, 7C, even Initiative Academy, like you said. But there have been a few teams who have taken a very bad fall. Retribution, RTR, as a matter of fact. Walkouts, Team MG, even Hydra Official, considering where they were yesterday, was sort of not reciprocated in the same manner today. And this is how why I love this game, right? Every single day, you have the map feed out. Everyone just goes home, does their homework, and the next day they start performing. So you're not going to see the same old strats. You're not going to see the same old rotations. Now, one of the bigger examples has to be Team Soul, right?
Oh, yeah.
Now, they've been such a huge name. Everyone spotted out what they were trying to do, and there you are.
Well, there you are, and there you are. That's the end of the matches. However, let's do one thing again. Of course, BGMI Crafton made this tournament possible, and it would not have been without the help of our sponsors, iQOO and Loco. Let's have a look at that beautiful video one last time.
To make every day the best of my life. To strive for more. To beat my own score. To get that encore. I've got this. I've got the power. To do more. See more. Be more. I've got the power. To win. I've got the power.
Watch it, earn it.
I love that. Watch, play, stream, repeat, because that is basically, we can actually make livelihoods out of that right now. And if you want to do so, well, Loco is the perfect platform. And again, you got to stop taking jabs at me. But what we can do is I will let you tell our lovely viewers how they can get their hands on one of these.
Now, if you are new to the stream, of course, all you've got to do is head over to its Amazon app. You have it downloaded on your phones, of course. Search for iQOO Neo 6 over there, and there's going to be a little bit of a raffle, a little bit of a quizzes that you can partake in. And, well, if you're lucky, 3 lucky winners today are going to have this one beautiful phone in their pockets.
And, of course, as he's mentioned it plenty of times, we are not going to be tampering with anything because, A, we're not even allowed to do so. But, again, it's going to be an easy little quiz. And good luck and congratulations in advance to all of you who do win it. But anyway, coming back to the thing, Erangel, we were just discussing it during the promo that, it was a little unpredictable. The zone, in fact, was such a spoil sport this time around because it just, whatever people thought that they'd do, all right, if the zone shifts over here, it just was, there was a wrench thrown in their plans. Forget going out the window. Somebody looked at the gears, the machines, right? They got a wrench out from the toolkit, chucked it in. That's what the zone was doing.
I could not process what was really going on. Especially,
I'm going to call you Giggles from now on.
I mean, at least for the last game, I know where that's coming from. But what was that series name? I really forget. It was, I think, the old Hood Trailer Park or something like that. The old American sitcom we had. But we're not going to talk about that.
Okay, now my mind is going to be racing.
Yeah, but it's all right. It's all right. But again, coming down to how this game panned out, it was all about how the circle formed. It was initially a hybrid zone. We had the circle taking a shift a little towards the northern side. When we were thinking all these teams are starting to rotate, and that is where it went all the way down south. And then we thought maybe around the school area, went a little west, then towards the high grounds over the Roselock Hills. It was mental.
It was like, one of those ping-pong slot machines. Ding, 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 ding. That was the way the circle was, basically all over the place. But again, one thing that does stick out in my mind right now, just thinking about the game, there was a point when Global Esports did wipe out a squad, right? And at the school, EXO and WSF both had their eyes. Now, credit where credit is due. At that time, they deployed a tremendous amount of smoke to make sure that it's not just cover, they have a proper smoke screen. And what they did was they actually challenged the hill. And the thing is, nobody expected that.
At that point, somewhere down the line, Global Esports had been hearing all the commotion, right? They'd been knowing that there are two teams fighting it out, and once you get the finishes secured, you exactly come to know who it is. Now they understand that it is Team EXO, it is WSF inside the school compounds, and it was inevitable to come. The moment they wiped out Hyderabad Hydras out there, they knew they had to, lay down all that smoke in order to survive and be on a lookout for the next circle. But what I loved more about Global Esports there was it was just not the school areas. It was even the backlines. You had a lot of teams, even Team Soul was present, even a few of the others who were on the western side, around the Water City areas, a little bit on towards the backside Water City compounds. A lot of teams were present, and they still managed to survive. They were the teams that instantly came up to the Rozhok Hills and managed to get the job done.
They did indeed, and of course, I'll just tell you guys one thing. A big shout out to Loco, because none of this would have happened without them, right? And if you want to join India's biggest gaming and esports platform, well, you can, or you can also go ahead and have a look at your favorite streamers. We all know the shenanigans they get up to, and we can always learn a couple of things as well. And if you want to start your esports journey as well, all you have to do is sign up and start streaming, and who knows, maybe you are going to be the next big star we are going to be talking about.
Oh yeah. Of course, we've got few of those teams not even qualifying this time around. They're also there on Loco. You can check them out. And yeah, like we've been talking about, making gaming, making esports as a sustainable source of income. Of course, Loco has some juicy deals coming out. If you are the ones who are really, really striking out from the rest, right? Come up with some unique ideas. Because what does Loco stand for? Crazy, right? Some crazy ideas. We were watching out a guy who was dancing like this, with that goggles on.
Can we see that again, please? Can we see that again?
That's for special occasions.
That was actually pretty good. But anyway, again, your dreams could come true. But let me tell you one thing. There's a lot of hard work behind it as well. It's not all ha he he. And you got to put in the effort. You got to put in the time. You got to grind. And you could be at this stage, or you could also just have some fun and let us see what you're all about. But
was it motivation words to yourself? Because you've been trying for the past 2 years. Get on the streaming board. Maybe we could talk to Loco and have XP a really, really good deal. And maybe we get to see more out of this big man.
Alrighty, but now let's just have a look at the polls that you all have been participating in. We're going to have words later, mate. And of course, the fan favorite teams, it goes without saying. I mean, like I said, this particular team is etched in history right from the inception of BGMI in our country. And of course, Seoul is running away with the poll with 81%.
Well, they certainly are. But I think if you have to talk about the most consistent team for the evening, there's so many pickers, right? You've got EXO, you've got GE, you even have OR. So who do you think could have topped today's charts?
Ooh, it's going to be a bit difficult, but I definitely kind of feel EXO might have just edged past them. Just by maybe two chicken dinners and, a few points. But again, you got to keep one thing in mind. Global Esports, good games, average games, of course, then one massive game. OR Esports, good games, mid-table, then one massive game. Well, the biggest game so far. So again, we're going to have to wait and find out who is going to be lucky as far as the giveaways go, because that is going to be popping up on our screens in due time. And let's see which hashtag did all the, basically is going to grab you all these merchandises, because who do you think it's going to be?
I think let's check it out.
Let's see. I wonder if we could, actually see who they've actually voted for, because for now, the giveaway winners are popping up on our screen. So, well, congratulations, Sagar Patel and Sumit Suresh Patel.
So are they brothers already?
I think it's a Patel or Patel. Again,
it's Patel and there's a Patel, right?
Oh, I thought they were kind of similar.
They were, but again, we're Indians, we're all brothers and sisters. We've taken the pledge quite too seriously. Not this man, though, hailing from UK. But, of course, two more winners. XP.
Alrighty, let's have a look. I'll take it. Right. It's going to be Abhishek C, congratulations, and Utkarsh Kumar. I mean, I'm going to be a bit jealous, and you better rock all these, goodies that you have. Rock your shirt and show us your bottles. Maybe take it to the gym next time and support your favorite game. But of course, we're going to have a few more winners coming in, and I'll let you take this one.
So we've got Rahul Chavra and Vipul Soro. So pretty interesting names over here. Of course, they're going to be the winners. I pretty much think, it had to be Team EXO, right? It had to be Team EXO. one of the most consistent teams throughout the evening, and it's time for 2 more. And who could they be?
I wish a voice was, could tell me something as to which hashtag won. But of course, congratulations, Rumil Patel and Sangle Vaishali. Again, make sure that you wear that with pride, because again, this is our life. This is our favorite thing. BGMI by Crofton is again, it's giving a lot of people so many opportunities. But of course, we have a couple of more winners in store. And who's winning all the stuff right now?
Let's think.
It's right in front of your screen, Fixes. All you have to do is read off the name. I'll do that. It's
Bart
Bart Lakhani and
Is he always his brother?
Kakade. Could be. I mean, I wonder if there's only one Lakhani, family in this world. But again, I know quite a few Chahals. But, congratulations once again. And, keep supporting your favorite teams. Or rather, have a look and see how the matches go right till the end. And then put in your hashtags.
Or you
Be
certainly
smart about
can.
it.
Yeah, you've got to be smart and you've got to be really fast on your triggers. But
yeah.
again, coming back to how this entire day was, it was a day of comebacks, right? All these other teams finally making it into the mix. Team EXO, OR, Esports, everyone backing up their chickens, even GE, as a matter of fact. But tomorrow's day, this is where we're still in pursuit for the new teams, the new rising stars to make a comeback. And I am thinking that's going to be it.
The question is, for day 3, is Team Seoul finally going to be toppled? Is GE going to be on the top? Is EXO going to be on the top? Well, you're going to have to come back for that tomorrow. But for now, Fixes and I are going to bid you adieu. It has been a pleasure and a privilege. Stay tuned. We start punctually. We will see you all tomorrow.
Uh.